Chapter 81. Discharge. Hikaru did have plans to make contact with the Uchiha clan, but for now he lacked both a proper opportunity and a suitable point of entry. As an ANBU operative, very little of his time truly belonged to him. He neither had the leisure nor the means to investigate the Uchiha's internal situation in any real depth. He understood the general outline, of course, but had no idea who aligned with whom inside the clan. Uchiha Fugaku's indecisive, soft-handed nature was something Hikaru deeply disliked. Even if he were to approach the Uchiha leadership, Fugaku would never be his first choice. To be honest, if Hikaru had reincarnated as an Uchiha, he might have chosen to stand behind Fugaku without hesitation. Fugaku's weakness made him controllable. So long as Hikaru's methods were sharp enough and he could present tangible change, covertly steering the entire clan wouldn't be impossible. But approaching things as an outsider, especially as someone from the Senju, the Uchiha's historical nemesis, was a different matter entirely. That was a path best avoided. If anything, Hikaru would rather deal with more rational figures within the Uchiha. The problem was he didn't know who those people were. Beyond that, his contact with Uchiha peers had always been limited. Most of the ones he knew either fell into two categories. 1. Hopelessly self-important, borderline unhinged types whose names he could barely remember and had never bothered engaging with. 2. Those already dead on the battlefield, like Uchiha Obito. Among his classmates, the one he'd gotten along with best, and whose personality he genuinely liked, was his former desk mate Uchiha Saya. Unfortunately, Hikaru knew nothing about her family background. Judging by things like Obito's attitude back then, her status was probably unremarkable. If her background had been strong, Obito would have shown her at least a little respect. She also didn't seem particularly close to other Uchiha students from different classes, which meant the most likely conclusion was simple: she was just an ordinary Uchiha. Fortunately, Hikaru thought to himself, I'm in no rush to approach them anyway, and with his current status, it was impossible for him to attract serious attention from the Uchiha clan regardless. It would be far better to wait until he possessed more leverage. After all, since he had no intention of publicly revealing his Senju identity, even as an ANBU squad captain, his influence as a civilian ninja was still far too limited. But if he became a division captain, everything would change. An ordinary captain wasn't worth much. But an ANBU division captain was a completely different matter. That was Hikaru's best path forward. The cleanest way to leap across an entire tier of status. Of course, even after taking that position, he couldn't act too blatantly. Hikaru understood his limits very clearly, what he could do openly, what needed subtlety, and what was absolutely forbidden. Besides, the one who was truly pressed for time wasn't him. It was the Uchiha clan. Hikaru had choices. He could hedge his bets. The Uchiha could not. It's just a pity, Hikaru thought, shaking his head lightly, that in the end the fourth Hokage will fall, and the Uchiha won't last many more years either. Those classmates of mine, he let the thought trail off, whatever the Uchiha's future held, it ultimately wasn't his problem, not yet. Even if he desperately wanted their support and power, there were still too many unresolved matters in front of him. Until his own position was firmly secured, he wouldn't spare much attention for the Uchiha's fate. After Kakashi and the others finished visiting him, Hikaru stayed in the hospital a few more days before finally being cleared for discharge. Only then did he realize he'd been stuck there for nearly a full week. Another few days and he felt like he'd actually start growing mold. If Konoha had kept him confined any longer, he might have seriously considered sneaking out just to stretch his legs. Hikaru had absolute confidence in his mastery of his abilities, but he also knew exactly what he lacked: combat experience. More specifically, the experience to optimize his fighting, to use the right techniques in the right way at the lowest possible cost for the greatest possible effect. That was what he truly needed. He stretched hard, lifting his face toward the sunlight. The warmth felt indescribably pleasant. At the same time, he summoned his status panel. The moment he saw the updated information, the smile on his face widened. Looks like this time wasn't all bad news. Name: Senju Hikaru. Gender: male. Date of birth: Konoha calendar, year 34, March 24. Rank: Jonin, officially Chunin. Bloodline development: beginner, Senju secret arts seeds. Jonin level chakra capacity seed, 60% mature. Intermediate sage arts seed, 90% mature. Advanced earth release seed, 71% mature. Advanced water release seed. 71% mature, beginner ceiling art seed, 85% mature, fruits, none mission, become the true ultimate boss of the ninja world, unique, 85%, the beginner ceiling art seed. Being at 85% maturity made Hikaru extremely satisfied. The remaining 15% would likely take less than a week. The intermediate sage art seed would need a bit more time, but it was clearly approaching harvest as well. This mission, assisting the 3rd Division and escorting route personnel, plus his extended hospital stay, by all rights, he should be granted a proper leave. Whether that leave would last a full week, though, remained to be seen. No matter what, Hikaru thought, before my next mission I must finish harvesting my seeds. Ideally, I'll master the Flying Thunder God technique. His gaze drifted toward the Hokage monument in the distance, especially the 4th Hokage's stone face. Flying Thunder God. The final key obstacle was almost within reach. How could he not be excited? Besides, Minato Namikaze had already promised to personally guide him. Even though Hikaru's original goal had only been sealing techniques, learning Flying Thunder God, and adapting it into his own weapon, was an opportunity he'd never refuse. Flying Thunder God. Hikaru murmured, smiling faintly. I've waited a long time for this. He lowered his gaze and turned toward home. After being gone for more than half a month, a detailed report was inevitable. That elder would never let him off easily, but Hikaru didn't mind. There were many things he would continue to keep hidden, that he bore no ill will toward the Senju clan, nor toward the elder who raised him, but his personal choices and worldview were never going to fully align with traditional Senju ideals, and that was simply how it had to be. Chapter 82, The Blood That Never Changes. Those are the facts of the matter. That is all. Hikaru sat formally on his knees before the elder, his voice calm, soft Eve. And, like he was simply reciting a routine report, just as he expected, the moment he returned to the Senju residential district, he hadn't even stepped through his own door before he was summoned here. For an ANBU operative to vanish for over half a month, it meant only one thing. The mission had been important. And dangerous. The elder's name was Senju Shoma. In his youth, he had followed both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama in study. There were even rumors that after Tobarama founded ANBU, Shoma had served within it for a long time. Hikaru didn't know whether those stories were true, but he only knew one thing for certain. This elder cared deeply, almost obsessively, about ANBU's movements, and he hated Sarutobi Hiruzen with a bitterness that never faded. Hikaru gave his report in relatively full detail. He left out only 2 points, that he personally ensured Namuki's death, and that the enemy's true identity was Sasori. Everything else he said plainly: Lizard Maru, the 3rd Kazekage puppet, the hospital confinement, and even the post-mission investigation. Shoma listened without interruption, frowning more deeply as the report went on. When Hikaru finished, the elder sat silent for a long time. Caught between excitement and unease. A summoning beast that could rival an shadow-level combatant. 1. That could trade blows with a mysterious puppet master wielding what looked like the 3rd Kazekage's body. In the era when the Senju were at their peak, such a thing might not have moved Shoma much. But now, could today's Senju be compared to the Senju of old? No, that was exactly why Shoma's hands trembled faintly with restrained emotion. A power like this wasn't merely a prize, it was a lifeline. A weapon that could make the clan stand taller again. And yet, Hikaru returning only to be investigated, because Namuki died beside him, was something even Shoma couldn't openly condemn. What irritated him was who had come. According to Hikaru, it was Yamanaka Inoichi himself. To Shoma, Inoichi was still a brat. A younger generation, but even Shoma had to admit the truth. The Yamanaka were dangerous in the quiet way that mattered most. Their techniques didn't break bones, they broke certainty. Still, Shoma had spent time in ANBU in his youth. If the rules hadn't changed, this kind of check wasn't unusual, and besides, Shoma didn't truly believe Hiruzen was unaware of Hikaru's background in the first place. Shoma could be stubborn, even old-fashioned. But he wasn't foolish. That he'd never hidden his disgust for Hiruzen, and the clan members who shared his beliefs had long since been scattered and cut down. Even the things Hikaru knew were limited. Hikaru didn't realize it, but to Shoma that investigation wasn't a fatal warning at all. It was expected. At last Shoma nodded. I understand, he said. This time your performance was outstanding. I am proud of you. Thank you for your praise, elder. Hikaru lowered his head slightly, his voice still gentle. Without the clan's upbringing I would not be who I am. Unexpectedly, Shoma sighed. That is not the truth I want, he said quietly, staring into Hikaru's eyes. I know. I have always known. You never wanted to enter ANBU, did you? Hikaru shook his head calmly. That was years ago, Elder. And I've adapted to ANBU life now. Everything is fine. Shoma didn't answer at once, he only watched Hikaru, and Hikaru met that gaze with the same mild smile, the same earnest composure, so steady it was almost impossible to read. Back when he was first pushed into ANBU, Hikaru's resentment had been real. Even now, he still believed ANBU was not a place meant for human beings. But Shoma's words carried meaning beyond apology. That it was a lowering of pride. An acknowledgement, and Hikaru couldn't help but feel it. Strength truly was the sharpest language in the world. When you had power, even the one who effectively led the Senju could change the way he looked at you. Shoma might be rigid, but he wasn't stupid. After the Senju declined, even clan members questioned his authority. Yet he still managed to gather a core group, and with that group, claw at the impossible dream of revival. Hikaru didn't know where those people were, but he respected Shoma. He had, after all, been raised by this man. I hope your words are true, Shoma finally said. From now on, if you need scrolls, records, or if there is a jutsu you wish to study, you may come to me. As long as your circumstances are appropriate. Hikaru's smile brightened, sincere and unguarded. Thank you, Elder. I will not waste your trust. Go, Shoma waved a hand. You just left the hospital and I called you here immediately. You must be tired. Yes, Elder. Hikaru rose, bowed properly and turned to leave, but when he reached the doorway, Shoma spoke again. Hikaru, his voice had turned sharp with conviction. There is something I want you to remember. Hikaru paused. Please speak, Elder. Remember this always. Shoma's tone was steady, unwavering. You are a member of the Senju clan. Hikaru froze for a breath, and in that instant he understood. Shoma was afraid that the boy he had raised because of that decision years ago would someday grow distant, or grow resentful, or choose a different banner when power finally made choosing possible. But Shoma was overthinking it. Hikaru knew it himself. Without ANBU, even with talent, he would never have obtained Lizard Maru, and more importantly, going into ANBU had kept him away from the true meat grinder, the third great ninja. The war's front lines were not somewhere Hikaru would ever dare to gamble his life. He took a slow breath, then turned back. His expression became serious in a way that was rare. I know. His voice was calm, but it carried weight. I am Senju. And I will remember it forever. Chapter 83. The limits of a clan. Senju Shoma's unease gave Hikaru a glimpse of something rare, possibility he had never denied his own ambition. Whether it was the system's ultimate task or his own nature, Hikaru had always intended to climb higher, step by step. That would never change. What Shoma feared wasn't Hikaru himself, it was Hikaru's growth, fear that his strength would continue to rise, fear that the decision made years ago would one day provoke backlash, fear that power would give Hikaru choices the Senju could no longer control. Strength was a dangerous thing. Not only could it protect the one who wielded it, it could intimidate everyone else, even if that person did nothing at all. For you to worry like this, Hikaru thought quietly, it only proves how weak you've become, Elder. The Senju were a legendary clan. Even in decline, they still possessed foundations, remnants of influence and lingering strength. But how strong were they really? That Hikaru hadn't been certain of, until now that he still remembered Usuji Gen, the man who had once taught him. By the system's standards, Gen had been a genuine jonin. A high-level combatant of any village, and yet, he had been reduced to serving as Hikaru's introductory instructor at the time. Hikaru had thought, the Senju are terrifying. That assessment wasn't entirely wrong. A starving camel was still larger than a horse. The Senju were a camel on the brink of collapse, once mighty, still respected by a few loyal followers, with several capable individuals remaining within the clan. But today, Hikaru finally understood something important. He had touched the ceiling. Usuji Gen, someone Hikaru once assumed was merely an ordinary clan member, was likely already among the strongest the Senju could field. So this is the limit, Hikaru thought. Shoma's greatest concern was undoubtedly Lizard Maru, but Hikaru also knew his own exposed strength played a role. During his report, he hadn't concealed his direct confrontation with Sasori prior to summoning Lizard Maru. He couldn't. Kakashi and the surviving ANBU would report it anyway. that same information had passed through Yamanaka and Noichi's inspection, and Hikaru hadn't bothered to lie about it there either. Aside from omitting Sage Mode, the higher-ups already knew too much. Who could say whether that information might one day circle back to Shoma's hands? Better not to fabricate stories at all. It was precisely this combination. A summoning beast approaching shadow level and a shinobi whose own combat ability was steadily rising, that unsettled Shoma. Because everyone understood one simple truth: summoning beasts had flaws. A ninja's body was fragile. If an ambush succeeded, there would be no chance to summon anything at all. Personal strength was the only true foundation, and that realization made Hikaru see the Senju's present state with brutal clarity. Weakness has its advantages, he thought calmly. If I play this right, I can one day take over the entire Senju clan. Discovering the clan's bottom line filled him with quiet satisfaction. Once you understood the limits, whether of a person or a family, you could probe them, test them, challenge them in measured ways, until control came naturally. Strength comes first, Hikaru reminded himself. Then influence. Then the right to speak. None of them can be missing. His path was still long, but compared to the question of whether to side with the third or the fourth Hokage, his direction had never been clearer. When Hikaru returned to his room, he frowned. It had been cleaned again. This wasn't the first time. The last incident had left no traces either, but the feeling lingered. He extended his perception, sweeping every corner, every crevice, every insect in the space. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Did the clan arrange someone to clean for me? He couldn't tell. In the end, Hikaru decided not to overthink it. For an ANBU operative, maintaining alertness even while sleeping was second nature. A little extra vigilance was more than enough. The following days passed quietly. Hikaru stayed home, free from missions. His routine was steady: training in the mornings, meeting old classmates in the afternoons whenever they were off duty. Maintaining those relationships had always been deliberate. Once he decided to remain in Konoha, he'd made sure not to sever his past. And so far he'd done well. He considered contacting Minato Namikaze. Whether to provide updates or continue learning the Flying Thunder God technique, the timing felt right. Unfortunately, Minato seemed unusually busy. Busy with what? Hikaru didn't know. ANBU restructuring? The thought gave him a headache. After taking such a risk to eliminate Namuki, Hikaru had no intention of becoming someone else's stepping stone. So he quietly contacted former teammates to gather information. The news eased his mind. Namuki's death had stirred ambition, yes, but the higher-ups hadn't made any moves yet. The matter was temporarily shelved. That was good. Missing this opportunity while on leave would have been disastrous. Another piece of information surprised him: Kakashi was also on leave. That explains why I keep running into him, Hikaru mused. He didn't ask Kakashi directly, not out of distrust, but because Hikaru's thoughts ran deep, his plans layered. Kakashi was still his teammate. Knowing too much could only create complications later. Still, Minato's busyness didn't last forever. One night, while Hikaru was quietly living the life of an ordinary shinobi, a message finally arrived. Looks like the fourth Hokage is free at last. His eyes landed on a note that had appeared beside the sealing techniques book Minato had given him earlier. A smile tugged at his lips. Minato was available, which meant teaching could resume, and it meant Hikaru could finally have a proper conversation with him. And that's not the only good news. Hikaru raised one hand. Chakra surged through his body, rippling outward. Blue chakra gathered, then within it, a faint golden vortex formed in his palm. As the spiral condensed, something tangible began to take shape, slowly, steadily, like a fruit nearing ripeness. Chapter 84: Sealing Fruit. Name: Senju Hikaru. Gender: male. Birthday: Konoha calendar year 34, March 24. Rank: Jonin, Chunin. Bloodline development: beginner. Senju secret arts. Seeds: Jonin chakra volume seed 64%, advanced earth release seed 92%, advanced earth release seed 77%, advanced water release seed 77%. Fruit: beginner sealing fruit. Task: become the true big boss of the ninja world. Unique: staring at the yellow fruit in his hand, and then at the panel hovering in his vision, Hikaru's mood lifted. So high it was almost ridiculous. After more than a month of condensing and growing, the sealing class seed had finally borne fruit. Not only that, his advanced earth release seed had crept up to 92%. He remembered it sitting around 90 the last time he checked. 2% sounded small. until you considered how slow intermediate seeds grew, especially with his bizarre chakra distribution problem. He was happy, but he wasn't blind to reality. His Jonin chakra volume seed still crawled forward at a pace that made him want to swear that if it hadn't moved at all, he would have started wondering whether he'd somehow killed the seed. Hikaru exhaled and forced himself back into calm. Chakra volume mattered, but right now it wasn't the core. What he needed most was sealing. Only with solid sealing foundations could he legitimately push into Flying Thunder God territory, especially if he wanted to build his own formula rather than copy someone else's. He looked at the fruit again and no hesitation he stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was, as always, terrible. Every time he ate one of these fruits he couldn't help wondering whether he was chewing some cursed version of a devil fruit. He had eaten plenty by now, but the flavor never improved. But the effect? Unquestionable. The moment the fruit finished dissolving, a strange power bloomed through his body, a warm yellow FORCE intertwining with his blue chakra. The two threads wrapped around each other, then slowly began to merge. Hikaru's body emitted a faint, abnormal aura. He closed his eyes. Information, dense, precise, structured, poured into his mind. The kind of information that didn't feel like memorizing, but like remembering something he should have always known, and in the merging of those streams he could suddenly see his past mistakes, why he'd failed, where his understanding had been off by a fraction. Those gaps closed. When the aura finally faded and his chakra settled, Hikaru opened his eyes. He clenched his fist. Apart from tasting like trash, it's perfect. He raised his hands and, without struggle, completed a complex sequence of hand seals. Blue chakra rose in his palm. His right hand slapped onto the floor. Ninpo, Sansai Fuin. Ink-black, tadpole-like sealing script spread across the surface, swirling into a compact and eerie seal, one that carried his chakra signature cleanly without distortion. Sansai seal was the simplest sealing technique he'd found in the scrolls, basic enough that many storage scrolls were just variations built on it. And yet before today he hadn't even been able to cast it properly, because the basic things in sealing were never truly basic. They were foundations, they were the hardest parts, but now he could execute it smoothly, cleanly, like a practiced craftsman. The only flaw was speed. That he wasn't slow compared to ordinary shinobi, he was slow compared to what he needed to become. Speed will come with repetition, he thought. And efficiency will come in real combat. He glanced at the seal one more time, then formed a casual hand sign. The seal collapsed. The black script unraveled and vanished in a few breaths, clean, controlled, and complete. First time using real sealing, and he could release it as naturally as he cast it. That alone was enough to make his mood even better. Hikaru leaned back, satisfied. Tomorrow I meet Minato. Time to sleep early. And as he closed his eyes, anticipation pressed in like a steady heartbeat. Tomorrow's meeting could change everything. Chapter 85. I've already learned it. Good morning, Lord Hokage. Morning, Hikaru. Deep in the forests of Konoha, Hikaru greeted Minato Namikaze with his usual warm smile, a smile that had long since become a habit. And habits, when cultivated deliberately, could become symbols. Among his peers, Hikaru's gentle, sun-like smile was already well known. But that was far from enough. His ambition was far greater. He wanted everyone in Konoha, no, in the entire shinobi world, to associate that smile with him. Minato, however, looked slightly different today. That he appeared tired and somewhat helpless, yet beneath that fatigue there was a faint trace of joy. Hikaru's perception was sharp. Even without deliberately activating his sensory abilities, he could still pick up on the emotional state of those around him. While he couldn't read good and evil the way Naruto would one day, discerning emotions like exhaustion or happiness was well within his reach. The fatigue and helplessness were easy to explain. Being Hokage was never a relaxing job, and the situation within ANBU alone was enough to give anyone a headache. But the joy. Hikaru mentally calculated the timing and quickly arrived at an answer at a T this stage. The only thing that could truly bring Minato such happiness was his family. Congratulations on gaining such powerful support, Minato said sincerely, and on completing such a difficult mission. You've done well, Hikaru. It was mostly luck, Hikaru replied modestly, smiling. And Kakashi helped a lot too. Still, thank you, Lord Hokage. He made sure not to claim all the credit. Kakashi had been part of the mission, and any success naturally belonged to both of them. This had nothing to do with Kakashi being Minato's student. Hikaru would have done the same regardless. It was good for reputation. Minato nodded lightly, then his expression gradually grew serious. About the intelligence you provided, he lowered his voice, clearly intending to continue. Intelligence? Hikaru interrupted, tilting his head in confusion. If you mean the third Kazekage puppet, I wouldn't call that intelligence I provided. That man used it so openly that anyone could see it. Minato shook his head inwardly. This kid really was careful that he wasn't talking about that, of course, but since Hikaru had no intention of bringing it up, Minato didn't press the issue. All right, I understand, Minato said. Then, Lord Hokage, this is for you. Before Minato could finish his sentence, Hikaru interrupted again, handing him a scroll. Interrupting one's superior wasn't exactly proper, but Hikaru didn't seem concerned. Minato's temperament was tolerant. This much Hikaru knew well, that if it were the third Hokage, Hikaru would never behave like this. This was deliberate. With Minato, Hikaru didn't want to act like a mere subordinate. He wanted to show a different stance, one closer to an equal partner. This was the best moment to do so. What's this? Minato asked, puzzled, as he took the scroll. Please take a look first, Hikaru said with a calm smile. Minato unsealed the scroll and began reading. After only a short while his expression changed and he quickly rolled the scroll back up. Hikaru wasn't surprised in the slightest. The contents were anything but pleasant. Inside were Hikaru's conjectures regarding the underground laboratory. He had actually intended to give Minato this information earlier, but he deliberately held back. One couldn't place all their chips on the table at once. Future leverage mattered too. Most of the contents were conjecture, but parts were based on real observations. As an ANBU operative, Hikaru had seen strange things. People vanishing in forests, suspicious activity beneath Konoha, rumors of Orochimaru's forbidden experiments. Rumors serious enough that they had once cost Orochimaru his chance at becoming Hokage. Combined with the intelligence Hikaru had already provided, this was practically spelling it out. The underground root facilities were conducting human experiments. Of course, Hikaru stopped there. He didn't mention what those experiments truly involved. Anything related to the first Hokage was far too dangerous to reveal without solid evidence. Even hinting at it recklessly could invite catastrophic consequences. Hikaru was many things, but foolish was not one of them. This matter. Minato suppressed the anger rising in his chest and calmly burned the scroll. It's extremely serious. I'll need time to investigate it thoroughly. In truth, Minato had already tried probing once before, and failed that he couldn't get close. Even as Hokage, many of those facilities were completely sealed off from him. Attempts to gather reports had also led nowhere. If Hikaru's information was correct, then Minato's previous suspicions had been right all along. Root, Danzō, Orochimaru, and perhaps even the third Hokage himself, such experiments could never be completely hidden. Taking a deep breath, Minato composed himself and smiled once more. All right, he said, let's continue your training in Fuinjutsu. Are you ready? Well, Hikaru scratched his cheek, looking both embarrassed and oddly proud. I'm afraid we might need to skip ahead a stage. What do you mean? Because, Hikaru said, lifting his head with a calm, confident smile, I've already learned it. Chapter 86, What kind of monster are you? L learned it. Minato Namikaze looked at Hikaru with a strange expression. He truly hadn't expected that answer. Learning Fuinjutsu in a little over a month wasn't unheard of. Minato himself had done it in about that time back then. But the problem was this, Hikaru was ANBU, and for the past month he'd been constantly on missions. First he spent time investigating intelligence, then he subdued a powerful lizard and made it his summoning partner. And after that he rushed to rescue the 3rd Division and help them complete their operation in a schedule that tightly packed. He still managed to learn Fuinjutsu? Was this talent? Minato didn't believe Hikaru had been slacking off either. The mission report was still sitting on Minato's desk. If anything, Hikaru had been running at full speed the entire time. Other than genius, Minato couldn't think of any explanation. Yes, I learned it. Hikaru smiled and nodded. Even though I've been busy lately, your teaching was extremely effective, Lord Hokage. I spent a bit of time on it and I understood a lot. I can already use some basic sealing techniques. Is that so? Minato still sounded a little dazed. Basic sealing techniques? The nature of Fuinjutsu was that once you could successfully perform even one relatively simple technique, you could start drawing inferences to understand, and even attempt, others. The true difficulty was entry and comprehension. Once you crossed that threshold, the road got easier, though not easy. If you pictured it as a curve, Fuinjutsu had high peaks at the beginning and the end, with a relatively flatter middle. Minato himself had taken over a month to make that first breakthrough, and that was with Kushina's careful guidance. Even now, despite his rapid progress, the deeper and more advanced layers of Fuinjutsu still weren't something you could rush. But Hikaru, he had crossed the first wall and said it plainly to Minato's face. Minato didn't know what to say. What sealing techniques can you do now? Minato steadied his emotions and asked. Have you learned the 3 talents seal? The 3 talents seal? Hikaru's smile widened slightly, and his chakra began to stir. He raised both hands and formed seals quickly. Since he'd already used it the night before, the technique felt very familiar. Now that I end only a moment, he finished the hand seals. The strange power that had fused into his body flared quietly at the same time. The instant he completed the sequence, Hikaru copied Minato's earlier posture and pressed his palm against a nearby tree. Black, tadpole-like script spread rapidly across the bark. When he pulled his hand away, a complete 3-talent seal was clearly visible before them. Minato looked at it and nodded. Perfect. The details were controlled with precision. Every step looked as though it had been hammered and polished countless times. The only flaw, if you could call it that, was that Hikaru's hand seal speed was a little slow. But that wasn't a problem. With enough repetition, he'd smooth it out. This kid's talent really is terrifying. Minato couldn't help thinking. A true Senju descendant. His gaze toward Hikaru subtly changed. With talent like this and the strengths Kakashi had described, Minato had no doubt Hikaru could learn the Flying Thunder God. A powerful summoning beast as a partner, and the Flying Thunder God. Minato suddenly paused. Wasn't that a little like himself? Minato had also excelled at taijutsu, had sharp reflexes and coordination, qualities that helped him master the Flying Thunder God. And he had Gamabunta at his side. Minato also knew something else about Hikaru. His temperament was gentle, and he was friendly toward comrades and villagers alike. The more Minato thought about it, the more he felt as if he were seeing his own shadow in Hikaru. The sense of déjà vu was strangely vivid. All right, Minato said, pulling himself back before he got lost in the thought. You really do amaze me. Since you've mastered a certain level of Fuinjutsu, I'll teach you the Flying Thunder God now. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hikaru bowed politely. I'll be in your care. With his system backing him, Hikaru didn't consider learning Fuinjutsu something worth boasting about. Even if he'd learned it normally, he didn't think he would have failed, but the truth was he'd relied on his cheat and the fruit to speed it up. That wasn't something to brag about. Besides, what Minato was about to teach him was the truly critical part. Hikaru knew plenty about the Flying Thunder God. What he lacked was practical experience, lessons, habits, and pitfalls from a master who had actually used it successfully. With that experience, plus Hikaru's ability to absorb techniques quickly, he could avoid a lot of dead ends. Hikaru's attitude was focused and sincere, and Minato's instruction was meticulous. Perhaps Minato really had begun to see Hikaru as another version of himself. He held nothing back. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. Minato genuinely wanted to cultivate talent for Konoha. After all, he was the kind of man who would give his life for the village without hesitation. Ninja Art, Flying Thunder God Seal. The sun was sinking toward the treetops. Bathed in the orange light of dusk, Hikaru held his right index and middle fingers together, chakra swirling at his fingertips. The next moment, a strange ripple of chakra spread from him, and a seal quietly appeared on the kunai in his left hand. The Flying Thunder God Seal, sealing that unique spatial coordinate formula onto a medium, forming the essential first step that made instantaneous space traversal possible. Hikaru had finally done it. Incredible. Minato stared at him, his expression nearly numb. He was genuinely stunned by Hikaru's learning speed. One day. Just one day, and right in front of Minato, Hikaru had completed the condensation and imprinting of the Flying Thunder God marking. If you counted from the day Hikaru began learning Fuinjutsu until now, it wasn't even a full week. Learning all of this in under a week. What kind of monster was this kid? Thank you for the praise, Lord Hokage, Hikaru said, staring happily at the mark on his kunai, yet he didn't let excitement cloud his mind. Without your guidance, I could never have reached this step. No, Minato said with a smile and shook his head. That's your talent. Keep going. I heard you. Want to become Hokage, right? Then you'll need to work even harder. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hikaru's expression instantly became serious. I'll remember your teaching. But before that, he paused. There's something I need to discuss with you properly. Chapter 87. Laying the cards on the table. Whenever Hikaru sought out Minato Namikaze for a serious talk, Minato would unconsciously feel his mood sink, and his blood pressure rise. There was no helping it. Every piece of intelligence Hikaru brought him touched on the darkest corners within Konoha. Even though Minato had only received 2 rounds of information from Hikaru so far, each time he managed to verify even part of it, that same oppressive feeling followed. So when Hikaru said those words, Minato frowned almost reflexively. That reaction was so strong it even caught Hikaru off guard. Still, Hikaru didn't dwell on it. There were things he had to discuss with Minato properly, specifically the vacant ANBU division commander position. Hikaru didn't know what choice Minato would ultimately make, nor did he know the exact stance of the higher-ups, but for the sake of his own plans he had to act. Otherwise, killing Namuki would have been completely meaningless. Moreover, Hikaru had already stirred certain thoughts in Minato. Minato's current position clearly wasn't as comfortable as it looked. In that case, an ANBU division commander willing to cooperate, obey his directives, and even provide him with more intelligence was not just useful, it was necessary. And Hikaru was certain of one thing: if Minato didn't try to do something now, there was a very high chance that this position would slip right past Hikaru. He had competitiveness, but he wasn't the only competitive candidate. What is it? Say it. Minato steadied himself, visibly forcing calm. Why didn't you bring this up earlier? Because I was still thinking about it, Hikaru replied with his usual gentle smile. About whether I should say it at all. And before that I felt I wasn't qualified enough. But now, as he spoke, Hikaru glanced at the kunai in his hand, the one already engraved with the flying thunder god marking. It wasn't so much that he hadn't been qualified before. It was that his bargaining chips hadn't been strong enough to force a decision. But now Hikaru had completed the 2 most difficult steps of the flying thunder god technique. More importantly, the moment he attempted spatial transfer, it would mean he had fully grasped the most basic form of flying thunder god. However, Hikaru had no intention of demonstrating that now. He knew very well that if he did, Minato might notice something abnormal. Mastering such a technique too smoothly, without any buffer period, was the same as exposing his secrets. Anything that risked exposing him was something Hikaru would never do lightly. That was also why he dared to reveal his progress in Fuinjutsu. It had a natural buffer. Even while busy, he could reasonably claim he trained in his spare time. As for Flying Thunder God, while Hikaru hadn't used it yet, Minato, someone deeply proficient in the technique, could clearly see that Hikaru was only 1 step away from success. Even if Hikaru outright claimed he had learned Flying Thunder God, it wouldn't sound unreasonable. Minato seemed to understand. With Flying Thunder God, a powerful summoning beast as a partner and solid personal strength, Hikaru indeed held a formidable hand. You want? Minato paused briefly before finishing the thought. The position of ANBU 3rd Division Commander? Yes. Hikaru's expression remained warm, but his tone this time was unyielding. I want the division commander position. Give me a reason. Minato took a deep breath and frowned. If it were only about strength, I could help you compete, but this position is extremely important, both to you, Lord Hokage, and to me. Hikaru cut him off calmly. You should know that Namuki had already drawn close to Root. His death, whether in your eyes or the 3rd Hokage's, means neither of you would allow another Namuki to appear. Am I wrong? Minato nodded slowly. Indeed, he had discussed the vacant ANBU division commander position with the 3rd Hokage recently, and the 2 of them had tacitly excluded Danzō from consideration. The candidates they discussed were all experienced and capable ANBU members, but in those talks, Hiruzen Sarutobi had held the upper hand. Minato had ideas of his own. He wanted to use this position to draw some people to his side, but within ANBU, he only truly had Hikaru and Kakashi. Tell me everything you're thinking, Minato said with a quiet sigh. I want your full thoughts. No reservations. In truth, Hikaru said with a faint smile, you're worried that acting too openly will anger the 3rd Hokage, aren't you? He spoke lightly, as if the topic itself carried no weight. After Kakashi's case and because you don't want direct conflict with the third Hokage, this decision puts you in a difficult position in ANBU. There simply aren't many people you can fully trust. But I believe I am absolutely one of them. As for seniority, I've been in ANBU for 5 years. That alone meets the minimum requirement. As for strength, while my chakra reserves are currently limited by my age and may not be ideal, I believe it won't take long before I fully master Flying Thunder God. On top of that, I have Lizard Maru as my partner. Within ANBU there aren't many I would lose to. Yes, I'm young, but give me time and I will become stronger and more worthy of your expectations. Hikaru paused. Minato nodded slightly. The information Hikaru laid out did indeed prove that he possessed the qualifications to become a division commander. Experience, strength, these were the core requirements and Hikaru met them, not to mention his terrifying potential. That potential alone was a decisive bargaining chip. And besides that, Hikaru's smile widened. I believe you also want a force within ANBU that truly belongs to you. Right now ANBU has 3 divisions. 2 Answer to the third Hokage. 1 Had already leaned toward Root. With this seat now vacant, even if you act a little more assertively and take it, the third Hokage would at most be annoyed. He wouldn't tear things apart, he controls too many resources. And with Kakashi's entry, the third Hokage was already mentally prepared for this outcome. More importantly, only if I become a division commander can I provide you with more accurate, more detailed and more timely intelligence. Isn't that right, Lord Hokage? Chapter 88. Hostility. The first light of dawn had barely crested the horizon when Hikaru rose on time. After a quick wash, he headed straight for ANBU headquarters. Having rested for quite a while, he had made tangible progress, both with the Sealing Type Seed and the Flying Thunder God technique. Because of that, he felt no resentment at all about returning to duty. If anything, he was looking forward to it. Several days had passed since his conversation with Minato Namikaze. Although he hadn't received a clear or official answer, Hikaru knew one thing for certain: he now had a chance. Minato had been cautious about Hikaru's proposal. Even after Hikaru pointed out that Kakashi's entry into ANBU had already set a precedent, and that promoting a force aligned with himself wouldn't cause a complete fallout with the third Hokage. Minato still preferred to proceed through formal channels, but he wanted everything to be done by the book. Hikaru had nothing to say about that. He was confident in himself. The standard process for promoting an ANBU division commander involved a series of evaluations and assessments. Hikaru didn't believe those tests would pose any real obstacle, though they would add complications and variables. Still, Minato was unwilling to break the rules, and Hikaru had no intention of forcing his hand, and no matter how their interactions felt, less like superior and subordinate, more like partners or even teacher and student, Hikaru was perfectly clear about the nature of their relationship. And no matter how gentle Minato's temperament was, there were lines that could not be crossed. In the end, aside from some regret at not being directly promoted and thus failing to fully draw Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention, Hikaru felt little else. One thing he hadn't lied about was this: even if Minato promoted him outright, it wouldn't cause an open rupture with the third Hokage. Hiruzen would retaliate in other ways, certainly, but by then the spotlight would be squarely on Hikaru. Fine. One step at a time. With that thought, Hikaru entered ANBU headquarters. The headquarters was located within the Hokage building, tucked away in a heavily concealed area near the Hokage Rock. Security here was extremely strict. Ordinary people weren't allowed anywhere near this place, and even if they were, they wouldn't be able to find it. Unlike Root, which was built beneath Hokage Rock, ANB had no need for symbolic gestures. Hikaru had always felt that Root's location wasn't accidental. It was as if it served two purposes: to comfort Danzō with the illusion that he stood just a ray of sunlight away from the Hokage, and to warn him at the same time. Root was something buried deep beneath Konoha. It was meant to stay there. After entering the headquarters, Hikaru swept his gaze across the room and quickly found the first division he belonged to. But he also noticed something else. As soon as he walked in, many ANBU members were watching him. Clearly, news of his recent mission had already spread, thanks to the operatives he'd rescued, his personal strength, Lizard Maru's existence, and his role in assisting the 3rd Division's escape had all merged into a single narrative. Together, they caused Hikaru's name to spread like wildfire within ANBU. At this point, almost everyone in Konoha's ANBU knew of Nightingale, captain of the 3rd Squad of the 1st Division, and the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. "Captain," Kakashi's voice suddenly called out. Hikaru turned his head and quickly locked onto Kakashi's position. Kakashi had clearly changed. There was a sense that he had begun to emerge from his shadows, but his relationship with most ANBU members was still distant. With ordinary operatives it was manageable, but with captains or division commanders there was practically no interaction at all. Hikaru, however, was different. He maintained decent relations with almost everyone, even if division commanders didn't speak to him much. Most regular operatives and squad captains held him in high regard. 5 years in ANBU had given Hikaru ample time to build connections. This latest mission, and his display of strength, had only elevated his standing further. "You're here early, Kakashi," Hikaru said as he walked over and sat beside him. "I didn't come late, did I?" "No, Captain," Kakashi replied quietly. "But I heard that some people aren't very happy with you." "Not happy." Hikaru nodded lightly and smiled. "Thanks for telling me, Kakashi. I understand." "Captain, what's going on?" Kakashi asked, puzzled. "I remember your relationships being pretty good." "Why would?" He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Hikaru didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on several individuals. He knew exactly why some people were dissatisfied, and he could even guess who they were. It was simple. Minato had pushed Hikaru forward, placing him into the competition for the division commander position. And that meant stepping on other people's interests. Some of them were from Hikaru's own division. Most, however, came from the 3rd Division. The 2nd Division wasn't lacking capable people. In fact, it had plenty of ANBU elites. But unfortunately, Hikaru and Kakashi's earlier mission had enraged Kakuzu, and the 2nd Division ended up taking the blame. Now several of their squads were being rebuilt, and they were even borrowing manpower from the 1st Division. They simply didn't have the capacity to compete. As for the 3rd Division, their reaction was only natural. The fallen commander had been there. Commander. The vacant position in their eyes belonged to the 3rd Division. Compared to having someone parachuted in, they would much rather see one of their own take the seat. Hikaru's rising reputation had significantly increased his competitiveness, and before he spoke with Minato, he hadn't even been on the candidate list. His sudden inclusion meant that everyone else's chances dropped. Of course they wouldn't be pleased. "It's actually very simple, and it's not really a secret." After sizing up his competitors, Hikaru smiled and spoke softly. "Because I'm also participating in this division commander selection." Chapter 89, Tacit Understanding. On the road connecting the Hokage building to ANBU headquarters, Minato, Namikaze, and Hiruzen Sarutobi walked side by side. Behind them followed Danzō Shimura, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado. This street was one of Konoha's busiest. People moved back and forth in a constant flow, vendors shouted their wares, and even housewives stopped to browse and bargain. Yet none of them seemed to notice that the 5 most powerful figures in the village were walking right through this crowd. Life went on as usual, harmonious and orderly. But among these 5, very few were in the mood to appreciate such harmony, especially Minato, Hiruzen, and Danzō. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts. "4th Hokage," Hiruzen suddenly asked calmly as they walked. "What is your opinion on this ANBU division commander selection?" "3rd Hokage," Minato replied with his usual warm smile, gentle like the morning sun. "I think it's best to let things take their natural course. Everyone participating this time meets the qualifications, no matter who succeeds. It wouldn't be surprising. Everyone is qualified?" Danzō scoffed from behind them. "Others might be fine, but can you explain what that Nightingale is doing there?" "Nightingale is naturally qualified as well," Minato replied flatly, clearly uninterested in continuing the discussion with Danzō. Minato disliked Danzō. This was hardly a secret. In fact, there were very few people in Konoha who genuinely liked Danzō. Minato's attitude was well within what could be considered normal for a Konoha ninja. Of course, as Hokage, he couldn't openly display his distaste. He also understood that although he disapproved of Root's existence, it did serve a certain function. That said, this necessity had long crossed the line, and Root was something he couldn't interfere with, nor fully understand. Danzō, seeing Minato's indifferent response, felt his resentment surge. All of his arrangements within ANBU had collapsed with Namuki's death, and Hiruzen clearly had no intention of letting him interfere again, something that filled Danzō with bitterness. What angered him most was this: ANBU, which he was barred from touching, was now being influenced by Minato, this brat, who had used his Hokage authority to forcibly insert someone into the selection, and Hiruzen had agreed. To Danzō, this was nothing short of outright betrayal. Yet he knew arguing was pointless. Hiruzen was the Hokage. Minato was also the Hokage. Hokage, that title was Danzō Shimura's lifelong obsession. Countless times he had replayed that moment in his mind. If only I had been 1 second faster back then, but time could not be reversed. Nothing could be changed. Nightingale does indeed meet the requirements, Hiruzen said calmly, glancing at his old friend before turning his gaze to Minato. He has sufficient experience and sufficient strength. However, he continued, his flaws are also obvious. He's too young. Can he really command respect? And his chakra reserves, aren't they also an issue? Nightingale may be young, Minato answered steadily, but I believe he has the ability to make others follow him willingly. As for his chakra, he added, that's clearly tied to his age. His potential, I think, speaks for itself, doesn't it, third Hokage? His potential is indeed impressive, Hiruzen replied with a slight shake of his head. But this assessment isn't something just anyone can pass. After a brief pause, he continued, still, since you want to give it a try, then go ahead. We're following standard procedure. It doesn't violate Konoha's rules. If he succeeds, all the better. If he fails, it will still be a valuable experience for the child. Of course, Minato nodded with a smile. Regardless of the outcome, it will be a meaningful experience. Their exchange was calm and measured, as if they were discussing an entirely ordinary matter. Yet Koharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado, walking behind them, couldn't help but sigh softly. This conversation sounded mild, but the undercurrents were sharp. The nightingale they were talking about could only be Senju Hikaru, a descendant of the Senju clan, becoming an ANBU division commander. That was something they had never even considered. What surprised them even more was Minato's connection with a Senju descendant. Of course, they understood that this connection was largely based on a teacher-student relationship. It could also be interpreted as Minato trying to establish his own power base. But the present-day Senju clan was no longer the Senju of old. From their perspective, Minato's actions were nothing more than a desperate gamble. Forcing Senju Hikaru into the division commander selection would only deepen ANBU's dissatisfaction toward him, and achieve little else. Hiruzen's agreement was not only meant to teach Minato a lesson, but also to prevent Danzō from inserting himself into ANBU again. Both Hiruzen and Minato understood Danzō's ambitions, and understood even more clearly that those ambitions would never be realized. And in truth, Hiruzen and Minato shared a similar unspoken mindset. Ever since Hiruzen had spoken of the future, the two of them had begun to drift apart beneath the surface. Minato remained respectful, but his decision to push Hikaru into the selection spoke volumes. Even so, they were perfectly aligned in one thing: Danzō Shimura would not be allowed to get what he wanted. Koharu and Homura exchanged a glance, then both shook their heads in silent agreement as they looked toward Danzō. He was trapped too deeply in his own delusions, and no one could convince him otherwise. He was never going to succeed. We're almost there, Hiruzen said calmly, looking ahead. Let's see how they perform. Yes, Minato replied with a gentle smile. All we can do now is watch their performance. I believe Nightingale will do well. After all, he learned quite a lot from me. Oh, Hiruzen asked with interest. Your personal guidance? Are you planning to take this child as your disciple? Perhaps, Minato answered softly. As for the future, who can say? Yes, who could truly say what the future held? Hiruzen nodded and said no more. As they continued forward, the 5 figures eventually disappeared into a building. The once bustling street gradually quieted, the crowds dispersing until only a few vendors remained. Chapter 90, Gentle Rain. Silent and soundless. Captain, you really plan to enter? No need to be surprised. Inside ANBU headquarters, Hikaru smiled and spoke quietly to Kakashi. Kakashi's surprise was completely understandable. After being here for a month or two, he had more or less figured out how ANBU worked. This position was only below the ANBU commander and vice commander, one of the most powerful seats in the entire organization. ANBU had many departments, but no matter how many there were, they all ultimately answered to the action units. In other words, those departments existed to serve the operational teams. So for a position with that level of authority, Kakashi had never even dared to imagine it, yet his captain actually intended to compete for it. But soon beneath his mask Kakashi's expression subtly changed, because he realized something: his captain truly did qualify, whether by experience or by strength. His captain met the requirements. If he qualified, why not try? Taking a slow breath, Kakashi nodded seriously. I understand. Captain, good luck. Of course. Hikaru smiled at him. If I succeed, would you be willing to come under me? I will naturally follow you, Captain, Kakashi replied firmly. In all of ANBU, the person he knew best was Hikaru, and Hikaru had helped him far too much. If Hikaru left, Kakashi would likely be reassigned into some other squad. He wasn't afraid of an unfamiliar environment, but he didn't like it either. If he could follow someone he trusted, why would he choose to work under strangers? Besides, Hikaru's relationship with his teacher was anything but ordinary. Ashi had long since regarded Hikaru as one of us. While the two were speaking, the entire ANBU hall suddenly fell silent. At the same time, the great gates of the plaza opened. Hikaru and Kakashi immediately stopped talking, because several figures were walking in. Looking closely, it was Minato, Namikaze, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Behind them followed a middle-aged man wearing ANBU uniform but without a mask. Murashima Takumi. Hikaru's gaze locked onto the man instantly. He knew exactly who he was. This man stood at the head of one of Konoha's most terrifying and most powerful institutions. Of course, most powerful here was within the scope of department heads. The ANBU commander held far more authority than other department leaders, but Hikaru also understood. The real meaning of Murashima Takumi's existence was that he was Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouthpiece. His strength was unquestionable, yet what stood out most wasn't his combat power, but his loyalty to the third Hokage. The fact that Hiruzen could grip ANBU so firmly, and even after stepping down as Hokage still maintain control over it, said everything about just how loyal this man truly was. Hikaru didn't know the personal history between Murashima and Hiruzen, but he did know this: as long as Murashima Takumi remained in ANBU, ANBU would remain Hiruzen Sarutobi's one-man show. When they reached the center of the plaza, Hiruzen and Minato exchanged a look, then Hiruzen stepped forward and spoke. Everyone, why we've come today. I think you all know already, yes? His movement was effortless. Everyone present looked as though this was only natural, but Hikaru couldn't help shaking his head internally. Who exactly was the real Hokage here, and who was ANBU truly supposed to answer to? Minato's weakness was painfully obvious. Good. Hiruzen swept his gaze across the crowd, then nodded. Since you all understand, I won't waste words. Today you are here not only to witness the evaluation, but also to serve as part of its supervision. The post of division commander is extremely important. I trust all of you understand that. So we cannot afford even the slightest carelessness. We must select someone experienced, capable, someone who can lead you in completing missions and protecting our home. Yes, Hokage-sama, the ANBU shouted in unison, but as they answered, many of them couldn't help glancing toward Hikaru, and Minato's brows tightened slightly. Hikaru was one of the candidates, but he was far too young. Even with the reputation he had gained through recent publicity, it still wasn't enough, far from enough, to make ANBU accept him as their commander. Hiruzen hadn't said a single word directly rejecting Hikaru, yet the effect had already been achieved. Everyone in ANBU knew Hikaru had been personally chosen by Minato. Even if Minato was Hokage, he lacked the kind of entrenched authority within ANBU that Hiruzen had. So Minato's move naturally attracted criticism. ANBU were still human. Even if they feared neither blood nor death, they did fear dying for no reason. A commander who made the wrong decision at the wrong time would absolutely get them killed. Then let the evaluation begin, Hiruzen continued, as if he hadn't noticed the subtle looks at all. But we'll move directly to the practical combat assessment. I'm confident the candidates won't have any issues with theory. After all, you're all elites. Regardless of age, this level of competence shouldn't be a problem, correct? Finally, this evaluation will not restrict fighting methods. You may use summons and the like since they are your partners. At those words, Minato's expression finally changed, though he quickly forced it back under control, and Hikaru once again could only shake his head internally. He had to admit it. this old fox was truly formidable. With a few simple lines like gentle rain that soaked in without sound, Hiruzen had made Hikaru's situation far more delicate and far more uncomfortable, skipping theory and going straight to combat. To Hikaru personally, theory wasn't something he feared, but his age was a fact. Experience would always be his weak point. Now Hiruzen publicly removed that part of the evaluation, making it look as though Hikaru was being favored. And his last sentence, allowing summons, was even worse, because everyone in ANBU knew Hikaru's reputation, strong skill, low chakra, and a terrifying summon as his partner. If Hikaru actually used that summon, he would be walking straight into Hiruzen's trap. First, he would gain the label, he relies on his summon, his own strength isn't that impressive. Second, it would deepen ANBU's resentment toward Minato's choice. And worse still, if Hikaru won under these circumstances after theory had been conveniently skipped, it would only reinforce the idea that the fourth Hokage is forcing this result, which would push ANBU and Minato even farther apart. This old man really knows how to stir trouble. Hikaru thought grimly. Looks like this election won't be easy. Chapter 91. The selection begins. Senju Hikaru knew from the start that this selection was never going to be easy. Judging by how things had developed, everything he had done so far looked, on the surface, like he had openly chosen to stand on Namikaze Minato's side. That was something he had deliberately engineered, and he had long since prepared himself for the consequences. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's counterplay was still ruthless enough to earn a silent sigh of admiration. There was a reason Hiruzen had remained Hokage for so many years. His sense of timing and his ability to seize opportunities were terrifyingly sharp. Still, Senju Hikaru didn't let it bother him. Originally, he had considered ending this entire selection in the most direct way possible, by unleashing Lizard Maru's overwhelming presence and crushing every opponent head-on. But now, that option was no longer viable, so he simply wouldn't do it. He had plenty of cards in his hand. Some could be revealed. Others absolutely could not. He knew the difference very well. That if anything, he even felt a trace of gratitude toward Minato. Without Minato's involvement, this situation might truly have become troublesome. Even if he didn't directly promote me to division commander, Senju Hikaru thought calmly, that was never entirely within his authority anyway. It doesn't really matter. His gaze drifted toward Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing at the center of the plaza. Behind the mask, a faint smile appeared on Senju Hikaru's face. Hiruzen's actions could be seen as a warning shot aimed at Minato, but the crack between the third and fourth Hokage already existed. Since that was the case, why not widen it a little more? Besides, Hiruzen had handed him a stage. If Senju Hikaru failed to seize this opportunity, that would truly be unforgivable. And honestly, he thought, my opponents aren't as terrifying as they seem. Pulling his attenti on back, Senju Hikaru began calmly assessing the candidates he might face. Yes, they were all formidable, but none of them were unbeatable. Within ANBU, the people most eager to compete for a division commander position were usually members of major clans who had entered ANBU. Their reasons were obvious: to signal loyalty to Konoha's leadership, and to claim influence through ANBU's authority. In reality, ANBU's composition was simple: a small number of civilian-born shinobi. A portion of clan shinobi, and the largest group by far, war orphans. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Senju Tobirama who founded ANBU in the first place, neither of them ever wanted, nor allowed, major clans to gain overwhelming control within ANBU. Division commanders who truly came from powerful clans were not non-existent, but they were extremely rare. This time, there would certainly be clan shinobi among his opponents, but even more numerous would be those raised in orphanages. Senju Hikaru suspected both types would appear, though the order could be adjusted strategically. For example, if he advanced all the way to the final round, there was a very high chance his last opponent would be a clan shinobi. Just imagine the optics: the fourth Hokage's chosen candidate standing in the way of a clan shinobi's promotion to division commander. The fallout from that would be interesting, to say the least. In that sense, Minato might have been better off cutting through everything cleanly and promoting him outright. Then again, things had already reached this point. Very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, sweeping his gaze across the plaza. Let's begin with the first match. Senju Hikaru's thoughts stopped instantly. First round, Nightingale versus Weasel. Weasel? Senju Hikaru turned his head and looked toward the center of his division. There, a man wearing a cat-faced ANBU mask stood quietly. Weasel was his teammate. Not only that, Weasel was also a squad captain. Senju Hikaru hadn't expected his very first opponent to be someone from his own division. The arrangement was intriguing that he knew Weasel fairly well. They had carried out missions together more than once. Likewise, Weasel was familiar with many of Senju Hikaru's habits and methods. Hiruzen's intent was obvious. This match alone could expose quite a lot. But Senju Hikaru was no longer who he used to be. With his cheat in hand, how could he possibly remain stagnant, even back when they worked together? Senju Hikaru had been confident he could defeat Weasel if necessary, let alone now. Stepping out from the crowd, Senju Hikaru moved calmly to the center of the plaza. Weasel followed, matching his pace. Without exchanging a word, the two instinctively spread apart, opening distance between them. They locked eyes, adjusting their breathing, regulating their chakra, both waiting for the signal. "Didn't expect my first opponent to be you," Senju Hikaru said quietly at last, his tone relaxed and friendly. "Go easy on me later, will you?" "You've got to be kidding," Weasel shook his head, glancing around before lowering his voice as well. "What exactly is going on with you?" "Same as you," Senju Hikaru sighed softly. "Just dragged into far more things than I ever intended." Weasel wasn't foolish. Though he came from an orphanage, his awareness was extremely sharp. In truth, orphanages were filled with hidden talents. They weren't just playgrounds for transmigrators. On their own, they produced an alarming number of exceptional shinobi. One of the future masterminds of the ninja world, and one of Senju Hikaru's greatest future rivals, Yakushi Kabuto, had also emerged from an orphanage. Such a goldmine, how could Senju Hikaru not be tempted? But temptation didn't mean action. The orphanages were under strict Konoha surveillance. War orphans were the ideal raw material for shinobi, precisely why both Root and ANBU prized them so highly. Funding for the orphanages was tightly controlled, and the reason was obvious. Only Konoha's highest authorities or major clans could approach those children freely. Ordinary people had no chance. Adoption itself was incredibly difficult. At Senju Hikaru's age, it was completely impossible. And with his Senju background, even the thought of contacting war orphans would immediately raise alarms. Unless he possessed enough authority, this was a line he could never cross. "Enough of that," Weasel shook his head. "No matter what, I won't hold back, Nightingale. I want that division commander seat too." "Perfect," Senju Hikaru smiled sincerely. "I've been wanting to see Captain Weasel's true strength for a long time." At that moment, both of them finished adjusting their states. Their auras peaked. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched them quietly, then gave a small nod. "Begin." Chapter 92. Talent. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell, Senju Hikaru and Weasel moved at almost the exact same moment. They turned into streaks of light, ripping through the air, then sparks burst from metal-on-metal impact as both men appeared locked together, kunai pressed against kunai. Fast. So fast that even the eye struggled to keep up. Senju Hikaru was famous for speed. But Weasel was also a speed-type shinobi. A clash like this was guaranteed to be dizzying. While their kunai pinned each other and their strength silently pushed back and forth, a sudden alarm rang through Senju Hikaru's instincts. He immediately sensed something off about Weasel. The next instant, Senju Hikaru sprang sideways, just as a cold, sinister blade light slid past his clothes. With his perception already active, Senju Hikaru caught every subtle shift. Weasel's blade work was no joke. Crescent Moon Dance. Landing, Senju Hikaru's gaze swept over the attacker. A shadow clone. Crescent Moon Dance was rumored to be a sword technique created by Senju Tobarama. Senju Hikaru wasn't sure whether that origin story was true, but he did know the technique itself. At the moment of attack, the user creates shadow clones, then the clones and the original coordinate, blitzing from the left, above, and right to strike vital points. But Weasel had modified it into something more suited to ANBU assassination. His clone didn't appear at the start of the assault. Instead, it emerged after the original initiated contact, then followed up in sequence, and perhaps to conserve chakra, or because this was only probing, Weasel had formed just one clone. Interesting. Senju Hikaru noted it inwardly, then moved again, because Weasel's original and clone were already closing in, shadowing him like a pair of blades. Senju Hikaru tapped the ground with his toes and drifted backward. In a flash of motion, his ninjato slid free. He swung hard toward Weasel, and Weasel stepped in to block. Senju Hikaru's smile deepened at a T the moment their blades met. A streak of deep blue light flashed along Senju Hikaru's sword. A razor-thin water release, compressed to the extreme, burst into life aloe. Ing the edge, Senju Hikaru's blade cut clean through Weasel's sword, severing it at the hilt with no resistance at all. Then Senju Hikaru's body flicker fully detonated. Wrapped in blue brilliance, he drove his ninjato straight toward Weasel's chest. "That kid's using the sensei's technique well," Hiruzen said as he watched the blue-lit blade, a faint smile appearing. "He's pushed water blade slash to a very high level. He must have put in serious work." "Agreed," Koharu nodded, expression sharp. "At this level, he's already beyond most users of that technique." "Humph. He's from that clan," Danzō said coldly, still irritated. "Not embarrassing the teacher is the bare minimum." Hamura stayed silent. Minato also didn't join the older generation's conversation, he simply watched. Senju Hikaru's showing was excellent, but one or two techniques didn't prove enough. He still needed to win. Minato, who had been neatly cornered by the third Hokage, knew he had no room left to retreat. He could only hope Senju Hikaru succeeded. More than that, he hoped Senju Hikaru would actively request a theory exam afterward, only that could slightly soften the political trap Hiruzen had set. Bang! Senju Hikaru's thrust landed, and a muffled burst followed as thick smoke bloomed in front of him. A shadow cloned. He had struck the clone, not the real body. Which made sense. Few people would sacrifice themselves to protect a clone unless they were running a deliberate bait. The instant the clone dispersed, Weasel's real body surged in, swinging a brutal downward slash at Senju Hikaru. But Senju Hikaru had already locked onto him with perception. His response was instant. As Senju Hikaru settled his footing, his sword rotated and caught Weasel's blade. Then Senju Hikaru twisted his torso and drove a kick at Weasel. Unfortunately, Weasel wasn't ordinary either. His reaction speed wasn't quite Senju Hikaru's, but his combat experience was solid. He raised his left arm, blocked the kick, and used the impact to throw himself back out of range. Even while flying backward, Weasel's hands were already flashing through seals. He wasn't going to give Senju Hikaru a chase window. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Chakra surged, and a massive Earth Dragon erupted from the ground, lunging straight at Senju Hikaru. Senju Hikaru didn't bother countering with ninjutsu. This kind of technique simply wasn't a problem for him. He rolled once, clean, efficient, and slipped past the dragon with ease. The movement looked almost casual. Elegant. As if the giant Earth Dragon existed only as a stage prop to make his evasion look even more dazzling. That alone drew sharp reactions across the ANBU ranks. Dodging a ninjutsu strike that cleanly had never been easy. Weasel's Earth Dragon Bullet was fast, and its coverage wasn't narrow. Evading it lightly required absurd reaction speed and body coordination. Yet Senju Hikaru did it, without relying on a counter technique. That spoke volumes. Nightingale Captain is young, but he's beyond expectations. That reaction speed and coordination ridiculous. If you draw him as your opponent later, you'll have a bad time. He's clearly not easy. Enough. Don't cross the line. Captain, matters are not ours to judge. Whispers spread, not only among ANBU, even Hiruzen and Danzō gave him a second look. Danzō in his youth might have done the same, but now he would more often default to countering with ninjutsu. That kind of coordination and reflex wasn't something you trained into existence. It was talent. Rare, unfair talent. Hiruzen's eyes flicked, almost casually, toward Minato. Now he understood a little more clearly why Minato had chosen this boy, and why he seemed to be teaching him personally. This kind of talent. It suited a certain technique Minato had mastered, and if the boy truly learned it, then the boy's value would become impossible to measure. Chapter 93. Victory. After Senju Hikaru dodged Weasel's Earth Dragon Bullet with absurd ease, light, effortless, yet extremely difficult in execution, the rest of the fight had almost no suspense. Weasel knew it too. If he were the one facing that technique, there was no chance he could have avoided it so cleanly. What Senju Hikaru had just displayed proved one thing beyond doubt. Senju Hikaru's fundamentals were terrifyingly strong. Still, Weasel had no intention of giving up. As one of ANBU's squad leaders, he had his own pride. He understood Senju Hikaru's advantages, some of them even beyond what he'd expected, but Senju Hikaru's weaknesses were equally obvious. Too young, meaning his stamina should be limited. Chakra reserves clearly insufficient. Physical strength decent, but still not quite on par with a full-grown adult. A 13. Or 14-year-old couldn't possibly outlast an experienced adult, right? So Weasel chose the only route left, drag it out. Even if he couldn't win, he would at least force Senju Hikaru to reveal more of his hidden cards. With that mindset, Weasel launched a relentless assault. His strength was no joke. In certain aspects he still hadn't fully reached true Jonin level, just like Senju Hikaru, but overall he could be considered Jonin class. That was exactly why the village even had the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin, special Jonin. Some shinobi were Jonin in overall capability, yet had one or more missing pieces. Senju Hikaru had always thought the label was silly. If your total combat power is Jonin level, then you're Jonin level. Some special Jonin even surpassed full Jonin in specific fields. Against Weasel's storm of attacks, Senju Hikaru stayed calm and steady. His speed advantage exploded into full view. Steel rang again and again, sparks bursting like fireflies as the two blurred into afterimages. And everyone watching was ANBU. Even if they didn't specialize in speed, they could still follow what was happening. They could also see something else clearly. Weasel was trying to drain Senju Hikaru, and even then he wouldn't last long. Senju Hikaru's speed crushed Weasel's. No matter how hard Weasel pushed, he couldn't truly catch him. Meanwhile, every counter from Senju Hikaru forced Weasel into frantic, messy defense. The gap was obvious to everyone. Soon, Weasel seemed to decide the exchange was hopeless. He broke away and began forming seals again. Earth release, falling clay. A strange barrier formed overhead, and in the next moment, massive amounts of chakra-infused clay began raining down towards Senju Hikaru. Senju Hikaru raised an eyebrow that he'd seen this technique before, maybe in manga or anime, one of those rare moments where ANBU got to look truly impressive. The technique had real bite. He'd also personally seen it in ANBU's ninjutsu archives years ago. Senju Hikaru paused for a fraction of a moment, then leapt backward. He had no interest in being touched by that sticky, dangerous clay. As he evaded, his left hand quietly moved behind his back. A single hand seal W. As completed silently, Weasel wasn't surprised that Senju Hikaru dodged. Senju Hikaru's reaction speed had already proven that this alone wouldn't threaten him, because falling clay wasn't meant to be used alone. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Weasel formed seals again without hesitation. This time it was fire release. Falling clay was designed to pair with fire. The chakra clay restricted movement and could trap the target, then the flames would turn the trap into a furnace, burning the enemy down into sludge. Normally, this kind of thing wouldn't be allowed in a spar, but Weasel couldn't worry about that now, and he trusted Senju Hikaru wouldn't actually die. The fireball slammed into the clay, and in an instant, flames swallowed the entire fighting zone. The sheer heat made everyone tense. ANBU included, and even Hiruzen and Minato, but no one intervened. Weasel finished the combo and watched cautiously. The roaring fire blocked his vision completely. He couldn't locate Senju Hikaru at all, but he was certain Senju Hikaru was fine. So he waited, guarded, ready for a counterstrike. Then, a faint movement stirred behind him. Weasel spun, and Senju Hikaru erupted forward with unbelievable speed. So fast it looked like a streak of light. Holding his ninjato with both hands, Senju Hikaru surged halfway in, then suddenly accelerated again. His speed jumped up an entire tier. This was almost beyond Weasel's ability to track. Weasel grit his teeth and raised his blade. He truly hadn't expected Senju Hikaru could still go faster. He thought he'd already found Senju Hikaru's ceiling. But now it was obvious, he hadn't pressured Senju Hikaru at all. Clang. Steel collided. Weasel barely blocked the strike. But his expression changed immediately. Because movement flickered at his side, Weasel yanked out a kunai. With no time left to dodge, he lifted it to take the hit, but just as ninjato and kunai were about to meet, Senju Hikaru's wrist shifted. The sword moved like it was alive. It slipped past the kunai and swept straight toward Weasel's throat. It's over. Senju Hikaru stopped his blade at Weasel's neck. He had no intention of killing him, but the fight was done. So I lost completely. Weasel sighed deeply, not looking surprised. As expected, that technique still wasn't enough against you. You shouldn't say that, Senju Hikaru smiled, offering a small consolation. It's just that my speed is fast. Weasel's combo was dangerous, but for Senju Hikaru it wasn't truly troublesome. And even if it became troublesome, Senju Hikaru had nothing to fear. Minato and Hiruzen were both watching. They would never allow a spar like this to turn into a real tragedy. They hadn't stepped in only because they were confident Senju Hikaru was fine. Senju Hikaru sheathed his sword, then extended a hand. Weasel took it and rose. Hiruzen watched, silently weighing something. Then he announced in a clear voice, "The winner of the first match, Nightingale." Chapter 94. Thoughts. Senju Hikaru's first match had no suspense at all. Even he didn't feel it was difficult. He watched a bit of the remaining selection matches and quickly lost interest. Either they were complete stomps with no reference value, or both sides fought to the limit so clearly that Senju Hikaru could tell at a glance where their ceiling was. Nothing especially worth studying. Fortunately, the morning's matches were basically finished by noon. Even though the number of candidates wasn't small, the total was still under 10 bouts. In the afternoon, Senju Hikaru had to do routine patrol duty. For him, that was practically the same as taking a break. Assassinations and long-range deployments were ANBU's big missions, but ordinary patrols were their everyday work. Bringing Kakashi with him, Senju Hikaru set out quickly. This patrol route was interesting. It was the same area where Senju Hikaru and Kakashi had run into route last time. So it's here. Kakashi clearly remembered the place. Let's hope we don't run into trouble again. I agree. I don't like them and I don't want to meet them either. Senju Hikaru nodded in full agreement. As long as someone in Konoha knew route existed, very few of them actually liked route. Senju Hikaru did. Kakashi did too. Kakashi had been in ANBU long enough now. He'd already absorbed the necessary background knowledge and understood a fair amount about route. The previous encounter had been bad enough. Neither of them wanted a repeat. This time they weren't unlucky. The patrol went smoothly. Maybe Route's pathetic showing last time earned them a harsh lecture from Danzō. Or maybe it was simply too early in the day for them to be moving. Either way, Senju Hikaru and Kakashi found nothing suspicious in the sensitive areas they patrolled. Senju Hikaru even used his sensory ability to probe the surroundings. Still nothing. Did the ceiling barrier get reinforced? After learning ceiling techniques, Senju Hikaru discovered his perception had become somewhat sensitive to ceiling barriers. Average ones were easy for him to notice, but truly advanced ones? Not so much, and right now that was the problem. Last time he'd already witnessed the barrier here. Normally he should have felt something familiar, yet he couldn't sense anything at all. That could only mean one thing: the barrier had been strengthened. And if they strengthened it, there must be a reason. Other than the one incident where he and Kakashi accidentally exposed Route once, there shouldn't have been any problems here. And even that time, nothing truly concrete was revealed. Route was careful, but not so extreme that they'd abandon an experimental base they'd built for who knew how many years over something minor. Besides, plenty of people were effectively backing it. There was no need to overreact if they didn't need to relocate, yet still reinforce the barrier. Then maybe the opposite was true. Maybe they were deliberately choosing this location and turning it into an even more important facility. Hide it under the lamp wasn't a brilliant strategy in general, but it became viable when protected by a strong power. Route fit that description, and the strong protection here wasn't just one layer. Could it be they're doing something even more important inside? Senju Hikaru's interest stirred. If that was the case, he could potentially gather material. After signing a contract with Lizard Maru's entire lizard clan, Senju Hikaru knew there were plenty of small lizards he could use, some tiny enough for infiltration, others capable of communicating with animals. Any of them could become tools to penetrate and investigate the facility if he could obtain more intelligence, or even fully map out the underground lab. Then he'd be holding a much bigger card, a card big enough to trade with Minato for greater, more valuable exchanges. And what Senju Hikaru could gain through Minato would let him do even more per APS, even convert it into real leverage and profit. With that in mind, Senju Hikaru made a decision, and he didn't intend to delay. Right now Danzō was with Hiruzen, and even Minato was with them. At a moment like this, Danzō wouldn't have time to come here personally, and the people guarding this place probably weren't many. Most importantly, Senju Hikaru's patrol route was already in this area. If he didn't seize an opportunity this good, he might not get another one soon. Kakashi, let's split up and patrol separately, Senju Hikaru said. There are only two of us, sticking together is inefficient. The sooner we finish checking, the sooner we clock out. Honestly, I don't even think this place needs that much attention. True. This is their territory, Kakashi nodded, fully agreeing. If we can finish early, even better. I'll check the north side. All right. Also, keep an eye out for the security force, Senju Hikaru added, thinking of something. If you see them coming toward this area, just urge them to leave. This zone is technically within their search and patrol scope too, but they usually don't come here. I understand, Captain, Kakashi replied seriously. I read about it in the briefs. I know how to handle it. The security force did have jurisdiction over this area. Technically, they had authority across all of Konoha. But ever since the security force became a department staffed only by the Uchiha, their power looked big on paper yet shrank in reality. And because they were exclusively their own people, they were short-staffed. Covering all of Konoha was extremely difficult. Senju Hikaru mentioning it was partly a captain's habit, and partly a way to keep Kakashi vigilant. Kakashi didn't waste words. He turned and left quickly. Senju Hikaru scanned the area once, then moved off as well, only this time his direction subtly, deliberately, drifted toward the underground facility he'd discovered before. Chapter 95, Operation About Right. When Senju Hikaru reached a point roughly 300 meters from the underground lab he remembered, he stopped firmly in place. He knew he couldn't go any closer. If he pushed forward from here, it was hard to say what might be detected. This wasn't a truly safe distance, but compared to other spots, it was the most suitable for what he was about to do. He wasn't sure what the maximum range of his link with a small lizard would be. His link range with Lizard Maru was extremely long, but that was because Lizard Maru was powerful. When Senju Hikaru synchronized with Lizard Maru, it was basically Lizard Maru's chakra doing the heavy lifting, letting Senju Hikaru grasp its condition from afar that a tiny lizard couldn't possibly compare. Senju Hikaru had never summoned a small lizard before, but he guessed the little thing wouldn't be able to sustain the connection over too great a distance. Around 300 meters was probably its limit. He took a deep breath. Instead of summoning immediately, he first used his sensory ability even more carefully, sweeping the surroundings. Insects and plants were his priority. That he checked insects to guard against Aburame Ryomet. He checked plants because Root was experimenting with Hashirama Senju's cells. Who knew whether they'd produce some plant-based monstrosity capable of sensing intruders through vegetation? As for animals, even if no specific clan was mentioned, Senju Hikaru didn't dare relax. Plenty of clans could still manage animal control or influence, Yamanaka techniques for example. Senju Hikaru remembered that in the original story, Yamanaka Ino had controlled birds to locate Kakuzu. And Root loved recruiting clan shinobi. Even if Root hadn't yet reached the later stage of openly trampling ninja village rules, their lies could still lure idealists into joining, until little by little they became Danzo's private army. Looks like there really isn't much defensive coverage right now. After a thorough scan, Senju Hikaru confirmed he couldn't sense any chakra signatures in animals, plants, or even small pests like mosquitoes and flies. That result pleased him. Opportunities like this were rare. He couldn't afford to miss it. He inhaled again, then began forming hand seals quickly. Seals at this range could create chakra fluctuations and trigger unnecessary trouble. But summoning a tiny lizard shouldn't be too risky. Puff, smoke spread, and a very small lizard appeared before him. The little lizard flicked its tongue, then a faint, extremely subtle chakra signal flowed from it into Senju Hikaru. Senju Hikaru understood immediately. This was how the lizard clan communicated. Through that connection, the summoner could also learn what abilities the summoned lizard possessed. The lizard clan really was fascinating. Their abilities were remarkably diverse in combat. The undisputed ceiling was Lizard Maru. But when it came to intelligence gathering, their types were all over the map. Animal communication, camouflage-based infiltration, reconnaissance, they could do it. However, the lizard Senju Hikaru summoned this time was not the one that used chakra resonance to communicate with animals. Animal thinking differed greatly from human thinking. More importantly, Senju Hikaru needed materials, documents, lists, written records that he didn't believe animals could understand those. And animals wouldn't truly be under his control, meaning they could abandon the mission halfway or cause unpredictable problems. That was unacceptable. So the best choice was a summoned creature that was obedient, could recognize human writing, and had strong concealment abilities. After weighing it all, Senju Hikaru chose a summoned lizard as his primary tool for this mission. Concealment, disguise, and rapid memory. As Senju Hikaru's chakra fused with the lizard's, he quickly learned more about it, especially its capabilities, which genuinely surprised him. He had chosen this lizard with those traits in mind, but what he understood through the contract scroll couldn't compare to holding it in his hand and receiving the information directly through their chakra link. Once he confirmed everything, a smile tugged at Senju Hikaru's mouth. Truly. A Kishimoto-style summon, even a lizard with almost no combat power, could provide value that sometimes surpassed battlefield needs. If Senju Hikaru were cruel enough, he could even use these lizards to accomplish assassinations he himself might not be able to pull off. In his modern world, the simplest assassination was remote, silent, and clean. In this world, that approach had limitations, so the most practical method became poisoning. And the lizard clan did have poisonous members. Used properly, Senju Hikaru could silently poison many targets without suspicion. Ever reaching him, he shook his head and forcibly dropped that line of thinking. Poisoning wasn't dishonorable, not really. For extreme efficiency shinobi, the simplest method of eliminate an enemy was often the best, and unless you were someone like Hashirama Senju, who basically didn't fear toxins, most people absolutely did. In the previous mission, Sasori had been a master of poison. The ANBU and root teams had suffered horribly, only a handful returned, and those survivors still carried lingering aftereffects. That alone showed how terrifying poison could be. Senju Hikaru didn't reject poison as a tool for eliminating unnecessary threats, but he wouldn't use it on enemies within the village. At least, not right now. He steadied his thoughts, then looked down at the lizard in his hand. "Are you ready?" he asked quietly. "This mission is extremely important. You can't leave any traces. Understand?" Hiss hiss. The small lizard flicked its tongue like a snake. "I need their documents, important documents. If you can, bring back everything." Senju Hikaru's face was calm and unreadable now. In moments like this, it was hard for him to maintain his usual warm, smiling mask. Especially their experiment rosters and the records of their experimental materials. Chapter 96. The hall. After finishing his arrangements, Senju Hikaru left the area quickly and began circling the perimeter around the laboratory. To be honest, he still felt uneasy about doing something like this, especially the risk that the lizard might be discovered, and that he would be exposed as a result. After all, Senju Hikaru was still somewhere above ground in the area. He needed to put distance between himself and the site as fast as possible, but he also understood that simply running carried danger too. Root's nature was vicious. Even if they didn't catch anyone, even if all that remained was a lizard corpse in the facility, it would still be bad. Konoha, who among Root, ANBU, and the upper leadership didn't know Senju Hikaru had a giant lizard summon. If a small lizard suddenly turned up inside a Root lab, thinking of him would be the most natural conclusion. And even without caught in the act, what was Root? They wouldn't bother with reason or evidence. They would act. And that kind of action was the most terrifying. If you resist, you're finished, because if you're innocent, why would you resist? If you don't resist, they can claim it was an accident and kill you without needing proof. After that, they'd issue a regret-filled apology to ANBU packed with words like unfortunate and mistake, find a scapegoat and call it done. Senju Hikaru didn't even doubt that the so-called scapegoat would be smoothly handled too, but this time his luck held. Even on the day he left, while he continued circling at roughly a 300-meter radius, he sensed that the small lizard had already left the world of the living. During that whole period, Senju Hikaru kept his sensory ability active, locking onto everything nearby, and he discovered nothing. It eased his nerves, but he didn't dare truly relax, because the following days were the most dangerous. The most crucial. For those days he didn't even dare summon the lizard again. Even at home he stayed on edge, monitoring for any disturbance. Any hint that something had changed at IT was too dangerous. This operation was, without question, the most dangerous thing Senju Hikaru had ever done. But he also knew, if it succeeded, the payoff would be beyond imagination. When profit reaches 100%, people will trample every law. When profit reaches 300%, people will risk the gallows. For Senju Hikaru, this was absolutely a 300% profit gamble. No matter how careful he was, he would still take the risk. A week passed. Nothing happened. Only then did Senju Hikaru finally breathe out. He knew he'd gambled correctly. He still hadn't seen what the lizard had recorded or brought back. But whatever came out of that underground facility couldn't be worthless. So, on a late night 1 week later, Senju Hikaru quietly summoned the small lizard again. He'd been waiting so long he couldn't stand it anymore. But then, what? Senju Hikaru's face, normally warm by sheer habit, changed completely. You didn't bring back anything? The lizard's answer was devastating. It had been inside for more than half an hour, and found nothing. Hiss. The lizard flicked its tongue, trying to explain. You're saying the underground facility is too big, and you couldn't locate where they store documents. Senju Hikaru forced himself to calm down. But you weren't exposed? Hiss. The lizard nodded in an oddly human way, then continued with its strange vocalizations. Not exposed, but you followed the smell of blood and found something else. Senju Hikaru frowned. What exactly did you find? I don't want this to end in total failure. Hiss. Then the lizard's body flared with an unusual chakra. It opened its mouth, and a strange lump of meat, radiating a hard-to-describe aura, was spat out onto the floor. This is? Senju Hikaru froze for a moment as he stared at the darkened chunk. Then his expression shifted sharply. He immediately spread his sensory ability outward, scanning the surroundings, while focusing even more intensely on the meat itself. It wasn't large, and it had already dried out. That meant it had been sitting for some time, yet despite that, it still carried unbelievable cellular activity. Something like that would be absurd to anyone else, but to Senju Hikaru it was simply pointing to one terrifyingly familiar possibility. There was a man who, even after death, could still leave a body capable of this. This is a piece of Senju Hashirama's flesh. Senju Hikaru's eyes lit with excitement. Even if it isn't, this is still the strongest proof I could ask for. Yes, with this chunk of meat Senju Hikaru now held his best trump card. Whether it was truly Hashirama's flesh or flesh derived from Hashirama's cells and grafted into someone else, either way it was effective and fatal evidence. With this card Senju Hikaru could choose either path, follow Minato, or turn and attach himself to Hiruzen. Either way it was a weapon. If he followed Minato, this card could force Hiruzen and his side to hesitate, to fear acting rashly. Handled well it could even pressure Hiruzen into abandoning Danzō and yielding major concessions. If he followed Hiruzen instead, this card could let Senju Hikaru present himself as someone willing to cut down his own clan for the greater good. Displaying absolute loyalty in front of Hiruzen, and no matter how he used it, the reward wouldn't be small. It wouldn't be low. But before that, I need to secure my footing on a bigger stage and keep climbing. The value of this trump card would only rise as Senju Hikaru's status rose. If Senju Hikaru was only an ANBU squad leader, this card wouldn't protect him, it would be a death sentence. Reality was cruel. Senju Hikaru understood that. Still, having this card in hand was priceless. He forced himself to calm down, then turned to the small lizard. Thank you, he said quietly. Thank you for delivering me such a gift. Chapter 97. The final match. With such a trump card in hand, it was impossible for Senju Hikaru not to be in a good mood. That said, he also knew he had to rein himself in. His current status and influence were nowhere near enough to convert that card into tangible benefits. Worse, revealing it prematurely could very well get him killed. More importantly, there was something far more immediate demanding his attention. The ANBU Division Commander selection was still proceeding as scheduled. Over the course of a week, Senju Hikaru fought 2 more matches. Even though his heart was uneasy, he understood one thing very clearly. If he started acting abnormal now, that would truly spell disaster. So in both matches, his performance could be summed up as steady and normal. Unfortunately for everyone else, what he considered steady and normal still looked downright dazzling to the spectators. Just as he had anticipated, his opponents gradually shifted. From Itsumo, an orphanage-born ANBU, to clan shinobi. His second match was against a member of the Yamanaka clan. Senju Hikaru didn't know the man's real name, but his strength was beyond question. In most people's impressions, the Yamanaka clan was famous for its unique secret techniques and its cooperation with the Nara and Akimichi clans. In reality, that view was far too narrow. The Jonin selection system was a comprehensive evaluation. If someone relied solely on secret techniques and teamwork, they were unlikely to earn battlefield promotions, even in wartime. The Yamanaka shinobi Senju Hikaru faced was terrifying across the board. Taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, everything was refined and deadly. His secret techniques were even more impossible to guard against. Without entering sage mode, Senju Hikaru had nearly capsized in that fight. In the end, it was his superior perception and reaction speed that saved him. By anticipating the Yamanaka's attack in advance, he managed to turn the tables and secure victory, earning his place in the final round. That battle, however, made Senju Hikaru significantly more cautious. He knew his own strengths better than anyone. Up until now, his victories largely relied on enemies lacking intelligence on him. He could exploit speed, repeatedly accelerating to disrupt their rhythm until they collapsed. But now things were different. Most ANBU members had a basic understanding of him, limited, yes, but more than enough to cause trouble. And after several matches, it was clear that without Sage Mode, his general capabilities had already been mostly figured out. On top of that, everyone had realized one thing: Senju Hikaru would not use his giant summon beast in combat. That alone gave his opponents confidence. In that case, the final match will require something a bit more interesting. Seated in a corner of the ANBU headquarters plaza, Senju Hikaru watched as Hiruzen Sarutobi announced the remaining arrangements from the stands. His mood was excellent. After a nerve-wracking week, he had secured enormous gains. Anyone would feel refreshed. And now he had reached the final match for the ANBU division commander position, by all accounts a personal high point. Beside him, Kakashi looked tense, not for himself, but for Senju Hikaru. "Captain," Kakashi finally whispered, unable to hold it in any longer, "your final opponent, he won't be easy. He's from the Hyuga clan." "I know," Senju Hikaru replied with a light smile, nodding gently. "Lone Wolf. He's anything but ordinary." A place like ANBU was not something the Hyuga clan would ever ignore. They would certainly place their own people within it, their own people, which meant either members of the main house or branch members completely under main house control. Senju Hikaru didn't know what kind of agreement the Hyuga had reached with the third Hokage to allow a branch family member into ANBU, but thinking it through, it made sense. Main house members lacked the caged bird seal and would never be sent to die on the battlefield. Branch members, protected by the seal, could fight freely without fear of the Byakugan being stolen. ANBU was an extremely dangerous place. Death was always a possibility, and death was one thing, but capture was far worse. For Konoha, letting main house Hyuga enter ANBU was likely undesirable as well. The caged bird seal. Senju Hikaru sighed inwardly. How enviable. Once that seal had been the guardian of the Hyuga, ensuring the Byakugan was never stolen. Now it had become a tool of control, used by the main house to enslave the branch family under the guise of protection. Hyuga Hizashi. Hyuga Niji. Their hatred for that seal said everything. Human desire was the root of all things. Once desire overtook those in power, even the tools meant to protect could become instruments of domination and destruction. And as far as Senju Hikaru knew, the caged bird seal was essentially unbreakable. Even when Hizashi was resurrected through Edo Tensei, the seal remained. "Yeah, he's definitely dangerous," Kakashi said softly. "His taijutsu is terrifying. And he doesn't fear speed types at all. His own speed is. I've seen his fights. I've read his reports," Senju Hikaru interrupted gently, still smiling. "Don't worry. I'm prepared." The Hyuga codenamed Lone Wolf was a nightmare opponent. An elite taijutsu specialist with astonishing speed, years of battlefield experience even before joining ANBU, and combat instincts honed through endless bloodshed. Combined with the Byakugan and Gentle Fist, he was a natural enemy of almost every conventional shinobi. Gentle Fist nullified ninjutsu at close range. The Byakugan saw through substitutions, clones, and feints. Speed pressure meant nothing when your movements were fully visible, and Lone Wolf's speed might even rival Senju Hikaru's. Even with Sage Mode, this fight would be troublesome, and this time Sage Mode wasn't an option. "You're really confident?" Kakashi asked, then nodded firmly. "Understood. Good luck, Captain." "Thanks," Senju Hikaru replied with a smile. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, scanning the crowd before announcing loudly, "Then the final match begins now." Across from him, the man in the wolf-shaped mask advanced. Senju Hikaru's expression turned razor-sharp. The pressure radiating from Lone Wolf made one thing abundantly clear. This was the most dangerous opponent he had faced so far, aside from Sasori and Kakuzu. Lone Wolf was a legend even within ANBU, a war veteran. A man who had risen to squad leader in just a few years. Someone who voluntarily accepted missions tied directly to warfare, missions that involved infiltrating enemy territory, even enemy villages. Senju Hikaru had heard the stories. Once, Lone Wolf infiltrated Tsunade's ANBU to steal intelligence, only to run into the Kazekage, Raza, during a patrol. Somehow, he fought his way out with his squad. Only Lone Wolf survived. That mission alone made his name infamous throughout the ANBU world. Honestly, without Lizard Maru or Flying Thunder God, Senju Hikaru doubted he could have survived such a mission. Of course, he would never volunteer for something that's suicidal. "Hello," Senju Hikaru said softly as they faced each other. "I've heard your legend. First time meeting, please advise." Lone Wolf clearly hadn't expected that. Accustomed to silence, he paused briefly, then gave a slight nod. Senju Hikaru's smile deepened. Lone Wolf was powerful, but cold, distant, emotionally sealed. A classic branch family Hyuga, resentment buried deep, silence as armor. That alone disqualified him from being a ANBU division commander. Whether Senju Hikaru won or lost, Lone Wolf would never hold that position. But as a final opponent, perfect. Hiruzen, unaware of Senju Hikaru's thoughts, surveyed the field and glanced at Minato. With no objections raised, he spoke flatly, "Final round, begin." Lone Wolf vanished. He reappeared in front of Senju Hikaru in an instant, palm already formed, striking towards Senju Hikaru's chest with blinding speed. Senju Hikaru sidestepped smoothly, narrowly avoiding the blow. Lone Wolf pressed on without hesitation, faster still. His left fist shot forward. At the same time, brilliant blue chakra flared around his right hand. The air seemed to come alive, currents forming, pressure twisting unnaturally. Senju Hikaru twisted aside again, but immediately sensed something was wrong. Without a Sharingan, he couldn't see everything. Perception revealed danger, but not always its full shape. Lone Wolf wasn't holding back. There was no probing, no testing. This was a true battle from the very first moment. Boom! Palm turned fist. Chakra detonated as it struck. A thunderous roar shook the plaza. Smoke and shockwaves engulfed the battlefield. Yet the spectators weren't surprised. This was Lone Wolf. "Looks like Nightingale's in trouble." "Yeah. Lone Wolf's strength is on another level. Nightingale's talented, but he's still too young." Even on the main platform, faint smiles appeared. Senju Hikaru had potential, no one denied that. But potential required time, especially when he refused to use summons. "Looks like Nightingale won't last much longer," Hiruzen said mildly to Minato. "Still, impressive potential." "Thank you, Third Sama," Minato replied calmly. "But the match isn't over yet." "True. It isn't." Hiruzen glanced at Minato, unimpressed. The smoke was thinning. Two figures clashed within it, one clearly smaller, driven back step by step. This would be decided soon. There was no way Senju Hikaru had learned that technique in such a short time. "I refuse to believe you've mastered Flying Thunder God." Chapter 98. How is this possible? Everyone in Konoha, no, in the entire shinobi world, knew just how difficult the Flying Thunder God technique was. So Hiruzen's Sarutobi stout was completely natural. Even if Senju Hikaru was a descendant of the Senju, everyone also knew what the Senju looked like now. Even back when Konoha had just been founded, when the first and second Hokage were still alive, within the Senju clan, aside from the second Hokage, no one else could use Flying Thunder God anymore. There was no way Hiruzen believed a Senju kid could master it in such a short time. As for the possibility that Senju Hikaru had been practicing it since childhood, not impossible. But if he had it, he would have used it long ago. From Senju Hikaru's mission reports, and from the reports submitted by his teammates, this kid simply did not know that technique. Still, Hiruzen kept a trace of caution. Minato's earlier words likely carried more meaning than stubbornness. That meant Senju Hikaru still had something up his sleeve, something interesting. Could it be the Rasengan? Hiruzen silently considered it. Rasengan was difficult, yes, but compared to Flying Thunder God it was far simpler. Once you understood the trick, learning it wasn't impossible. Minato had been meeting privately with Senju Hikaru. The boy was talented. He was sharp. If he had learned Rasengan, that wouldn't be strange. While Hiruzen was thinking, the smoke in the plaza thinned. Senju Hikaru and Lone Wolf became clearly visible again. Senju Hikaru looked disheveled. Under Lone Wolf's relentless pressure, he could only dodge and defend, and Lone Wolf, experienced to the bone, had already sensed Senju Hikaru being pushed into a corner. He would never waste such an opening. With one step forward, Lone Wolf closed in and threw a heavy punch. For an instant, Senju Hikaru felt a terrifying illusion. like he had been completely locked in place, as if there was no possible way to evade that fist. But Senju Hikaru was a seasoned ANBU veteran. Even in a desperate position, he could still defend. He snapped his ninja blade up. Blue chakra burst across the steel that he swung forward hard, aiming straight for Lone Wolf's arm. Yet Lone Wolf didn't seem to care at all. Or rather, he simply didn't need to care. The instant the blade and fist collided, Lone Wolf's punch erupted again with powerful chakra. But at the same moment, Senju Hikaru's blade changed. Water nature chakra flared, compressed to the extreme, spreading along the edge like a razor-thin wave. Lone Wolf's brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't let up. He retracted his fist just enough to draw Senju Hikaru in with the momentum, then struck again. A punch, ripping the air, slammed toward Senju Hikaru's ribs, and Lone Wolf's brow furrowed deeper. Bam! Smoke erupted. Senju Hikaru became a chunk of wood. The real Senju Hikaru reappeared at a distance. Water style, water dragon bullet. Breaking the close-range exchange, Senju Hikaru formed seals instantly. At this point, Senju Hikaru was essentially going all out for his current level. And it frustrated him, because this huge opponent was truly monstrous. Strength, speed, defense. Without Sage Mode, Senju Hikaru was being completely outclassed. He could even say with confidence, even if he used his beginner Sage Mode, it still wouldn't necessarily swing the fight in his favor. Sage Mode was powerful, but only when the user's base was already terrifying. Jiraiya's Sage Mode was overwhelming because Jiraiya himself was overwhelming. A roaring water dragon surged forward, smashing toward Lone Wolf, but Lone Wolf remained calm. The Hyuga didn't fight with ninjutsu, not because they couldn't, but because they had something far better for exploiting their eyes, Gentle Fist, and because of it they rarely feared ninjutsu. Lone Wolf's chakra condensed. His hands turned vivid blue. Behind the mask, his Byakugan locked onto the dragon's core. Closer. Closer. When the water dragon came within 5 meters, Lone Wolf stepped forward, right hand shifting from fist to palm, and chopped straight into the center. Buzz! Blue chakra pierced through the dragon's body. With a violent shock, the a tear dragon collapsed instantly, losing form and splashing down into a wide puddle, and at that exact moment Senju Hikaru moved again. With a single hand seal, water style, instant water completed, and Senju Hikaru shot to Lone Wolf's side at unbelievable speed. His blade was coated in lethal chakra. Water style, water blade slash. The blade came down. Even Lone Wolf's expression twitched. He knew the technique, but he had never seen it condensed to this degree. Still, he didn't panic. This time he didn't block. He dodged, not because he couldn't block, because there was no reason to take it. In a split second, Senju Hikaru adjusted. The sword arc curved strangely in midair, redirecting toward Lone Wolf's head. Lone Wolf refused to be dragged into this exchange. He crouched slightly, slipped under the strike, spun, and kicked out viciously toward Senju Hikaru's torso. Senju Hikaru's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this moment. This time, I win. He raised his blade in front of his chest to block, and at the same time his left palm condensed a trace of chakra and struck out at Lone Wolf. Bam! Senju Hikaru was blown backward. His ninja blade shattered from the kick. Lone Wolf's taijutsu was just that brutal. But Senju Hikaru didn't look panicked. He flipped once in midair and landed cleanly. Lone Wolf didn't immediately pursue. His Byakugan gaze locked onto his own rear leg. There, on that spot, was a strange mark. He didn't know what it meant. He didn't feel any immediate discomfort, and that made him even more uneasy. He was certain Senju Hikaru wouldn't do something meaningless. The only conclusion, this mark had a purpose, but without an answer Lone Wolf couldn't guess what Senju Hikaru intended. He could at least tell one thing. That mark seemed to be a sealing technique. Water style, water bullets. Senju Hikaru gave him no time to think. The moment he landed, seals were already complete. Several heavy water spheres formed and fired like cannon rounds toward Lone Wolf. Up until now, Senju Hikaru had mostly relied on taijutsu. His chakra reserves were still decent, and his recovery was frighteningly good. He had enough chakra left for a full-on ninjutsu bombardment. His battle plan was already set. The crucial step had already been completed. Now he just needed to wait for the final opening. Lone Wolf couldn't keep pondering. He leapt up, evading the water bullets, but Senju Hikaru, as if anticipating it, launched another technique immediately. Water style, water dragon bite explosion. The water scattered across the ground surged upward, saving Senju Hikaru chakra. From the pooling water a massive dragon erupted, roaring as it snapped toward Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf snorted. Midair, his hands lifted. As the dragon lunged, he punched, and gentle fist force expanded outward like a tight web. Within that web were countless strikes and shockwaves. Senju Hikaru's water dragon couldn't easily break through. But it also wasn't instantly destroyed. Senju Hikaru had poured too much chakra into it. Water style, water cutting wave. Senju Hikaru formed seals again. This kind of reckless ninjutsu chaining was absolutely Senju style, but it wasn't his usual style that he didn't care. His recovery was good enough that he could still preserve chakra for what mattered most. A spiraling water vortex formed, dragging up every trace of moisture on the ground, and slammed toward Lone Wolf as soon as he landed. 8 trigrams rotation. Lone Wolf landed firmly, eyes on the incoming vortex that he inhaled, then opened his tenketsu, releasing chakra as his body spun. A spherical chakra barrier formed around him. Senju Hikaru's water vortex collided and immediately stalled, unable to push through. Rotation truly was the Hyuga's ultimate defense. Against ninjutsu or taijutsu, it could block nearly anything. Senju Hikaru halted his assault. He started breathing harder. "That kid is running out of steam," Hiruzen said with faint amusement, glancing at Minato. His tone was teasing, but inside he couldn't help sighing. Senju Hikaru really did keep rewriting expectations. Relentless ninjutsu pressure, each technique executed with precise control. Bringing every jutsu to that level wasn't easy. It required time and it required talent, and Hiruzen had also noticed Senju Hikaru's earlier move. Just like Lone Wolf, Hiruzen didn't believe it was meaningless. Senju Hikaru is still a bit young," Minato said softly, nodding, then his tone shifted, carrying something subtle. "But it's not over. Let's keep watching." Minato was also shaken, not only by Senju Hikaru's jutsu use, but by that earlier sealing strike. What he'd seen wasn't merely a sealing technique. It was a different form of a sealing technique, something that resembled Flying Thunder God. Had Senju Hikaru actually completed it? Minato didn't dare confirm. All he could do was watch. And wait. When the water vortex finally dispersed, Lone Wolf stopped spinning as well that he wasn't injured. Senju Hikaru's combinations had been troublesome, yes, but Lone Wolf had endured far worse. Back when he infiltrated Tsunade and was hunted by the Kazekage, the ninjutsu assaults were on another level entirely. He stared at Senju Hikaru with cold indifference, then gave a slight nod. "You're impressive, Nightingale," Lone Wolf said, rarely speaking at all. "At your age, it's almost unimaginable." "Thank you for the compliment," Senju Hikaru replied warmly. "To be praised by Lone Wolf, that's an honor." "But I'm sorry," Lone Wolf continued, voice flat. "I have no interest in being ANBU division commander. Still, I have reasons I must win." His stance lowered. His hands raised into an attacking posture. "So I will defeat you. For you, in a few years this position will likely be yours anyway, but not now." "I understand," Senju Hikaru nodded gently. He understood perfectly. Lone Wolf was Hyuga. His chakra surged. Blue chakra coated his hands once more. His aura rose sharply, killing intent washing over the entire plaza. Everyone could tell, this was the finishing blow, and in everyone's mind Senju Hikaru was already finished. Hiruzen and Minato both focused fully. Their thoughts differed. But neither wanted tragedy in an internal ANBU match. The moment Lone Wolf's pressure peaked, he attacked. His speed was terrifying. In less than a breath, he was already in front of Senju Hikaru, his right palm thrust forward, driving towards Senju Hikaru's chest. The instant Lone Wolf moved, both Hiruzen and Minato pushed their chakra to the peak. Hiruzen had already begun forming seals, but the moment his hands completed them, he froze. Minato flashed directly into the plaza center, but he didn't get a chance to act either. He too stiffened. Not just them, every ANBU watching also went completely blank. That moment one sentence echoed in everyone's mind. This, how is that possible? Chapter 99, The Three-Sided Spy. "Send power stones, please." The plaza had fallen completely silent. Every gaze was locked onto the figure standing behind Lone Wolf. That final strike had carried overwhelming momentum. The pressure alone had been enough to suffocate the air, sending a chill straight through the bones of everyone watching. Faced with such an attack, no one believed Senju Hikaru still had a chance. speed, power, angle, everything about that blow had been flawless. There was no escape. No room to dodge, and yet, in a moment that shattered everyone's expectations, Senju Hikaru had evaded it. Not only that, at some point unknown to all observers, a kunai had appeared in his hand, its blade resting precisely against Lone Wolf's throat. What happened? How did Nightingale get there? Wasn't he completely locked down? What exactly occurred in that instant? The ANBU stood frozen, staring at Senju Hikaru in disbelief. From their perspective, at the very moment Lone Wolf's strike was about to land, Nightingale's figure simply vanished, like teleportation, and in the blink of an eye he reappeared behind Lone Wolf, kunai already in place. It sounded simple when described, but accomplishing it was anything but. Without a special technique, such a feat would be outright impossible. Even Lone Wolf himself was stunned, he knew for certain that he hadn't blinked. His Byakugan had never once lost track of Senju Hikaru, and yet, fear crept silently into his heart. He had seen Senju Hikaru draw out a kunai at the instant of impact, then gone, and in that same instant Senju Hikaru appeared behind him. This wasn't speed, this was spatial displacement, space-time ninjutsu. The thought struck him immediately. And when he recalled Minato Namikaze's identical manner of appearance, the answer became unmistakably clear. Oh, that's it. No wonder Nightingale had entered the captain's selection. No wonder the fourth Hokage had recommended him. No wonder he had deliberately left that marking on my body earlier. So this was his hidden trump card. Taking a deep breath, Lone Wolf slowly withdrew his fist. The violent surge of chakra around him subsided, returning to calm in mere moments. He now looked like an ordinary man. Senju Hikaru, understanding the message, withdrew the kunai as well. Lone Wolf had conceded. "You've mastered the Flying Thunder God, haven't you?" Lone Wolf asked as he turned around, his pale eyes staring straight at Senju Hikaru through the mask. That mark earlier, it was a Flying Thunder God formula. Yes, Senju Hikaru nodded calmly. His tone remained gentle. Thanks to Lord Fourth Hokage's guidance, I've grasped a small part of Flying Thunder God. His words were humble, almost understated. There was not the slightest hint of arrogance. It was as if mastering the Flying Thunder God wasn't a testament to his own talent, but merely the result of Minato's instruction. Even Minato himself felt awkward hearing that. Truthfully speaking, aside from seal fundamentals and some usage experience, he hadn't taught Senju Hikaru much at all. Yet Senju Hikaru had still mastered Flying Thunder God. That level of talent left Minato genuinely awestruck. Even more frightening was the fact that Senju Hikaru had shown no physical backlash from using the technique. Flying Thunder God placed extreme demands on reflexes and bodily coordination. Minato glanced at Senju Hikaru silently. This level of aptitude was terrifying. Flying Thunder God, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched quietly as he suppressed the chakra surging within him. The moment he confirmed that Senju Hikaru had truly mastered the technique, a flicker of killing intent had surfaced in his heart, but it vanished just as quickly. He was not Danzō. Such emotions had no place here. Taking a slow breath, Hiruzen stepped down from the platform and entered the plaza. Every ANBU rose instinctively. Hiruzen first nodded solemnly at Lone Wolf, then turned his gaze to Senju Hikaru. Incredible, Hiruzen said sincerely. Truly incredible. To master Flying Thunder God at your age, merely good fortune, Senju Hikaru replied with a modest smile, bowing slightly. Without Lord Fourth Hokage's careful guidance, I could never have learned such a profound technique. Yes, Hiruzen nodded meaningfully. This technique requires not only talent but time. Of course, proper guidance changes everything. Minato fell silent. Before he could interpret the deeper meaning behind those words, Hiruzen turned and spoke loudly. Given the results, I hereby declare the victor of this selection, Nightingale. And furthermore, third Hokage-sama. Senju Hikaru suddenly spoke, interrupting him. I apologize for my rudeness. Hiruzen paused and looked at him calmly. Do you have an objection? Although I'm honored to win and qualify for the captain position, Senju Hikaru said steadily, I believe that without the theory examination, one cannot truly prove oneself fit to command. Therefore, I request that the previous decision be withdrawn, and that the theory examination be conducted. Silence. Minato's eyes lit up instantly. Hiruzen's expression twitched, ever so slightly. Senju Hikaru had chosen the perfect moment, publicly, calmly, reasonably. Refusing now would only damage his own authority. After a brief pause, Hiruzen nodded. Very well. Senju Hikaru and Kakashi soon left the plaza. As they departed, Senju Hikaru could clearly feel the shifting gazes around him, respect, awe, wariness, especially respect. Captain, Kakashi finally asked during patrol, why refuse the appointment? Didn't you want this position? You wouldn't understand, Senju Hikaru replied with a warm smile. There are reasons. I'll explain later. After Kakashi departed to patrol his sector, Senju Hikaru stopped. He turned slightly toward a tree and bowed. Third Hokage-sama. A moment later, Hiruzen stepped out from behind the tree. So, Hiruzen said lightly, tell me, why did you do all this? To meet you, Senju Hikaru answered calmly. Only by proving my value could I earn this conversation. Hiruzen studied him closely. Interesting. Before Senju Hikaru could continue, Hiruzen raised a hand. Family matters need not be spoken aloud, even before the Hokage. Senju Hikaru froze, then bowed deeply. I understand. Good, Hiruzen said gently. Now tell me your true intent. Because solving my clan's problems cannot be done as a mere ANBU, Senju Hikaru said firmly. My first step is becoming ANBU commander. And eventually, Hiruzen smiled faintly, Hokage. Yes, Senju Hikaru replied without hesitation. Every Konoha child dreams of becoming Hokage, especially a Senju. Hiruzen nodded slowly that he saw ambition, resolve, calculation, and traces of his own younger self. I understand, Hiruzen said at last. I'm watching you, Senju Hikaru. Thank you, Hokage-sama. As Hiruzen departed, Senju Hikaru remained still. Only after his presence vanished completely did Senju Hikaru turn away, a brilliant smile hidden beneath his mask. A three-sided spy, how interesting. Chapter 100, Hesitation. After meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hikaru finally achieved one of his short-term objectives. Strictly speaking, of everything he'd said to the third Hokage, 9 out of 10 sentences had been lies. Yet there was one thing that was absolutely genuine: he wanted to become Hokage. And he intended to do it step by step, starting from the shadows of ANBU. Moving from dark to light, until one day he would stand openly on the stage, becoming the most dazzling existence not only in Konoha but in the entire shinobi world. Of course, all of this required time. Fortunately, time was precisely what Hikaru did not lack. The moment at which he had crossed into this world had given him ample room to prepare. As for the position of ANBU division commander, Hikaru felt that, so long as Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't suddenly change his mind, that seat would inevitably be left for him, even if Hiruzen had not made a single explicit promise. After all, to those who truly stood at the top of Konoha's power structure, the position of division commander was hardly worth mentioning, especially when ANBU itself was firmly under Hiruzen's control, using a post that others viewed as priceless to curry favor, while subtly telling Hikaru following me is far better than following Namikaze Minato. That kind of maneuver was practically textbook politics. Still, because there had been no concrete promise, Hikaru decided that he would treat the upcoming evaluation seriously. Accidents always happened, and he had no intention of letting one happen to him. What he hadn't expected, however, was that this assessment really would come with an accident. Yet it wasn't trouble, because during the exam Hikaru discovered, utterly stunned, that his test paper actually contained a hidden answer sheet. This isn't just favoritism anymore. For a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Put generously, Hiruzen's action was a way to ensure his success beyond all doubt. Put bluntly, it meant the third Hokage didn't believe Hikaru could pass on his OWN at the same time. Hikaru couldn't help but entertain a darker thought. Was this Hiruzen deliberately setting a trap, for him and for Minato? Thinking with the worst assumptions and the greatest malice was something Hikaru disliked, but it was also something he forced himself to do. Even so, in this matter, he didn't believe Hiruzen would truly sabotage him, the so-called peace placed beside the fourth Hokage. After the exam ended, Hikaru quietly removed the answer sheet from the test paper. He would leave behind no evidence. Even though ANBU was, in practice, entirely under Hiruzen's control, a truly competent subordinate was one who never forced their superior to worry or clean up after them. Hikaru understood this principle very well. He would never leave behind a loose end. After the exam, Hikaru knew it was time to meet Namikaze Minato again. Ever since he had used the Flying Thunder God technique to defeat Lone Wolf. He and Minato had not met once. Firstly, Hikaru himself had been busy ANBU missions and on top of that, serious preparation for the assessment. Secondly, Minato had been equally busy. Hikaru had once seen Minato accompanying Uzumaki Kushina for a medical checkup. By the timeline, there were only a few months left before that troublesome little brat, Naruto, would be born. With both of them occupied, there had naturally been no chance to meet, but now the exam was over and Hikaru finally had some free time that he could properly sit down and talk with Minato. And there are also some matters that need to be reported to the clan elder. Thinking of the Senju clan made Hikaru's head ache slightly. All of his plans had deliberately avoided involving the clan. He didn't want unnecessary interference, but now he could no longer avoid it, especially since he intended to seize full control of the clan sooner rather than later. The Senju might be weakened, but their foundations were still deep. Ignoring that would be something Hikaru could never forgive himself for. Still, this can wait. At least until the official appointment is announced. With that thought, Hikaru took out the sealing scroll Minato had given him and quickly activated the flying thunder god mark left upon it. It was already past midnight. After finishing the assessment, Hikaru hadn't been granted any rest. Since the appointment hadn't been finalized, he was still officially just a squad leader under the 1st Division. The results of the exam were unknown, so the division commander could only assign him work as usual. Hikaru had no complaints about this. After all, he'd already enjoyed a long break previously as his chakra flowed in. He quickly established a connection with the Flying Thunder God mark. Minato's Flying Thunder God was not the original version created by Tobirama Senju, it was a modified form. Every technique had an original framework and every user would adjust it to suit their own circumstances. Hikaru, however, was an exception. Because of the system, he required no modification at all. More importantly, regardless of how the technique was altered, the underlying mechanism of every Flying Thunder God mark remained the same, which meant Hikaru could use any Flying Thunder God mark. Hikaru-kun. As he was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, a figure appeared before him. Hokage-sama. Hikaru immediately bowed slightly. Summoning you so late, I ask for your forgiveness. The person who arrived was naturally Namikaze Minato. This time he appeared almost instantly. He looked to be in a good mood, whether because of the child on the way, or because he was seeing Hikaru again, it was hard to say. No need to be so formal, Hikaru. Minato smiled and shook his head. Actually, I should be congratulating you, and thanking you for the sacrifice you made. The congratulations were for Hikaru's victory, especially one achieved through the Flying Thunder God. The thanks, however, were for something else. In Minato's eyes, Hikaru could have directly taken the division commander position. Instead, he had chosen to participate in the assessment. Minato, this was a sacrifice. Hikaru's decision had protected Minato's reputation within ANBU, but at the cost of potentially losing the commander position himself. Hearing this, Hikaru sighed inwardly. He had clearly been misunderstood, but he had no intention of explaining. Oh, right, Minato asked curiously. How did the exam go? I heard it was quite difficult. Do you feel confident? Confident? Hikaru hesitated briefly, then nodded seriously. There should be no problem. If nothing unexpected happens, I should become the division commander. In the end, Hikaru still didn't mention his meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, even though he had prepared for it tonight. When the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. Originally, Hikaru had summoned Minato with the intention of revealing his meeting with the third Hokage. Doing so would have been beneficial in some ways, but it also carried severe risks. For one thing, Minato already harbored buried doubts toward Hiruzen, planted subtly by Hikaru over time. Learning the truth now might plunge him straight into despair. Especially considering Hiruzen's private evaluation of Minato, both humiliating and deeply wounding. At such a moment, Hikaru approaching Minato and declaring his stance would carry extraordinary weight. The current fourth Hokage, bluntly speaking, possessed almost nothing. No stable power based and no real control over his own authority. Much of what should have belonged to him was firmly out of reach. To put it harshly, he was a Hokage in name only, a puppet in all but title. If Hikaru moved closer now, displaying his value, it would be the very definition of aid in a snowstorm. But benefits always came with drawbacks. Hikaru's Senju background alone would raise doubts in Minato's heart, And if Hikaru met Hiruzen first, then turned around to pledge loyalty to Minato, wouldn't that imply he could do the same in reverse, playing both sides? Moreover, such information could further fracture the already fragile relationship between the third and fourth Hokage. That in turn would inevitably damage Hikaru's own standing with Minato. This was not a decision to be made lightly. Although Hikaru had never formally chosen a side, he couldn't deny that Minato, who treated others with genuine sincerity, was far better than Hiruzen. Hikaru was dark-hearted, cautious, and could be called morally empty without exaggeration. Yet he was not without gratitude. Minato's guidance and kindness were things he never forgot. He wasn't truly as cold and heartless as he had appeared before Hiruzen. And between him and Minato stood Hatake Kakashi. Even though Kakashi's issues had been resolved through a persona Hikaru deliberately constructed, combined with precise timing that struck at the core, their relationship was undeniably good. Toward strangers and enemies, Hikaru could calculate and scheme without hesitation, but toward friends and classmates, continuing to evaluate them solely by utility felt unnecessary. Life was already bitter enough. Beyond basic vigilance, there was no need to make it harder on himself. So even without making a choice, my heart has already tilted. In that case, some things are better left unsaid. With that thought, Hikaru decided to remain silent. Minato could be treated this way. Hiruzen was another matter entirely. Between them there was almost no relationship at all, except for Hiruzen's intention to place Hikaru beside the fourth Hokage as a piece on the board. Hiruzen's generosity, nearly handing him the division commander position, even leaving behind incriminating answers, seemed extravagant. But in truth that answer sheet posed no danger to Hiruzen whatsoever if Hikaru truly tried to stir trouble. The one who would die in the end would be Hikaru himself. Being a triple agent was never easy. No side truly trusted you. Even if my heart leans one way, I still can't openly take a side. Choosing sides was serious business, especially when both options carried enormous concerns. He knew very well that if he chose now, with his knowledge of the future, gaining power, status, and authority would be effortless. Positions and influence would be within arm's reach. And either Hokage backing him would greatly benefit his own path toward becoming Hokage. Yet the choice itself was tormenting. Hikaru disliked Hiruzen deeply. His actions and the things he allowed Danzō to do were hard to accept. More importantly, the Senju clan harbored clear hostility toward the third Hokage. Hikaru had been raised and nurtured by that clan. He could not simply deny that bond. As for Minato, everything about him was good, his character, his ideals, even his current predicament. Though Minato seemed to have nothing now and was disadvantaged on all fronts, that was precisely why his potential was terrifying. After all, what was more unforgettable, adding flowers to brocade or delivering coal in the snow? It's just a shame he's destined to die young. Shaking his head, Hikaru forced himself to stop thinking that if there was a way to change the future, he would try. But even then, he would have to carefully weigh the gains and losses. What's wrong, Hikaru-kun? Minato looked at him with confusion. Why had this kid stopped halfway through his sentence? Nothing, Hokage-sama. Hikaru snapped back to reality and smiled. I said I'm confident, but I can't help feeling a bit uneasy. I hope you won't blame me. That's only natural. Minato chuckled. Honestly, I think you've already gained something beyond imagination, haven't you? The Flying Thunder God? Hikaru glanced at Minato, momentarily at a loss for words. Did this fourth Hokage not realize how much influence the division commander position would bring in the long run? Mastering the Flying Thunder God elevated Hikaru himself. But from Konoha's perspective, it was an unimaginable boon to the entire village. Clearly, Minato was thinking purely from Konoha's standpoint that it was noble. But perhaps too noble. Flying Thunder God is extraordinary, but my understanding is still incomplete, Hikaru said, shaking his head. My own strength has also reached a bottleneck. I was hoping for some guidance from you, Hokage-sama. With his decision made, Hikaru pushed aside the lingering thoughts. Since he had chosen not to speak, he needed a reason, an excuse for summoning Minato so late. After some thought, the simplest solution remained the best. A proper spar. Not merely an exchange about Flying Thunder God, he wanted more guidance than that. Chapter 101, Crimson Eyeshadow. So, you mean a spar, Hikaru-kun? Namikaze Minato blinked at the suggestion, then lifted his gaze to the full moon hanging high overhead. At this hour? I'm sorry for disturbing you so late, Hokage-sama. Hikaru immediately put on an awkward look, a hint of worry layered into his expression. I just can't fall asleep. He looked exactly like a student who just finished a life-changing exam, excited for the future, but terrified he'd messed up, anxiety twisting in his chest. And honestly, it wasn't even an act. He had just taken an incredibly important assessment, and he was waiting in uncertainty for the outcome. Minato didn't really know how to comfort him. At the same time, he couldn't deny he was curious that it wasn't the first time he'd heard Kakashi talk about Hikaru's strength, especially his speed, which Kakashi described as borderline unbelievable. And now Hikaru had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. If Minato claimed he wasn't curious about what Hikaru could do now, that would be a lie. After all, in the entire village, only 2 people could use Flying Thunder God, him, and Hikaru. All right. I understand. Minato thought for a moment, then nodded. I'm curious too. I want to see what kind of performance you'll show me. Then I'll be in your care, Hokage-sama. Hikaru smiled, this time his expression settling back into calm. He had to admit, earlier his thoughts had drifted. But it hadn't shaken him deeply, and now he was fully composed again. Minato gave a small nod the next instant, his figure vanished, and when he reappeared he was already in front of Hikaru. Hikaru drew his ninja blade immediately. The blade traced a clean arc through the air and met Minato's thrusting kunai with perfect precision. Hikaru had said before that he wanted to test his full strength against Minato, and Minato had agreed. So this spar would naturally be comprehensive, but neither of them would start by throwing out something impossible to deal with, especially not Flying Thunder God, once that technique entered the exchange. One delayed reaction was enough to lose outright. Hikaru wasn't using Flying Thunder God. Minato, of course, wouldn't open with it either. So Minato used only body flicker. Yet even so, the speed of Minato's body flicker was the kind that made your scalp prickle. Hikaru had heard stories about how outrageous the 4th Hokage's movement was, but hearing was one thing, feeling it in person was something else entirely. With speed like this, even without Flying Thunder God, he'd still deserve the title. Yellow flash. Hikaru thought sharply as he increased the pressure behind his blade. Minato's hand, holding the kunai, remained steady. No retreat. Not even a tremor. Hikaru didn't hold back. He drove a kick in. Minato lifted his leg in the same instant and blocked it cleanly. Then Minato leaned back slightly. Hikaru's blade, which had been steadily increasing force, suddenly lost its target, and Hikaru's body pitched forward. With one leg already pinned, his balance collapsed for an instant. Minato didn't hesitate. His left fist drove straight toward Hikaru's abdomen. Bang! The moment Minato's punch landed, smoke burst outward, and Minato felt it clearly. His fist hadn't struck a human body at all. Substitution? That's fast. Minato murmured, already retreating. Several kunai whistled toward him at the same time. Hikaru's substitution technique was absurdly quick, so quick Minato hadn't even noticed the transition. That meant Hikaru's control over that kind of technique was extremely refined. Substitution didn't win fights by damage, but it was phenomenal at keeping you alive and baiting opponents into overcommitting. Minato slipped past the kunai easily, then turned lightly, because Hikaru was already rushing in. Again, this time a brilliant blue chakra coated Hikaru's ninja blade, undulating like a living current. The aura it gave off was sharp, piercing, dangerously refined. The slash was clean, direct, without a hint of flourish. Minato lifted his kunai and blocked it instantly, but his expression shifted a fraction, because the chakra in front of him, this Hikaru, felt wrong, and sure enough, a stronger surge of chakra erupted not far away. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release. Minato stayed calm, even with the roaring water dragon rushing toward him. He'd faced countless kinds of shinobi in his life, especially on the battlefield. He'd seen every kind of assault imaginable. So rather than panic, he simply acknowledged one thing: Hikaru's tactical sense was consistently excellent. Minato hooked his kunai downward, then kicked the Hikaru in front of him, an obvious shadow clone, straight away. Then he flipped aside, smooth and relaxed, like the entire movement was effortless. The massive water dragon became little more than a dramatic backdrop, and Minato slipped around it as if he were dancing. Hikaru had dodged similar techniques before, but dodging it with this much freedom, this much elegance, was another level entirely. The most frightening part was that Minato, after evading everything, casually stabbed a kunai into the shadow clone as well. A shadow clone was still a shadow clone. It carried half the user's chakra. It could retain memories and imitate the original convincingly. In many situations it could fool even experienced shinobi, but its combat durability was hard to praise. Just look at Naruto. His clone army could shatter with a single hit. They could deal damage, sure, but they would never erase the gap between clone and original. Poof! The clone burst into smoke. The fog spread quickly, swallowing Minato's silhouette. Hikaru didn't look bothered. For most people, that smoke would be a nightmare, perfect cover for Minato to vanish and strike from nowhere. But Hikaru had been locking onto Minato with his sensory perception the entire time. There was no way he'd let Minato slip beyond his control that easily. Just as Hikaru stepped toward the white haze, he paused. His blade snapped up to the side, and in that same instant Minato's kunai appeared in front of him. Clink! Crisp metal rang out, the smoke thinning. Hikaru and Minato had collided again, blades pressed close. Sparks scattering from the friction. A heartbeat later they split, and in the next heartbeat, they crashed together again. Clink! 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 The metallic chimes grew faster, sharper, nearly tearing at the ears. Their figures blurred, then smeared into near-invisible afterimages. Speed was pushed to its extreme between them, two flickering phantoms crossing and uncrossing in rapid succession. As the exchange intensified, the surrounding area began to suffer. Boom! They swept past a massive boulder. An instant later, a sharp explosion echoed out, and the stone shattered into fragments. The debris didn't even have time to fall near them before both figures were gone again. That blue chakra flared along the moving shadows and trees began to collapse. Some were cut clean in half. Some toppled without even a visible mark, as if the very force holding them upright had been erased. Thankfully, no one witnessed this fight. And perhaps more importantly, thankfully no one witnessed it because neither of them had gone all out yet. Strange, is this Hikaru's limit? Minato parried while counterattacking, but his thoughts stayed sharp and analytical. Hikaru was strong. His speed was startling, and Minato had personally witnessed it during the division commander evaluation. It was unquestionably exceptional. But it didn't seem to match what Kakashi had described. Kakashi had made it sound like Hikaru's speed might not be inferior to Minato's. Even without Flying Thunder God, Minato's speed was difficult for anyone to properly describe. And once Flying Thunder God entered the equation, almost no one truly understood how terrifying he became. Kakashi, however, was one of the few who would know. Even without Flying Thunder God, Minato's raw movement was fast enough to make people despair. Is he holding back? Or did Kakashi misjudge me? Nato doubted Kakashi would make a careless error, certainly not a large one. So perhaps Hikaru simply hadn't felt real pressure yet. The thought made Minato want to laugh. If Hikaru wanted to verify his strength and relieve tension through sparring, and Minato wanted to understand Hikaru's true level, then Minato couldn't go easy. And he definitely couldn't allow Hikaru to walk away without ever feeling pressed. Without hesitation, Minato's speed surged again. His afterimage became like lightning, harder and harder to track. Hikaru's pressure skyrocketed. Just a moment ago the pace had felt manageable, now it had changed completely. He genuinely hadn't expected the fourth Hokage to show this level of speed during a spar. This him going all out. Hikaru found himself struggling more and more to keep up, even while trying to judge where Minato was on the scale. If this was full power, fine. But if this was just Minato trying a little, then Hikaru was going to feel miserable. Minato's offense turned into a relentless storm. Hikaru would dodge a punch, and the next second a kunai was already stabbing in. Even when Hikaru twisted to block it, he'd realized too late that Minato had used substitution mid-combo. His body couldn't stop in time, and Minato's real body would flash in from the side, kunai driving in again. It was like being trapped under crashing waves. No space to breathe, no rhythm to reclaim. Bang! After roughly a minute of this stalemate, Minato fully releasing his speed, Hikaru was kicked backward and sent flying. He simply couldn't keep up anymore. Even when his mind reacted, his body couldn't match the pace. The frustration swelled in his chest. Last time against Lone Wolf, he hadn't looked anywhere near this helpless. But this time, there was nothing he could do. So this is what it felt like. Sasuke facing Lee, Hikaru pushed himself up slowly, forcing a bitter smile as he shook his head. He didn't have the Sharingan, but he did have astonishing bodily coordination, reaction speed fit for Flying Thunder God, and sharp sensory perception, and even then, Minato's speed had driven him to this point. All Hikaru could do was acknowledge it. No wonder this man, once revived during the Fourth Great Ninja War, could restrain the Nine Tails, and even use Sage Mode in midair despite claiming he wasn't familiar with it. If he hadn't died to the Nine Tails back then, who knows if he might have ended up even stronger than Naruto. The thought flashed through Hikaru's mind, and he immediately shook it away. Minato was monstrous, yes. Give him 10 more years to grow and something like that might even be possible. But one thing couldn't be ignored: Naruto was born with a cheat code written into his existence. "Hikaru-kun, are you alright?" Minato asked, noticing Hikaru just standing there. "Sorry. Kakashi told me about your speed. I'm fine, Hokage-sama." Hikaru shook his head lightly, then smiled again. "But next, I'm going to use something more interesting." "Oh." Minato's curiosity rose. "Something interesting?" Hikaru nodded, but didn't explain that he disliked being forced into a corner, even if he'd been prepared for it. Being on the receiving end wasn't his style, and besides, his own leanings deep down were closer to Minato than anyone else. In that case, being a little more open wouldn't be a big deal. It might even be better. With that decision, Hikaru's smile deepened. His chakra began to boil. Minato's eyes narrowed. A strange sense of familiarity surfaced, paired with an instinctive feeling of danger. Only a moment passed before Minato understood why, because at that very moment, a streak of red eyeshadow appeared around Hikaru's eyes. Chapter 102, Sage Mode and Flying Thunder God. This is Sage Mode? Namikaze Minato stared at the red eyeshadow around Hikaru's eyes, at the chakra surging with an unmistakable natural aura. Shock flickered across his face, but only for a moment before he forced himself calm again. Of course he recognized Sage Mode. His teacher, Jiraiya, could use it, and Minato himself had studied it as well. Even if he didn't consider his own mastery impressive, he understood better than most just how terrifying that state could be. Hikaru could use Sage Mode. It was completely outside Minato's expectations. Yet somehow it also felt inevitable. Hikaru was a member of the Senju clan, and according to certain sealed records kept within the Hokage's office, the first Hokage had been exceptionally proficient with Sage Mode. Minato still didn't understand why information about the first Hokage had been locked down so tightly. The people who truly knew what had happened back then were either elderly, or almost gone entirely. As for the younger generation, they only knew one thing: the first Hokage founded Konoha. Beyond that, they knew practically nothing. But Minato was Hokage. There were pieces of truth he could still access. He shook his head and forced the thought away. This wasn't the time to dig into the reasons behind why the former Hokage's deeds had been hidden. He'd already taken too many information shocks because of Hikaru lately. Every time he thought deeper, he only felt more confused and more uncomfortable. "Is this the Senju clan's Sage Mode?" Minato asked quietly, pushing aside the turbulence in his mind. "No." Hikaru shook his head, looking Minato straight in the eye. "I didn't earn the Slug Sage's recognition. My Sage Mode came from somewhere else." Somewhere else? Minato's brows lifted slightly and he immediately connected the dots. Jiraiya had learned Sage Mode from the Toad Sages of Mount Mayaboku. If Hikaru hadn't gained recognition from the Slug Sage, yet still possessed Sage Mode, then there were only two possibilities. Either the first Hokage had left behind some kind of record, or it had something to do with that massive lizard summon. Either way, Minato's evaluation of Hikaru rose yet again, and another thought struck him. Hikaru had never once revealed he could use Sage Mode. He hadn't even used it during the division commander evaluation. "Did you only learn it recently?" Minato asked. "Not exactly." Hikaru smiled gently. "I learned it a while ago. My family has some materials that let me use it in a very basic way. But later, after I gained Lizard Maru's recognition, I studied properly for a period of time, while I was recovering in the hospital." "A lizard?" Minato's curiosity sharpened. "So you could use some sage power before, but now it's more complete?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." Hikaru nodded earnestly. "But the burden is too heavy on my body, so I rarely use it." "But tonight," he trailed off. Minato nodded as if he understood. The Senju had Sage Mode records. Minato didn't know why Hikaru couldn't get recognition, nor how Hikaru had managed to enter Sage Mode without it. But if Hikaru was telling the truth, if he'd been quietly studying and only stumbled into partial Sage Mode at first, then his talent was frightening, and if his inheritance was incomplete, it made sense that Sage Mode would be a brutal strain. Minato almost automatically filled in the gaps. Kakashi must have seen Hikaru using an incomplete sage state, and that would explain why Kakashi's impression of Hikaru's speed had been exaggerated in certain ways. Minato's mind spun out an entire explanation on its own. Even so, he remained rationally cautious. He had to be. Hikaru's thoughts were complex, and the things he had done were dangerous enough that if Minato had been careless he wouldn't have survived the battlefield long enough to become Hokage. But after Hikaru had voluntarily stepped away from the division commander position and chosen to take the written evaluation instead, Minato's vigilance had, without him noticing, softened. Hikaru had sacrificed his own interests to preserve Minato's dignity as Hokage. That alone was hard not to be moved by, and beyond that Hikaru's flying Thunder God was something Minato had taught him. Hikaru had also saved Kakashi, and Hikaru had always been relatively transparent with Minato, his goals, his intentions, the value of the information he carried. He never hid that those things existed. When all of that stacked together, even if Minato still held caution in his heart, their bond inevitably deepened. Minato wasn't Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old political fox who could slice emotions away from decisions like a blade. Minato was young. He still followed the shape of his feelings. Of course, even Hiruzen had feelings, but he could separate them from position, ideals, and necessity. Just look at Hiruzen and Danzō. Their personal ties ran deep, yet the moment work began they treated each other like strangers. Schemes, countermeasures, pressure, one after another. Danzō had even resorted to assassination, and what happened after that? Nothing. Danzō still lived. He even outlasted Hiruzen by 3 years, and nearly became Hokage himself. Then I'm looking forward to seeing your sage mode, Hikaru-kun. Minato's eyes shone with interest. He was genuinely excited now. I won't disappoint you. Hikaru smiled. But there's one thing I ask, Hokage-sama, please keep this secret. You're the only person who knows I can use sage mode. Minato's heart stirred slightly. You haven't even told your family? No. Hikaru nodded softly. I haven't told anyone. Minato nodded and didn't press further. He raised his kunai one-handed, his expression turning more serious. Chakra began to rise from him in a steady, controlled surge. Thank you for trusting me, Minato said quietly. But I'm going to get serious too. I want to see the power of sage mode. As you wish. The sharp blue chakra flared along Hikaru's blade again. Hokage-sama, boom, heavy impacts echoed through the sleeping forest. Birds perched in the treetops startled awake, flapping into the night sky in chaotic bursts. The tremors continued, trees collapsing with cracking roars, dust rising in scattered plumes. Only 2 figures moved within the destruction, drifting like ghosts. They were like streaks of light, impossible to track, leaving no clear traces behind. The naked eye couldn't even tell who they were, but the force erupting from their collisions was enough to make one's blood run cold. Clink. 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 The metallic clashes were sharper than before, faster, tighter, more urgent. For a time it seemed the two of them had locked into a dead-even struggle. Hikaru was satisfied. He could only keep up with Minato's speed after activating Sage Mode, but that was enough. Minato's movement was monstrous. Hikaru had already experienced it firsthand, and Hikaru's Sage state was still only a beginner's level. Being able to chase Minato like this was completely acceptable. At the very least, he no longer had to endure being beaten without any chance to respond. And the boost from Sage Mode isn't only physical. Hikaru blocked Minato's kunai, then instantly produced a kunai with his left hand and drove it forward. Minato reacted at once, catching Hikaru's left wrist. At the same time, chakra flashed, so fast and so clean that Hikaru didn't even seem to notice it. But Minato had no choice but to release him, because that blue chakra flared again along Hikaru's blade, sharp enough to bite, heavy enough to crush. Minato's kunai had already been fighting for a long time. Under this pressure it finally began to fail. Hairline cracks spread, visible even in moonlight. Minato could only retreat. Hikaru, of course, didn't waste the opening. The moment Minato released his wrist, Hikaru's blade swept in. Minato leapt back lightly, dodging a slash that should have been too fast to avoid. Hikaru flicked his left-hand kunai toward Minato and pressed in as well. Minato drew another kunai, knocked the projectile aside with a sharp metallic ring, then flipped his kunai in his grip and stepped in close. Clink, their weapons locked again. Feeling the weight coming through the metal, Minato nodded slightly. Very good. But this isn't your full power, is it? Probably not. Hikaru's breathing grew slightly heavier, but his voice remained gentle. And neither is yours, Hokage-sama. At the very least, neither of us has used Flying Thunder God. Minato nodded. That was true, then his brows furrowed, because the Hikaru in front of him suddenly turned into smoke. Substitution? Minato was genuinely surprised. Hikaru was still throwing out substitution at this speed. Just how deeply had he mastered that technique? There was no time to dwell on it. Hikaru struck from Minato's side. Minato's coordination was exceptional. He turned instantly, kunai lifting to meet Hikaru's blade, perfectly timed. But Hikaru didn't linger. The moment their weapons touched, he rotated away, slipping around Minato's front. At the same time, his left fist drove toward Minato's back. Minato twisted, barely. Hikaru's punch brushed his clothing instead of his body. But when Minato turned and kicked, the Hikaru standing there became smoke again, leaving only a chunk of wood on the ground. That kind of ghost-like substitution, even Minato couldn't help but sigh. Sage Art, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Hikaru gave Minato no time to appreciate it. Not far away, a fierce surge of chakra roared upward. A massive water dragon, infused with natural energy, howled forward. It carried a distinct nature scent, and its chakra quality was far denser than ordinary ninjutsu. This is senjutsu. Minato understood at a glance. Senjutsu chakra supercharged ninjutsu into something absurdly destructive. He himself had never seriously tested techniques like that, and he had never fought against them either. Jiraiya didn't use senjutsu in sparring, so facing Hikaru's sage art now, Minato was both curious and excited. Still, one thought flickered through his mind. Why does this senjutsu feel not as overwhelming as I expected? Minato almost laughed at him. Elf, Hikaru had only recently completed his sage mode, and Hikaru's chakra reserves weren't endless. Of course the output wouldn't be as monstrous as Minato imagined. Even so, the speed with which Hikaru entered sage mode was ridiculous, but that could simply be talent. Even so, I'll have to deal with it properly. Minato watched the roaring dragon and tossed his kunai upward with his right hand. His left hand caught it midair, and on Minato's now free right palm, a rapidly rotating sphere of blue chakra formed. In a blink, it stabilized into a perfect orb. A technique of extreme shape transformation. Minato's pride, Rasengan. The moment Minato brought out Rasengan, it marked one thing clearly: he was now genuinely serious. Boom. When the senjutsu-infused water dragon crashed into him, Minato drove the Rasengan straight into its head. The explosion thundered through the forest. Violent chakra scattered outward like shrapnel. Minato's expression shifted. He could feel the strength of that senjutsu. His Rasengan could withstand it. Hikaru's gathered chakra was still only moderate, after all, but the blast pressure alone, a human body could not endure that directly. Rasengan still has its flaw: no ranged capability. Minato sighed inwardly, his gaze sharpening. He had a rough sense of Hikaru's ninjutsu output. Now that he didn't know whether Hikaru could maintain that level for long, but he didn't need to. Shinobi defenses were never reliable. A technique like that, used at the right time, could kill outright. Minato didn't believe in luck. War had carved too many lessons into him. Any carelessness could drag you into an irreversible abyss. Chakra shifted around his body. In the instant the Rasengan and water dragon's collision fully detonated, Minato vanished. Almost simultaneously, he appeared at Hikaru's side, Flying Thunder God blooming at point-blank range. His kunai was about to press into Hikaru's back, when the Hikaru before him vanished as well, and at the same time, from behind Minato came the sound of a blade tearing through the air. Chapter 103, I am Konoha's Hokage. Hikaru's blade came down and cut only air. The Hikaru Minato had been facing vanished so completely it was as if he'd never existed at all. Hikaru didn't show the slightest emotion. He simply drew his blade back and sheathed it with unhurried calm, then turned his eyes to the side. Minato was standing atop a tall tree looking down at him. There was approval in Minato's gaze, and there was also something like disbelief. The approval was simple. Hikaru's use of Flying Thunder God had already reached an excellent level, and Minato could claim part of that credit. He had taught Hikaru after all. Watching someone take what you'd taught, digest it completely, and then produce results with it. That kind of satisfaction was real. Minato couldn't help feeling pleased, but the disbelief, that came from Hikaru's level of proficiency. Minato already knew when Hikaru had placed the mark on him, and precisely because he knew, it felt almost absurd that it had happened at the instant Hikaru's fist brushed him during an exchange. Minato had dodged, but Hikaru's punch had also definitely touched him. After Hikaru activated Sage Mode, the two of them had barely managed to truly connect with one another at all. Their reactions were too sharp, their self-protection too refined. Actual contact opportunities were rare enough to count on one hand. Minato could seize such chances because his Flying Thunder God control was close to the extreme. He'd done something similar before. During Kakashi's first real use of Chidori, Minato had been able to save Kakashi and leave a mark on the enemy in the same breath. But Hikaru? How long had Hikaru been in contact with Flying Thunder God? How long had he even been able to use it? Minato had personally witnessed Hikaru learning sealing arts. He'd seen Hikaru's first Flying Thunder God use. Back then Hikaru's opponent had been strong, yes, but it was a taijutsu specialist and Hikaru had time to set up. Tonight was different. Tonight, neither of them knew when they might get a real opening, and yet in that split second, under pressure, Hikaru still caught the moment and left a mark without giving Minato even a sliver of space to notice. This was beyond what talent should reasonably explain, and yet Minato could only call it talent, because what else could it be that someone was secretly training Hikaru, that Hikaru could touch a technique once and instantly master it? Minato shook his head, almost amused by how ridiculous his thoughts were becoming. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were alive, could he do something like that? You're amazing. Minato looked at Hikaru from the tree, his tone full of genuine admiration. I didn't expect your mastery of Flying Thunder God to reach this level already. If not for Hokage-sama's guidance, I wouldn't be where I am. Hikaru bowed respectfully. On this point he was being sincere. Without Minato personally teaching him, he wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Of course, Hikaru also knew the one he should truly thank was his cheat, but that wasn't a person and it certainly wasn't something he could share. Most importantly, it wasn't something that could talk back. This is your talent. I didn't help you that much. Minato lowered his kunai, smiling faintly as he caught the sincerity in Hikaru's voice. Seeing Minato relax, Hikaru smoothly put away his own ninja blade as well. Minato clearly had no intention of continuing, and honestly the fight had already been enough. Hikaru had learned what he needed, his strengths and his gaps. His overall combat ability was high, but compared to true monsters there was still distance. People might point out that Hikaru had toyed with Kakuzu before and had escaped. Sorry, but Hikaru understood the truth better than anyone. Neither of them had been fighting him seriously. More importantly, they hadn't known his information. For shinobi, information was everything. Given how poor human durability was in this world, once you understood an opponent's abilities and found a weakness, even a weaker shinobi could kill them through planning. Hikaru had thought about it more than once. If Jiraiya had known the Rinnegan's abilities before challenging Nagato, could he have killed his wayward student and ended the teacher slain by student tradition that seemed to haunt the shinobi world? Hikaru felt the chances would have been high. After all, even Jiraiya's clone could press Ishiki's vessel to the point of desperation. With Minato it was different. Minato knew some of Hikaru's capabilities and Minato's overall strength was higher to begin with. And Hikaru had voluntarily revealed Sage Mode to end that situation. Minato naturally fought with proper caution. Reaching this point was enough. And it's not suitable to keep fighting now, Hikaru thought, glancing at the devastation around them, the cratered ground, the snapped branches everywhere. It wouldn't take long before ANBU teams arrived to investigate. Even if Hikaru was ANBU and Minato was the Hokage, neither of them wanted this to become public knowledge. It's late. Let's stop here for tonight. Minato nodded to him. I can't do much, but I hope you truly become division commander. I hope so too. Hikaru smiled again, gentle as ever. Even if it's regrettable. I respect Hokage-sama's decision. Minato sighed softly at that. His smile faded, his gaze sharpening into something more serious, but only for a moment. That seriousness melted into helplessness and a bitter smile. You still blame me a little, don't you? For not making the decision directly. Minato spoke quietly, eyes lifting toward the silver moon. His thoughts seemed to drift far away. I know. If I took a hard stance, I could have forced that position into your hands. And I know that being overly cautious, too strictly bound by so-called rules, can be an admirable quality in ordinary times. But in other times, Minato's voice grew heavier. That kind of behavior can injure not only the one who holds power, but also the people who follow them. Hikaru's scalp nearly went cold, because those were words frighteningly close to what Sarutobi Hiruzen himself had said, Hiruzen's private assessment of Minato. But Hikaru forced himself steady. This was exactly the moment panic would ruin everything. So he stayed calm, and waited to hear what Minato truly meant. However, ANBU is Konoha's ANBU. Minato lowered his gaze, looking directly at Hikaru now, solemn and unshakable. It doesn't belong to me. And it doesn't belong to the third Hokage either. ANBU exists to protect Konoha. And the division commander is a critical part of that structure. I don't want an unqualified person sitting in a seat they don't deserve. This thinking may be old-fashioned. Minato's voice was quiet, but every word landed like steel. But I have never forgotten what I am. I am a shinobi of Konoha, and I am Konoha's Hokage. Konoha's Hokage, huh? Later that night, Hikaru lay in bed staring at the bright moon outside his window, thinking of Minato's words. They were plain, but somehow they were also deeply unsettling. If Hikaru had to judge them, he'd call it a great ideal, and also, in a way, naive, not allowing the wrong person to sit in the wrong seat. Could that truly be done in this world? Hikaru wasn't convinced that in his previous life he'd seen plenty of interesting realities. In many Western countries, for example, key positions weren't filled by the most suitable person at all. They were filled through compromises, deals, and exchanges of interest. Sometimes it was even worse. Sometimes people were placed into important seats specifically to conceal mistakes or to set them up. Hikaru remembered a classic joke. An agriculture expert was placed in charge of diplomacy instead of being allowed to do what he was actually good at. Why? Because if you let him do what he was skilled at, he might uncover problems he wasn't supposed to see, and that would trigger bigger trouble. But if you threw him into diplomacy, something he didn't understand, then he wouldn't discover those problems. And since he wasn't competent, he'd naturally make mistakes. Once he made mistakes, dealing with him became far easier. If the situation was minor, you could forgive him and look magnanimous, gaining his loyalty. If the situation was serious, you could throw him out as a scapegoat and let him carry the blame. But someone who truly thinks the way Minato does and acts on it, Hikaru exhaled, then stopped thinking. Maybe only Namikaze Minato. Whether Minato's mindset was simply because he was new to the seat and hadn't fully adapted yet, or whether he truly intended to keep walking this path forever, it wasn't something Hikaru needed to decide tonight. He still had something else to prepare. He needed to craft what he would give Sarutobi Hiruzen, materials about his interaction with Minato. Those materials didn't require much selection. Hikaru had already decided what they would look like. He would block out everything that suggested deeper, more intimate exchange with Minato. If tonight hadn't happened, Hikaru might have considered showing Hiruzen more value by revealing a little more about what he and Minato discussed. But now Hikaru chose to present his relationship with Minato as something simple, teacher and student. Instruction and learning. So in those materials he had to conceal a great deal. As for the rest, he could be honest. Most of it wasn't critical information anyway, largely just Minato teaching him sealing arts, and to make the report flawless in Hiruzen's eyes, Hikaru also intended to hand over some of his Flying Thunder God insights. Though my Flying Thunder God isn't something a normal person can learn. Hikaru chuckled silently. After all, the system had given him the most complete, most original version. He was almost looking forward to seeing Hiruzen take his complete materials and have someone try them. If someone actually learned it, then all Hikaru could say was that Tobirama Senju must have been reincarnated. The next morning, Hikaru rose early, but he didn't return to his division's compound. Instead, he stayed home and quickly wrote everything he needed. He didn't have to rush to report in today. He needed to submit certain personal materials at headquarters, and he could use that chance to deliver what he'd prepared for Hiruzen as well. The materials were simple. The only truly annoying part was his Flying Thunder God notes. He had intended to submit them in full, but after thinking it through, he decided to trim them slightly. It wasn't as if anyone could learn it just because he wrote it down. If he cut a bit here and there, Hiruzen's side wouldn't be able to tell. Why make it harder on himself? Once everything was ready, he headed straight to ANBU headquarters. To keep tasking efficient and division management clean. Each division had its own stationing area. The headquarters housed mostly reserves, administrative staff, intelligence, and logistics, but every division was close enough to respond instantly to major missions or urgent meetings. Mask on, head lowered, Hikaru moved silently deeper inside. Several ANBU members noticed him, and some stepped forward to check him, but Hikaru was legitimate ANBU. He had clearance and identification. With little effort he entered the core area, and under watchful eyes he made his way to the director's office. The surveillance was expected. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even noteworthy, because the moment Hikaru stepped into the director's office, he felt even more eyes on him. "It's you, Nightingale?" Murashima Takumi was inside. He glanced once and immediately recognized him. "Here to submit your report?" "Yes." Hikaru bowed slightly. "Besides my own report, I also have another report. I hope Director Sama will forward it to the Hokage." He placed one report on the desk, then he offered the second file forward. "Thank you for your trouble, Director Sama." A report for the Hokage. Murashima Takumi stared at Hikaru for a moment. Then, without even looking at the document, he lowered his head and continued working. He didn't reach out, he didn't accept it. Hikaru's brows knit faintly. What was this? A deliberate snub? A petty attempt to assert authority? Or had Sarutobi Hiruzen simply not informed him, so he didn't believe Hikaru had any reason to send something directly? "Documents for the Hokage are submitted by you personally," Murashima said without looking up. His voice was calm and cold, like ice pressed to the skin. "I have received no order to forward anything on your behalf, so I will not do it. Do you understand?" Hikaru's frown deepened slightly. "Director Sama, what I mean is, this report is for the third Hokage." Murashima lifted his head then, eyes icy. "Was my meaning unclear?" He spoke slowly, each word sharp. "Then I'll repeat it, so Captain Nightingale remembers it clearly. I have received no order. I will not transmit anything for you." "No order, so he won't move." Hikaru looked at Murashima Takumi, his gaze turned subtly strange. For the first time he felt there might be something off about this man. Was Murashima truly this rigid, or was there something else underneath? Chapter 104, Let me borrow your hand. Hikaru still didn't understand what Murashima Takumi's angle was. He felt his meaning had been crystal clear. Yet in the end, Murashima still refused him, flatly. He wouldn't even say where Sarutobi Hiruzen was. It left Hikaru deeply displeased, but he couldn't afford to say much. Murashima was the director. A subordinate openly clashing with his superior was practically suicide. Still, Murashima Takumi was now firmly on Hikaru's radar. Everyone said Murashima was 100% loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but today's behavior, it didn't feel like loyalty at all. Either Murashima had his own agenda, or he'd been trained into something far worse, an extremely rigid machine that only moved when orders existed. If he did have an agenda, then whose was it? Shimura Danzō's? Hikaru didn't know Murashima well enough to judge. Their positions were too far apart. Besides, the ANBU director was one of the most mysterious people in all of Konoha. Everyone knew the name, yet no one knew anything real about the man. This was Hikaru's first time dealing with him face to face, and it was disappointing. I'll have to learn more about him. If nothing unexpected happened, Hikaru would soon become a division commander, and once he did, he'd have far more chances to cross paths with Murashima Takumi. Forget it. I was hoping he'd pass it along for me, but that's clearly not happening. Hikaru sighed inwardly. The documents he'd prepared couldn't be delivered, and that was awkward in the worst way. He didn't know where Hiruzen was. He didn't even have a channel to contact him. When Hiruzen left after their meeting, the old fox hadn't provided any method of communication at all. With no choice, Hikaru could only leave, but the moment he stepped out of the director's office, he spotted an ANBU member waiting outside. The masked operative glanced at him, then made an extremely subtle hand sign, barely a flicker, before silently turning and walking away. "Follow?" Hikaru recognized the gesture immediately. A tactical signal, but the person? Hikaru didn't recognize him. Still, Hikaru remembered this masked ANBU had been watching him ever since he entered the headquarters. He hadn't shown himself before. Only now, after Hikaru left the director's office, did he step forward. That alone told Hikaru this wasn't a random encounter. Hikaru followed. His sensory perception stayed locked onto the man the entire time. Not long after, The operative slipped into an office. Hikaru's caution rose instantly. He approached the door slowly. One hand settled on the lock. The other slid into his ninja pouch. If anything went wrong, he wanted a kunai in his grip before the first heartbeat ended. He pushed the door open. The operative didn't attack. He stood beside a desk, watching Hikaru steadily, his breathing calm, too calm. Hikaru's senses confirmed it as well. There was only one person in the office. No ambushed, no hidden chakra signatures, no intent to strike. "You thought I'd pick a fight with you?" the masked ANBU spoke at last. "I'm not confident enough to deal with someone who can use Flying Thunder God." "Is that so?" Hikaru's tone remained gentle, unhurried. "Then I apologize. I was being suspicious. A fake apology with no sincerity isn't necessary." The operative shook his head. "Close the door. We'll talk." He paused, then added, "And call me Owl. Captain Nightingale." Hikaru didn't turn his back, not even for a moment. His right hand stayed near his ninja tools. Owl noticed, but only shook his head, saying nothing. Once the door clicked shut, Owl looked at Hikaru and said calmly, "Hand over what you were trying to submit to the Hokage." Hikaru's brow creased. "What are you talking about?" "Caution is good, but don't waste my time with acting." Owl's voice stayed flat. "You met the director, didn't you?" "Yes." Hikaru nodded. "If you have something to say it plainly." "The director is the director," Owl said coolly. "But even he needs people to handle things for him. You have a document meant for the Hokage. That's not something the director would personally carry around. As his subordinate, it's my job to shoulder that kind of workload. Is that strange?" "Isn't it?" Hikaru stared at Owl. Not only did he not relax, he became even more alert. He'd already suspected Murashima Takumi was off. And now he was nearly certain of it. Was the so-called most loyal man to the third Hokage actually a traitor? Had he sold himself to someone else? Or was this simply a test? Hikaru didn't know. But he knew one thing: he had to make a statement right now. This wasn't a situation that was easy to handle, but it also wasn't impossible. What Hikaru needed was information. Enough information to judge correctly. If I make this loud enough, it might even benefit me. His mind moved quickly. He could sense people approaching this office. Time was running out. On the surface, Hikaru nodded slowly, then lifted the document and walked toward Owl. "In that case, I'll leave it to you." His voice remained gentle, even faintly friendly. "Please make sure it reaches the Hokage." Owl reached out to take it, and in the next instant his expression changed. "You." The document fell from Hikaru's hand. A kunai appeared in Hikaru's right palm as if it had been born there. It drove toward Owl's chest, fast, silent, and the blue chakra burst out along the blade's edge. Owl hadn't expected Hikaru to strike, but he was elite ANBU, and at the most dangerous moment he used substitution. Poof! Smoke swallowed the office. The desk that had taken the blow was pierced clean through, and Hikaru's kunai, cold gleaming, hovering so close to Owl's face it was nearly touching his mask. Hikaru's sudden attack truly rattled Owl. He hadn't imagined the boy would be this decisive, this ruthless. To dare strike openly inside ANBU headquarters. That was beyond Owl's expectations. For a heartbeat, Owl even wondered if Hikaru had lost his mind. But Owl's mind was fast. In the very next breath, he understood. This bastard. He thinks I'm ASPY. Was the only explanation that made sense. And honestly, Owl couldn't even blame him. From a normal point of view, what Owl had just done really did look excessive. The problem was, it was his job. Owl's primary role within ANBU was to maintain communication channels and handle contact matters involving the Hokage. ANBU was complicated. Certain responsibilities were never explained to outsiders. Hikaru not knowing was normal. But still, attacking without giving even a sliver of room for explanation, wasn't that a bit much? Hikaru didn't care what Owl was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't regret it. Because when Hikaru chose to strike, he had already decided on the excuse he would use. He attacked for 3 reasons. First, to test ANBU's bottom line. Second, to force information out into the open. And third, the most airtight, undeniable reason of all, he was protecting the Hokage's interests inside ANBU. He gave Owl no chance to speak. Hikaru yanked the kunai from the desk and kicked forward. The substituted desk couldn't withstand the force. It shattered into pieces. Owl rolled hard to the side, barely dodging the kick, and the movement exposed him again in front of Hikaru. Hikaru snapped a kunai toward Owl at the same time. His right hand drew his ninja blade from behind his back. Owl's heart sank. This wasn't pressure. This was intent to finish. Worse, Owl couldn't explain. Not now, not like this. Grinding his teeth, Owl drew his own ninja blade and raised it just in time that he blocked Hikaru's slash, and his arm went numb from the shock. He'd heard other ANBU talk about Hikaru. He'd watched Hikaru's evaluation matches. He knew Hikaru's speed and strength were terrifying, but watching from a distance and feeling it up close, they weren't even the same world. Now Owl understood. Hikaru really was strong, absurdly strong. No wonder he could defeat a Yamanaka shinobi even before using Flying Thunder God. No wonder he could fight Hyuga Lone Wolf for so long. Enough, Nightingale. Owl shouted, sensing the situation slipping. There's a misunderstanding between us, but I can't explain it in detail. Then I'll make you explain after I capture you. Hikaru cut him off calmly. I didn't expect to find someone this interesting inside ANBU. Hikaru's pressure increased again. Owl felt the weight spike instantly, but he refused to be captured. This kid is terrifying, and he still hasn't used Flying Thunder God. Owl cursed inwardly. He could sense reinforcements nearing, but instead of comforting him, that fact made Owl even more uneasy. Flying Thunder God wasn't something that feared being surrounded, even if a crowd arrived. Nightingale could leave whenever he wanted, and if he decided to counterattack, Owl and whoever came with him would never endure it. With a roar, Owl forced Hikaru back and launched into a desperate offensive, reckless, aggressive, almost suicidal. He wanted only one thing: drag this out, make it bigger, because only then could he survive this mess. Clink. 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 Inside the cramped office, the two of them smashed together, ninja blade against ninja blade, metal screaming against metal. Their speeds were both high and both had real combat experience, but Hikaru clearly held the advantage. His speed was faster, and with the sealing art seed no longer restraining him, Hikaru could pour out chakra freely. Add in the lessons he'd learned fighting Lone Wolf. Owl couldn't handle it. He was being pushed back steadily. Their shadows crossed again and again, and Hikaru's tempo only rose. Even without Sage Mode, Owl was starting to crumble. The room was too small, no space to breathe. Hikaru's speed was too fast, no rhythm to match. Cuts appeared one after another across Owl's body. Worse, Hikaru gave him no chance to form hand seals. Clink. After another brutal exchange, Hikaru's blade swept, and Owl's ninja blade was knocked clean out of his hand. Owl's reaction was sharp enough to be called elite. Ignoring the blood pouring from his right hand, he drew a kunai-in. The instant Hikaru's blade had the slightest recovery lag, Owl twisted aside and drove the kunai toward Hikaru's chest. Hikaru's brows lifted slightly. Owl's reaction and sense for openings were genuinely good. But Hikaru was more vicious. His coordination, reflexes, and sensory perception were all exceptional. In a heartbeat, he slipped the strike, raised his left hand, and caught Owl's wrist. A sharp twist. Owl's kunai dropped to the floor. The sheer ease of that counter made Owl's blood run cold. He had expected he might lose once Hikaru chose to strike, but he never imagined he'd be losing this badly. While Hikaru still hadn't used Flying Thunder God, I can't even force him to use it. What the hell is Nightingale? Owl gritted his teeth and tried to break free. Then he saw Hikaru's right hand move. Blue chakra surged along the ninja blade, and Hikaru stabbed straight toward Owl's chest. The edge of death, Owl ripped out another kunai and blocked the thrust by instinct. If he hadn't, he would have died. Hikaru frowned slightly. This Owl was tougher than expected. Hikaru knew he'd gotten an advantage through the initial ambush and by abusing the cramped terrain. Owl couldn't form seals, couldn't use ninjutsu properly, couldn't even create space. In a normal fight, or a formal evaluation, Hikaru doubted he could have driven Owl into such a miserable state. But shinobi were shinobi. Winning was what mattered. Hikaru glanced at Owl, struggling, bleeding, then at the reinforcements whose chakra signatures were already almost at the doorway. Hikaru's hand paused, and then in a warm, almost gentle tone he spoke. Let me borrow your hand for a moment. Chapter 105. Are you trying to ruin ANBU? Hokage-sama. On the street leading toward ANBU headquarters, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked at an unhurried pace. He looked relaxed, gentle even, like an old man savoring the leisure of retirement. But then an ANBU operative suddenly appeared at his side and dropped to one knee. The interruption shattered the quiet mood. Hiruzen frowned slightly. He didn't like being disturbed at times like this, yet he didn't scold the ANBU. Get up, he said with a mild voice, shaking his head. What is it? You're in a hurry, this isn't the posture an ANBU should have. Hokage-sama, it's Captain Nightingale. The ANBU rose quickly and SP. Oak in a low, urgent whisper. Captain Nightingale is at headquarters, and he's fighting Owl. Fighting? Hiruzen's brows knit. Hikaru going to headquarters was something Hiruzen knew very well that in fact, the moment Hikaru stepped onto this street, Hiruzen had already been aware of his movements. He hadn't shown himself immediately because he understood what Hikaru intended. Hikaru was going to use this trip to headquarters to deliver something to him. That was why Hiruzen had started moving only after Hikaru entered ANBU HQ. With Takumi and Owl inside, there shouldn't have been any accidents. If an accident did occur, it would most likely be Hikaru clashing with Murashima Takumi, given Takumi's personality. Of course, even if there was friction, it wouldn't be a big deal. Takumi was the director, after all. Hikaru was a smart boy. He wouldn't choose to make an enemy of his direct superior, and besides, wasn't Owl there? Yet reality slapped Hiruzen in the face. Hikaru hadn't clashed with Takumi. He'd clashed with Owl. What in the world was going on? What happened? Hiruzen asked immediately. Why would those two fight? This subordinate doesn't know. The ANBU shook his head. Only that Captain Nightingale met with the director, then Owl stopped him afterward. Owl brought Captain Nightingale to an office to talk, and not long after, noise came from inside. Hiruzen walked forward while thinking rapidly. Hikaru was smart, there was no question of that, and Hikaru showing up today meant he had made a choice. At least he had moved in the direction Hiruzen wanted. Of course, Hiruzen would never fully trust him. No one could be sure Hikaru wasn't playing both sides. Loyalty required time, but for a smart person to suddenly attack an ANBU headquarters, something had to be wrong. Unless the problem was Owl. Or rather, Owl and Takumi had triggered Hikaru's suspicion. Hiruzen's mind found the key almost instantly. Hikaru's identity was sensitive. He would be sensitive to everything around him. Takumi's behavior certainly didn't resemble a normal director in this context. And Owl meeting Hikaru also involved information that couldn't be revealed casually. Put those three together and Hikaru choosing to act became almost inevitable, and the reason for acting? To draw Hiruzen out. Whether it was for self-preservation, suspicion toward Takumi and Owl, or even using the chaos to show loyalty, Hikaru's move was clever. Hiruzen shook his head. Faintly, this boy really was sharp. But sometimes being too clever makes people uneasy. Especially when you're Senju. Let me borrow your hand for a moment. Inside an office at ANBU headquarters, Hikaru spoke gently, almost softly, but the words sent a pulse of unease through Owl's chest. Hikaru's right hand snapped up. His ninja blade hooked Owl's kunai away, and the motion carried so far that Hikaru's own blade was flung out as well. The next instant, Hikaru's fist drove toward Owl's chest at the same time. His left hand loosened slightly, then locked onto Owl's fingers. A twist. Owl's kunai slipped from his left hand and dropped. Hikaru immediately followed, kicking toward the kunai's grip. Owl raised his arm and blocked the punch, but the kunai flying straight toward his face forced him to throw his upper body backward. Barely. The kunai grazed past Owl's mask and shot into the ceiling, clanged off Hikaru's falling blade, then spun wildly and dropped again. Owl's expression didn't improve in the slightest, because his left hand was still trapped in Hikaru's control, and what made it worse? Hikaru had used that grip to force Owl's hand through a hand seal. You! Owl roared. Hikaru ignored him. As Owl's balance wavered, Hikaru bent his right arm and drove an elbow into Owl's chest. Guh! Pain exploded through Owl's ribs. An elbow strike was one of the most brutal weapons a human body could produce. In Hikaru's previous life, deaths from elbow strikes weren't rare at all. Many competitions, even boxing and certain fighting sports, banned elbow strikes entirely. Owl was a shinobi with strong endurance, but even he couldn't swallow an elbow like that cleanly. And the worst part, while Owl reeled, Hikaru controlled Owl's left hand again. 2 more seals. Owl knew he had to counter. If this continued, he'd be in real trouble. He forced his body stable and threw a punch toward Hikaru's throat. But Hikaru's reaction was too fast. He caught Owl's wrist, and his left hand twisted hard. Crack! The sound of bone splitting rang in the cramped office. Then Hikaru's foot slammed into Owl's stomach. Owl's insides churned violently, and in that moment, Hikaru finished the final hand seal. Hikaru suddenly released him. At the same time, Hikaru leapt. The spinning kunai fell perfectly into his line. Hikaru tracked its rotation with a single glance, twisted in midair and kicked hard. The kunai shot forward like lightning. Bang. The office door was kicked open. 3 ANBU reinforcements rushed in, and in that exact instant Hikaru's chakra surged violently, hands clasped, no hesitation. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Faced with a pincer-like assault, Owl, already battered, still managed to evade. He twisted aside with difficulty, dodging the kunai. Then he dropped low, braced a hand on the floor and rolled backward, barely escaping the water dragon's direct impact. Fire release, great fireball technique. The reinforcements didn't hold back, especially since Hikaru had already begun using ninjutsu. The water dragon alone made their scalps tighten. If they didn't counter it immediately, they'd be overwhelmed. Water and fire collided, steam exploded outward, and Owl seized that single moment to slip out of the office. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. Yes, Owl had lost the initiative, and the office was too cramped to weave seals properly. Yes, he'd been forced into taijutsu and desperate maneuvers. But how old was Nightingale? 13? 14? Owl, an adult, had been suppressed into this state by a child's taijutsu alone. That fact said everything, and the boy's creativity was unreal. Fighting while controlling an enemy's hand to assist with hand seals, Owl had never seen anything like it. In his mind, only the Uchiha psychopaths could do something that unreasonable. And only the ones with Sharingan. You alright? What the hell happened? You and Captain Nightingale? Outside the steam-choked office, an ANBU rushed to Owl, staring at his battered state. They were reinforcements, but they still didn't know what had actually occurred. Ha ha. Owl panted twice, then glanced at the ANBU. A misunderstanding. But I can't explain. Why not? Another ANBU asked, confused. What happened? Captain Nightingale just met the director. What did you do? Stop asking. Owl cut him off sharply. Deal with the current mess. And notify the director now. Owl didn't want to answer, especially not when he heard them call Hikaru Cap. Tane with that level of respect, calling division commanders captain was one thing, but Hikaru was only a squad leader. Was this really necessary? Of course, Owl didn't dare question it out loud, not after Hikaru had taught him a lesson like that. The respect came from strength, and from Flying Thunder God. That if Hikaru hadn't shown those things, Owl himself would have gladly called him Captain Nightingale too. But being driven into this kind of miserable corner, and being unable to explain, it left a bitterness Owl couldn't swallow. Steam rolled outward, more and more ANBU gathered. Many stationed here weren't frontline combat personnel, some were reserves, administrative, intelligence, logistics, but they were still shinobi. They couldn't ignore what was happening. What happened here? No idea. Someone attacked. Who starts a fight inside ANBU HQ? And where's the director? I saw someone go notify him. He should be here soon. Whispers spread through the crowd. Some drew weapons, preparing to intervene. A fight at ANBU HQ was no small matter. Curiosity came later. First priority was stopping it. Then, a figure appeared behind Owl like a ghost. No warning. No build-up. Owl's body stiffened. He felt it. He sensed the presence. But sensing and reacting were two different things. That was Flying Thunder God's terror. Owl was strong enough to detect it at least. Most shinobi wouldn't even notice Minato's Flying Thunder God until they were already dead. Bang. A kick slammed into Owl's back. He flew, and only then did the nearby ANBU react, but Hikaru didn't give them time. This time he wasn't as vicious as he had been with Owl. The instant Owl was launched away, Hikaru's leg hadn't even fully retracted before his hand snapped out and seized an ANBU's wrist. He yanked, twisted, and flung the man aside like a sack. Then, as his leg came down, Hikaru used body flicker and slid to the flank of two others. A kick. One ANBU crashed into the other. In a breath, for shinobi were down. Flying Thunder God was monstrous, because you never knew when the enemy would appear at your side. Even if you somehow knew, you still couldn't defend. Not everyone was Uchiha Madara. Even the fourth Raikage, at the pinnacle of speed with lightning release chakra mode, had suffered again and again against Flying Thunder God. The surrounding ANBU stared, stunned. They had been ready to step in and suppress the incident. But when they saw who was fighting, they froze. It was Captain Nightingale, and the technique he was using was Flying Thunder God. What in the world was going on? The same thought rose in their minds as it had for the reinforcements earlier. Why was Hikaru attacking ANBU personnel? For a moment, no one knew whether they should in that hesitation and confusion. Murashima Takumi finally arrived. Stop! With a body flicker, he landed in the center and separated Hikaru from Owl and the others, his gaze cold as ice. Apologies, Director Sama. Hikaru did not lower his guard. He had stopped moving, but he remained in a combat-ready stance. Takumi's eyes hardened. What do you think you're doing? Hikaru shook his head lightly, chakra already gathering again. I have my reasons, Director Sama. Once I'm finished, I'll submit a full report. Hikaru's words darkened Takumi's face. Takumi's chakra began to rise as well that he looked ready to strike. The atmosphere tightened to a breaking point. Every ANBU present felt lost. And then, a voice cut through the tension. What are you doing? The tone was calm, but it carried authority like a blade. Are you trying to ruin the entire ANBU? Chapter 106, A Terrifying Guess. You were a bit impulsive. Even if your intention was good, Nightingale. Inside the ANBU director's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the desk, looking at Hikaru with a faintly helpless expression. Hikaru stood quietly where he was, saying nothing. To the side, Murashima Takumi remained silent as well, so still, so calm, he felt less like a person and more like a machine. Back when Hikaru and Murashima had faced off, both of them gathering chakra. The situation seconds away from turning violent, Hiruzen had finally arrived, and the moment he saw what was happening he had been both shocked and furious. His pressure exploded outward in one wave. Only then did Hikaru truly understand something, why this aging third Hokage who looked mediocre in so many records of later years had once been called the professor, the shinobi who stood at the peak. Hiruzen was strong. Hikaru never doubted that. But how strong, he hadn't been sure until now. Hiruzen hadn't even moved. Just the sheer force of his presence made Hikaru feel as if he'd been dropped into hell. Once that pressure wrapped around him, even breathing became difficult. It felt exactly like that scene in the old stories, when Naruto and Sasuke first met Orochimaru and were smothered by his killing intent. Except Hikaru held up far better than those two had. His strength wasn't in the same category as their early unawakened selves. Hiruzen reined it in quickly. He had Owl sent to the medical division, then ordered both Hikaru and Murashima Takumi to the office. He demanded the full story. He wanted to hear exactly what kind of answer Hikaru would give. And the result didn't surprise Hiruzen at all. Right there, with Murashima standing beside him, Hikaru laid out everything he'd seen, everything he'd heard. And every suspicion he'd formed. He didn't care that the ANBU director was listening. He even said it outright. If Owl and the director have been compromised, if they're spies, then the damage to ANBU would be even worse. As Hikaru spoke, his eyes weren't only on Hiruzen, he was also watching Murashima's reaction, and that disappointed him. Murashima Takumi didn't react at all. That he remained cold and statue still, without even the slightest ripple of emotion. Apologies, Hokage-sama. Hikaru bowed. His voice was gentle again, yet his posture didn't look particularly repentant. Takumi, step out for now. Hiruzen glanced at Hikaru, then turned to Murashima. Don't let anyone approach. And go check on Owl. Yes, Hokage-sama. Murashima spoke at last. He didn't even look at Hikaru. He bowed with perfect respect, then turned and left. No hesitation, no questions. Not even a hint of curiosity about why Hiruzen wanted him gone. That alone made Hikaru frown. Murashima Takumi, he was hard to understand. The man seemed to lack human emotion entirely. Isn't it strange? After Murashima left, Hiruzen spoke as if he'd seen straight through Hikaru. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Hokage-sama. Hikaru withdrew his thoughts instantly, lowering his head. This subordinate no longer feels anything strange. Is that so? Hiruzen studied him with mild interest. You were suspicious of Takumi and Owl earlier. Why are you no longer suspicious now? Because Hokage-sama trusts them. Hikaru gave the simple answer possible. If Hokage-sama trusts them, then this subordinate trusts them as well. It was blunt, and it was the kind of answer a good subordinate was expected to give. No unnecessary questions, no wandering thoughts, no digging into what didn't belong to you. That was how an excellent ANBU survived. But Hikaru's inner thoughts were nothing like his words. Murashima and Owl had been far too strange, and now he felt he finally understood. This had nothing to do with Shimura Danzō. If anything, Danzō's biggest gain from ANBU had already died, Namuki, the one Hikaru had quietly sent to his grave. Hikaru's earlier suspicion that Danzō had infiltrated or controlled Murashima and Owl came from one fact: Danzō had once reached into ANBU. Who could say he hadn't left behind a hidden hand? But if Murashima and Owl were truly controlled, Hiruzen would never trust them this completely. With Namuki dead, Danzō had no foothold left in ANBU. Minato and Hiruzen would never give him one. So there was only one explanation: everything Hikaru had sensed, all the wrongness, it had been arranged by Hiruzen himself. Murashima Takumi was simply too rigid, too mechanical, a puppet that only moved according to orders. Every decision he made originated from Hiruzen, but a puppet like that couldn't run ANBU alone. He needed someone to prevent mistakes, someone to assist him, someone who could do it without drawing attention, which meant Owl's existence was necessary. Owl answers to Hiruzen directly. He links Hiruzen and Murashima. He supports Murashima from behind and keeps the machine running. The thought made Hikaru's skin crawl. No wonder the ANBU director always stood behind Hiruzen, no matter the era. No wonder Murashima supported the third Hokage even under the fourth Hokage's reign. Because Murashima wasn't a true leader, he was a puppet. People had desires. Everyone did. And when someone controlled a department as powerful as ANBU, desire naturally grew, spreading roots, reaching out. But if the person in charge was merely a puppet, a shinobi without personal ambition, without personal desire, who executed orders perfectly, then there would be no problem. Hiruzen looked at Hikaru for a long moment, then shook his head, as if unwilling to care whether Hikaru's trust was genuine or just a performance. To him, it didn't matter. ANB, it was his. No one's thoughts could change that fact. Anyway, Hiruzen steepled his fingers under his chin. Nightingale, what did you want with me? I heard you were looking for me. Now you've seen me. Hokage-sama, I have something to submit. Hikaru immediately produced the file he'd prepared. Please review it. Oh. Hiruzen raised a brow. And what is it? A report on my interactions with the fourth Hokage, and my insights into Flying Thunder God. Hiruzen hadn't expected this. The materials were far too detailed, not just records of Hikaru's meetings with Minato, what was discussed, what Minato taught him, but also Hikaru's own reflections and practical notes on using Flying Thunder God. Even last night's sparring session was included. Hikaru directly framed it as following the third Hokage's requirements, building a deeper connection with Minato. And honestly, Hikaru didn't believe ANBU or the sensory division could have missed a fight that intense. Rather than waiting for Hiruzen to ask, Hikaru had chosen to put it on paper first. Just as Hikaru expected, Hiruzen only nodded after reading. No extra praise, no extra judgment, but that nod was enough. Hiruzen was satisfied that he knew some things about Minato and Hikaru's relationship, but not enough. The people assigned to watch them couldn't get close. Special techniques couldn't be used recklessly either. Both Minato and Hikaru were too strong, especially Hikaru, who had sharp sensory perception that if surveillance was discovered, it wouldn't be a minor issue. And of course, Hiruzen wasn't foolish enough to fully trust a report written by Hikaru. Who knew what might have been omitted? But what delighted him was something else. Hikaru had handed over relatively complete notes on Flying Thunder God. For shinobi, personal understanding of a technique was not something shared lightly. At most, you poured everything into a disciple. And even that was reserved for a true, most valued personal student. To everyone else? Never. Those insights were a shinobi's private weapon. Even the Hokage couldn't normally demand them, because once they were exposed, it wasn't only about whether someone could learn the technique and turn it against you, it was about analysis, about others reading the notes, dissecting the mechanics, understanding strengths and weaknesses, and eventually finding ways to counter it, or even kill you using that knowledge. By submitting this, Hikaru had drastically reduced Flying Thunder God's mystery in Hiruzen's hands. Hiruzen could now experiment, compare, test. How could he not be pleased? Minato had submitted some materials before, but after passing through Jiraiya's hands, certain things had naturally been concealed. Hiruzen hadn't blamed Jiraiya then. Back then, his relationship with Minato wasn't as strained, and he even approved of the concealment. But now, when interests were touched, everything changed. When Hiruzen was pleased, many things became easier, many things became different. These materials are very good. I'm satisfied, Hiruzen said mildly. I've heard your relationship with Kakashi is quite close. He paused, then smiled faintly. When the appointment for 3rd Division Commander comes down, you'll be allowed to choose your own team members. Hikaru's expression shifted just slightly, then he bowed. Thank you, Hokage-sama. On the surface it sounded like a generous reward, but inside Hikaru only sneered. The right to select team members was already a division commander's authority. Not everyone could exercise it freely, and it did require reporting upward, but ordinarily the director didn't veto reasonable picks, and if the director constantly vetoed, then Shinichi and Masaya wouldn't have been reassigned so easily before. Hiruzen specifically bringing up Kakashi, that was the real point. Kakashi was Minato's only direct disciple. Pulling Kakashi into Hikaru's hands was Hiruzen's reminder. Whether Hiruzen trusted Hikaru or not, Hikaru was expected to become a piece placed beside the 4th Hokage if Hikaru disobeyed. Then even if Hikaru was discarded later, Hiruzen could still use Kakashi to disgust Minato one last time. And beyond that, this was a test. Hikaru still had the Senju behind him. Granting him selection authority was likely Hiruzen watching. What would Hikaru do once he held real power? What an old fox. With that thought, Hikaru left ANBU headquarters obediently. He still had missions to handle, he couldn't stay here. But Hiruzen didn't move. He remained seated behind the desk, eyes fixed on Hikaru's report. Not long after, the door was knocked. A man wrapped in bandages stepped inside. Shimura Danzō. Hiruzen. Danzō walked up without ceremony, face cold. I heard the Senju brat caused trouble in ANBU. That kid's got too much nerve. It was only a misunderstanding. Hiruzen shook his head calmly, then looked up at Danzō. Your information travels quickly. Danzō snorted and said nothing more. He knew that wasn't praise, but he also had no intention of explaining himself, and he believed Hiruzen wouldn't press the point. As expected, Hiruzen didn't argue with him over it. Danzō's existence was too useful. Many of the things Danzō did were things Hiruzen wanted done but could not do himself. Danzō was his shadow, even if that shadow had its own thoughts, its own ambitions, and even if it sometimes crossed the line, its value was undeniable, and Hiruzen's personal relationship with Danzō was deep enough that he could still tolerate it. Do you truly trust that brat? Danzō finally asked, unable to bear the silence any longer. I heard you're really going to make him division commander. Yes and no. Hiruzen nodded calmly. I don't trust him, but I do intend to give him the position. More than that, I granted him the authority to select his own team. Danzō shook his head, unimpressed. That authority belongs to a division commander anyway. You're testing him. Who knows? Hiruzen chuckled, then slid Hikaru's file across the desk. Read this. Danzō frowned, took the file and began reading. He read quickly, but after only a short while his expression changed. When he finished, for a brief moment he truly wanted to keep the papers for himself, but he suppressed the impulse and placed them back on the desk. Looks like he paid a heavy price, Danzō said quietly. His voice remained flat, but there was a ripple underneath it. Yes. Hiruzen nodded. A very heavy price. Interesting kid, isn't he? Danzō didn't answer. His eyes stayed on the file. Hiruzen watched him and smiled silently. He knew the value of those notes. How could Danzō not? What neither of them knew, what neither of them could possibly know, was that this detailed file was actually a trap. Everything in it was written based on techniques Hikaru had learned through the system, meaning, if anyone else wanted to learn it, they'd need a system too. Chapter 107, I'm a Senju too. After stirring up trouble inside ANBU, Hikaru returned to his division station. But something surprised him. He'd assumed the chaos he caused would already be common knowledge throughout ANBU. Instead, when he got back, it was as if nothing had happened. No whispers, no strange looks, no one even hinted at Itida, so Hiruzen had suppressed the incident completely. And that also meant one thing: his grip over ANBU was absurdly strong. Something that big and he could bury it at will. Even by evening, when Hikaru got off duty, nobody brought it up. That alone said enough about how deep Hiruzen's control really ran. So taking ANBU isn't going to be simple. Walking home, Hikaru couldn't help letting out a quiet sigh. He had just passed the division commander assessment, and his official appointment still hadn't been issued, but his goal was never division commander. Not even ANBU director. those were stepping stones that he planned to climb them, one after another, from the shadows into the light. The Hokage seat was his target. No, beyond that, his eyes were on the entire shinobi world. Division commander, director, they're all just platforms. Platforms to remove opponents, platforms to gather the people he needed, platforms to lay foundations for the future. Hikaru wasn't naive. A lone wolf couldn't build anything. To become the true boss of the shinobi world, personal strength had to be overwhelming, but power alone wasn't enough. You also needed people. A faction. A structure of ties of benefit, ties of loyalty, ties of emotion. Whatever worked. He needed his own interest group. One that could stabilize Konoha under him and expand outward. When the time came. He had no intention of ending up like Minato, ascending to the top without even a hidden base of support. Though, if Hikaru already had a solid faction, Hiruzen probably wouldn't even be watching him this closely. People who couldn't be controlled were all the same in the end. And Hikaru hadn't even tried to install a puppet like Murashima Takumi in ANBU. That alone proved he still held enough respect and fear for what ANBU represented. Murashima Takumi is going to be hard to deal with too. Hikaru rubbed at his brow. He hadn't fought Murashima, so he didn't know the man's exact strength, but anyone who sat in that chair wouldn't be ordinary. More importantly, Murashima's temperament was a nightmare to handle, unless the man could die reasonably. Preferably because he disobeyed orders. Or betrayed the village. Or violated some moral line. And even then, Murashima would need to be the one to make the first move. Otherwise, if Hikaru assassinated him, the consequences would be catastrophic. When all those conditions piled up, the difficulty became ridiculous. Hikaru exhaled slowly, but it was too early to drown in that problem. He liked planning ahead, yes, but some knots couldn't be untangled by thinking harder. Thinking too much would only make him miserable. So he pushed it aside. Opportunities belonged to the prepared. If he didn't have an answer now, he'd wait for the opening. Hikaru? A voice called from nearby. Hikaru paused and looked up. It was Usugi General. That felt strange. It was already late. Why would Gen be looking for him now? Still, Hikaru instinctively checked the surroundings first. Then he relaxed into a warm smile and bowed politely. He had changed out of ANBU gear long ago, and Gen had taught him many things when he was young. The respect was genuine. Uncle Gen, Hikaru asked softly after the bow, what brings you out this late? There's something. Gen nodded. I've been waiting. The elder wants to see you. The elder? Hikaru's eyebrows rose slightly. He could already guess what this was about. Back then, the elder had managed to pull strings and get him placed into ANBU, so of course the man also had channels inside, enough to hear things. But the timing felt late, and it felt oddly specific. Hikaru was certain Hiruzen's hand was in it. A reminder, and a test. Watching how Hikaru would respond, he didn't know what Hiruzen intended exactly, but he did know how he would handle it. Some things were inevitable. No point. Acting shocked. I understand, Uncle Gen, Hikaru nodded gently. I'll see the elder tomorrow morning. No. Gen rejected it immediately. The elder said you're to go as soon as you return. Hikaru sighed inwardly, so the old man really couldn't wait. What Hikaru wondered was how much the elder had actually heard. Only the division commander assessment, or also the fight at headquarters and in a more malicious corner of his mind, had Hiruzen even leaked that the position was basically decided and that promises had been made? Hikaru didn't bother chasing the thought that it was predictable the elder would have demands. Hikaru had already prepared for that long ago. He smiled at Gen, nodded, and headed straight for the elder's residence. It didn't take long. The house was old, heavy with antique taste. Traditional, dignified, suffocating. Hikaru had never liked it. Him, it wasn't heritage. It was clinging to past glory, unable to let go. He knocked, entered. The elder sat alone as always, but before Hikaru could speak, the elder's voice came quickly, almost anxiously. I heard you used force at ANBU headquarters today. You even confronted the ANBU director. Are you hurt? Thank you for your concern, elder. I'm fine. Hikaru genuinely hadn't expected that. The first question wasn't probing. It wasn't demanding hidden details. It was concern, and oddly enough, it moved him just a little. Hikaru never denied that his heart was dark. He had even guessed that failing to gain Slug Sage recognition might have something to do with it. But no matter how dark he was, he still had gratitude. He was glad he hadn't been sent to the battlefield as a child. War erased humanity. ANB, it didn't erase it in the same way, but it dragged you into darkness. 50 steps, 100 steps, not worth laughing at. Why did you act at headquarters? Elder Senju Shoma asked, seeing Hikaru fall silent again. To the point of confronting the ANBU director. It's complicated. Hikaru shook his head. It involves too much. I'm sorry, Elder, I can't say more. Even to me? Senju Shoma frowned. He clearly hadn't expected that answer. Yes, Elder. Hikaru nodded seriously. Even you? I have to keep silent. Hikaru truly couldn't speak. Was he supposed to tell the Elder he'd suspected the ANBU director and Owl, so he struck first? That he'd suspected Danzō, but then realized the truth was even worse. Murashima and Owl were essentially Hiruzen's puppets, saying that would be suicidal, not because Hiruzen would pressure him, but because the Elder might kill him on the spot. Because what Hikaru had done would look like leaning toward Hiruzen, and Senju Shoma would never accept that, unless Hikaru laid out every plan, every intention, everything he'd done, and that was impossible. He had no intention of revealing his full hand. I see. Senju Shoma studied him for a long moment, then sighed. You've grown. You have your own judgment now, Hikaru. Hikaru said nothing, sitting calmly with that same gentle expression. Senju Shoma glanced at him and shook his head slightly. The emotional card had failed. If he could get information through other channels, he wouldn't want to ask Hikaru directly. Asking only exposed how weak the clan's intelligence network was. And Hikaru was growing stronger at an alarming pace, not only because he'd gained a terrifying summon. According to reports, he had actually learned Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God, the signature technique of Senju Tobirama. Back in the Warring States era, Tobirama had used it to kill Uchiha Izuna, a Mangekyo wielder. Senju Shoma knew too well how terrifying Mangekyo was, how many Senju had died under those eyes, and yet Flying Thunder God could overturn that advantage, could even kill a Mangekyo user. That alone proved how monstrous the technique was. And its difficulty was infamous. For decades only Minato had learned it, yet now Hikaru had learned it too, which meant Hikaru's talent was frightening. What chilled Senju Shoma even more was that Hikaru had hidden it from the clan, whether it was distrust or something else. Either way, Shoma didn't like it. But he understood something painful. Hikaru was no longer a child he could direct, he was a capable shinobi now. ANBU forged people. Not as brutally as the battlefield, but darkness still made you grow quickly. Also, after a long silence, Senju Shoma spoke again. I heard you participated in the division commander assessment. You passed, didn't you? Yes, Elder. Hikaru nodded. I passed. But I don't know the final result yet. I see. Senju Shoma stared at him. Tell me everything. The entire process. Hikaru looked at him, and in that moment he understood. The Elder was uneasy, because Hikaru had reported nothing lately, not necessarily because Hikaru made a mistake. He'd simply been too busy with missions, busy with his plans, and he'd also been testing something. Now he had his answer. The clan's intelligence channels weren't reliable. So much time had passed, yet nothing had reached the Elder in detail. That said enough. Either Shoma's people weren't truly inside ANBU, or they were already under Hiruzen's grip, unable to transmit anything without permission. It was harsh, but reality was reality, and it confirmed Hikaru's earlier choice. Not relying on the clan's intelligence network had been correct. Hikaru buried those thoughts and explained everything in full. How he learned Flying Thunder God, how he approached Minato to request a slot, how he entered the assessment and defeated multiple ANBU squads, how he refused direct appointment and chose to take the written exam. He didn't omit details. Senju Shoma listened quietly, expression barely changing. Hikaru guessed the Elder already knew most of it. When Hikaru finished, Shoma nodded slowly. A correct choice. You couldn't simply take the position, you wouldn't have commanded respect. Then Shoma's voice cooled slightly. But also a wrong choice. A division commander has the authority to choose his own team. He paused, eyes narrowing just a fraction. Still, you managed to quietly drive a wedge between the third and the fourth. That's not a small accomplishment. Hikaru only smiled faintly and didn't answer. Senju Shoma didn't seem to mind. He fell silent for a moment, then asked, A division commander can choose his team. If you're appointed, how many Senju will you bring into it? That isn't something I can decide alone. Hikaru shook his head. Many things can't be judged by appearances. I believe you understand that, Elder. Senju Shoma sighed, low and heavy, but before he could speak, Hikaru continued, voice steady, gentle, unwavering, but I can guarantee this, I will do everything I can. He lifted his gaze slightly. Because, I'm a Senju too. Chapter 108. Because you're the Hokage. Early the next morning, Hikaru left his room without delay. There was no such thing as vacation time for him right now, he still had plenty of missions to finish, but his current division commander seemed to have heard something. He still assigned Hikaru work. After all, the appointment hadn't officially come down yet, but the tasks became noticeably lighter, mostly village patrols. Anything that required leaving the village? Hikaru was no longer included. That was good news. It gave him more time to make arrangements before taking office. As for Elder Shoma's demand, Hikaru had considered it seriously. But like he'd said, it wasn't something he could decide by himself. Every place had its rules. Someone like him couldn't just smash them. Still, even if he couldn't directly bring people in, he could report it to Hiruzen. It would look like candor. After all, ANBU was still Hiruzen's ANBU. If Hikaru wanted to move comfortably inside it, he needed to lean toward that man, at least on the surface. Of course. I should also talk to Minato. Because whatever the reality looked like, Minato was still the fourth Hokage. After accepting his patrol assignment, Hikaru sent Kakashi to cover another sector. Then he slipped into a secluded patch of forest and activated the Flying Thunder God marker. Calling Minato, he waited quietly. Only a moment later, Minato appeared in front of him, so quickly it exceeded even Hikaru's expectations. Hikaru? Minato asked at once, brows faintly knit. I heard you caused some kind of incident in ANBU yesterday? But everyone's been sealed up. What happened? Hikaru stared at him, expression turning oddly complicated. He hadn't expected to be questioned before he even opened his mouth. And what surprised him even more, Minato knew less than Elder Shoma did. Shoma at least knew Hikaru had confronted Murashima Takumi. Minato, the fourth Hokage, only knew ANBU had some kind of problem. That was alarming. Hikaru vividly remembered how many ANBU had witnessed the fight after he dragged Owl out of that office. When Murashima arrived, it was basically everyone, and yet Minato only had a vague outline. Even if Hiruzen suppressed it quickly, Minato was still Hokage. Even without real control over ANBU, he shouldn't be this blind. The realization sharpened Hikaru's caution. He still didn't understand the depth of Hiruzen's grip over ANBU nearly well enough. There was an issue, Hikaru said after a brief pause, choosing his words carefully. Yesterday I went to HQ to submit reports. I also had information on that mysterious puppet master, something meant for the third Hokage. He spoke quickly, recounting what happened, Murashima refusing to take the document, Owl appearing and offering to handle it, his own suspicions and the decision to seize Owl and interrogate him. He told Minato almost everything. Almost. The only lie was the content of what he'd submitted. Minato listened in silence, eyes focused. When Hikaru finished, Minato's expression became deeply strange. He'd met the ANBU director before. They'd spoken. Minato's impression of Murashima Takumi had always been reliable. A man who didn't bother with false pleasantries. A man who would even oppose Minato's decisions directly at times. Minato had thought Murashima was rigid, almost painfully so. But rigid to this extent, it was nearly indistinguishable from Root, those shinobi with no self, no will. Only the mission. Could it be, Minato murmured, eyes darkening, that Murashima Takumi is nothing more than a tool, an obedient puppet who listens only to the third Hokage? If that was true, then the owl Hikaru had sent to the hospital was likely the guide behind Murashima, the one who linked the ANBU director to Hiruzen, the one who ensured that even the top of ANBU ultimately pointed in one direction. The idea chilled Minato. Even if it was still only a guess, it had a terrifying logic to it. He drew a slow breath, then looked at Hikaru seriously. This is speculation, Minato said. Don't speak this thought aloud again. It's the kind of accusation that becomes the gravest charge. And it could even be treated as slander. I understand, Hokage-sama. Hikaru smiled and nodded. I only told you. I haven't said it anywhere else. Slander? Hikaru's inner amusement was almost lazy. This was nothing. There was far worse hidden in his possession, the sealed flesh sample he couldn't even safely take out. Compared to that, this accusation was a pebble, but he still hadn't decided what to do with that thing yet. Until he'd wrung every last drop of value from it, he had no intention of letting it leave his hands. By the way, Hokage-sama, Hikaru smoothly shifted the topic. My family has learned I took the commander assessment. They want me, if I succeed, to bring some of the clan into my division. Into your division? Minato blinked. If you're division commander, don't you have the authority to choose your own members? The words left his mouth and Minato immediately paused, then he gave a rueful smile. Authority sounded nice, but in practice it was tightly limited. ANBU wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Once you stepped in, you lost your secrets, but you gained privileges, and because ANBU was the Hokage's direct force, having clan members accepted into ANBU was, in many ways, a sign of Hokage approval. That was why so many clans chased it, even knowing it could expose them. This is something you'll have to handle yourself, Minato said with a helpless scratch of his head. First, they need to be qualified. Then he looked at Hikaru, curious. But why tell me this? Because. Hikaru's smile didn't change. You're the Hokage, Hokage-sama. That answer pleased Minato. It also stung a little. Name, he was Hokage, but in practical authority was he really? Minato didn't linger on it. He shook his head and moved the conversation along. Hikaru proactively reporting to him was still a good sign. Overall, it felt better than it felt bitter. So Minato began discussing Flying Thunder God usage with him. During their previous spar, Minato had noticed Hikaru didn't prepare for Flying Thunder God the way Tobirama had intended, for example, using marked kunai as carriers, toss them mid-fight, appear instantly and execute a sudden kill. Tobirama invented that method. Minato had refined it into an art. What Minato didn't know was, once Hikaru understood seal imprinting and successfully embedded Flying Thunder God marks, he already had that method. Hikaru wasn't a pure talent type, he was a cheat type. It wasn't that he couldn't throw kunai, he was ANBU. Basic weapon handling was a given, he simply didn't think it was necessary. Minato was the master of that style. If Hikaru tried it in that spar, the kunai would have barely left his fingers before Minato slipped away. He'd be fighting an expert in the expert's own game. That would be suicide, but Minato didn't know any of that. To him, Hikaru's approach looked dangerous, effective, yes, but high risk. One mistake and you'd lose your life. I understand, Hokage-sama. I'll try to improve it. Hikaru agreed immediately. Minato's advice was genuine. Refusing it would be stupidity. Even if Hikaru privately had no intention of changing his habits, he could engrave marks on kunai whenever he wanted. With enough kunai prepared, the setup problem didn't exist for him at all. But he would never tell anyone that, not even Mina. That was a card he intended to keep hidden. The more random it is, if even I don't know when I'll use Flying Thunder God, then the ambush is deadlier and the enemy dies faster. With that thought, Hikaru parted from Minato and found Kakashi. They returned to their division station, reported in, and moved to the restroom. Even after a patrol, they couldn't fully leave. This was standby time. If something happened, they'd deploy immediately. But inside Konoha, incidents were rare. Even when they happened, it was usually hunting exposed spies, relatively light work. And since Hikaru's current commander wasn't going to hassle him now, Hikaru's free time was still abundant. After sitting around for a while, Hikaru told Kakashi he was stepping out, and quietly slipped off to ANBU HQ. Owl had been hospitalized, but his injuries weren't serious. Hikaru hadn't aimed to kill him. At the time, Hikaru's goal had been capture and interrogation. So Owl recovered quickly. You again? At HQ, someone stiffened the moment they saw Hikaru. I need to report something to the Hokage, Hikaru said mildly. Please have Captain Owl pass it up. The man flinched despite Hikaru's gentle tone. He still remembered that same tone from a few days ago, right before Hikaru struck without mercy. But he steadied himself quickly. He was Hiruzen's man. He didn't believe Hikaru would dare attack him again, especially with everything already clarified. And Hikaru had no intention of striking anyway. Once he delivered the message, he left. This time, things moved efficiently. In the afternoon, near the end of the workday, Hikaru received a notice. Go to ANBU HQ. The director wanted to see him. Hikaru was satisfied, because the one he truly wanted to see wasn't Murashima Takumi, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Entering the director's office, Hikaru bowed slightly toward the third Hokage seated behind the desk. Owl said you had something urgent, Hiruzen said, nodding once. Speak. If you were in such a hurry, it shouldn't be something trivial. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hikaru straightened. There are two matters. First, about my meeting and sparring session with the fourth Hokage. Stop. Hiruzen cut him off mid-sentence, studying him with interest. You already reported that you sparred with the fourth. Why tell me the details now? It was a pointed question. Hikaru met Hiruzen's gaze and smiled naturally. Because it's necessary to report to Hokage-sama, Hikaru said respectfully, voice warm and steady. Especially anything involving the fourth Hokage. I must be precise. I must be thorough. That answer satisfies me, Hiruzen said, then his eyes sharpened slightly. And it also dissatisfies me. He rose, walked to Hikaru's side and patted his shoulder. Because some support I will give openly. But some support I will not give openly. And I will not acknowledge it either. Do you understand? I do, Hokage-sama. Hikaru bent slightly at the waist. I'll be more careful. Good. Hiruzen withdrew his hand. If nothing changes, your appointment comes down tomorrow. He paused. You said two matters. What's the second? My clan, Hikaru answered calmly. The elder wants me to promote some of our members into my division if I succeed. Hokage-sama, how should I handle it? I won't object, Hiruzen said smoothly. You'll be division commander. It's your division. Then his eyes narrowed in quiet amusement. But I'm curious. Why are you telling me this? Hikaru's smile didn't waver. Because you're the Hokage, Hokage-sama. Chapter 109, Captain Nightingale. Hikaru's answer had satisfied both Hokage. That alone was a small achievement. As for what Sarutobi Hiruzen had said, he wouldn't oppose Hikaru, and he would let Hikaru judge for himself. Hikaru also understood the third Hokage's stance clearly. He won't oppose you. But he'll watch what you do. Up to now, both Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato had acted as if they didn't really know the Senju's current situation or the true weight of Hikaru's identity. Whether that ignorance was real or an act didn't matter as long as everyone pretended to believe it. The game continued. So if Hikaru truly chose 0 Senju members, that would be the easiest way to invite trouble. But if he let it run out of control, if he brought in the wrong people without restraint, his life would be miserable too. ANBU wasn't his ANBU. Hiruzen letting him decide wasn't only because he temporarily trusted Hikaru's reports. It was also a test. A way to see exactly what Hikaru would do with power. At least now I can give the clan an answer. In the ANBU lounge, Hikaru and Kakashi sat in a corner. Hikaru rested his chin on one hand, thinking through it all. Promise. Charity. Covering traces. Whatever, none of that mattered. What mattered was that Hikaru could go back and answer Elder Senju Shoma. He hadn't forgotten what he'd said that night. I'll do what I can. That phrase always carried uncertainty, success or failure, but Hikaru still wanted to make it work. Now he had a reasonable response in hand. It eased his mind. Still, another headache remained. Who should he actually choose to bring into his future division? To be honest, Hikaru had never been especially close with most of the clan's children. He didn't even know where many of them lived now, or what their circumstances were. He only saw them during certain occasions, but the persona Hikaru had built over the years ensured his relationships weren't bad. Either at worst, they were acquaintances, people who could nod and exchange greetings if they happened to meet. His warm and gentle mask had always been useful. Even if someone didn't like him, they usually didn't dislike him either. First impressions mattered. And Hikaru had long since mastered the truth behind an old saying, you don't slap a smiling face. I just hope the ones assigned to me are smart. Hikaru rubbed his chin, annoyed at how little he remembered about the kids he'd technically grown up with. But it wasn't entirely his fault. The Senju were scattered now. Some didn't even think like clan members anymore, at least not in the old sense. Hikaru hadn't interacted with them much as a child. Hard to bond with people you barely ever meet. After he entered ANBU, it only got worse. He was always busy, and Shoma had deliberately hidden details to prevent Hikaru from revealing anything during inspections. So even if he worried, there wasn't much he could do. Captain, Kakashi said quietly beside him. You look restless. Is it because the results come out today? Hikaru came back to himself and gave a small, amused shake of his head. No. I'm thinking about something else. Something else. Kakashi stared. You're not nervous? Nervous? Hikaru tilted his head, genuinely considering it. Not nervous would be abnormal, but knowing the likely outcome made it hard to truly feel tense. Hiruzen wasn't trustworthy, but Hikaru didn't believe the third Hokage would pull something inappropriate here. If an accident happened now, Hikaru's trust would drop to 0. And it would also cut off whatever useful information Hikaru had been sharing. Not that Hikaru ever trusted Hiruzen in the first place, and not that his information was ever completely authentic, either. At best it was castrated, filtered, safe. With that precedent, Hikaru could afford to look calm. "I'm not that nervous," he said with an easy smile to Kakashi. "I have some confidence. If I fail, then it means I'm not qualified to be division commander. And if I succeed, then it means my preparation was enough. It's what I deserve. I'll be grateful to the Hokage-sama for giving me this chance, and I'll use it properly, serving Konoha. I'll repay Hokage-sama's recognition. I'll fulfill the duty of a division commander. Because to me the position isn't only an honor, it's also a responsibility." Hikaru spoke quickly, smoothly, every phrase clean and airtight, and everyone in the lounge heard it. The other ANBU weren't deaf. Even though Hikaru's voice wasn't loud, they'd been paying attention to him for a while now, this future division commander. When they heard those words, several pairs of eyes turned toward him with genuine respect. That level of resolve. No wonder he succeeded, and no wonder the fourth Hokage recommended him. Some of them didn't even process through "if I fail" part I in their minds. Hikaru's success felt inevitable. The first division commander also heard it. He just stepped out after receiving a notice and walked straight into that declaration. He hadn't expected it. ANBU division commander wasn't just gloried, it was duty. Obligation. ANBU existed to serve the Hokage, to protect Konoha, to safeguard their home. Hikaru was only a squad captain, yet he already understood that clearly, and seemed to carry the same belief. The division commander's opinion of Hikaru rose sharply. The Kakuzu incident wasn't our division's loss. And Kakashi joining ANBU wasn't something Hikaru could control. With that in mind, he walked toward Hikaru. The moment he moved, everyone in the lounge stood automatically. "Commander." The ANBU greeted him in unison. He nodded lightly and stopped in front of Hikaru. Kakashi tensed. There were only two reasons for the commander to show up: either he was assigning a mission, or he was announcing the result. What Kakashi didn't expect was that the commander slowly raised a hand and removed his mask. His face was so ordinary it was almost forgettable, cold too, in the way ANBU faces often were, and yet in this moment he actually smiled. "Congratulations, Captain Nightingale." Hikaru blinked, then let a flicker of surprise show on his face. "Commander, you mean?" "Yes," the man said calmly. "Division Commander Nightingale." With the commander's acknowledgement and the formal appointment letter in hand, Hikaru was now, officially, a division commander. For many it was a reason to celebrate, especially for the first division. Having a division commander come out of their ranks was something to be proud of, even if Hikaru was transferring to lead the third division. Kakashi was genuinely happy for him. Hikaru mattered to him more than he could easily explain. When Kakashi was drowning in darkness, Hikaru had pulled him back. When Kakashi was lost, unsure what future even meant, Hikaru had dragged him towards something that resembled direction. Kakashi still remembered every sentence Hikaru spoke in the Heroes' Memorial Cemetery. Especially, "There is only one true kind of heroism, seeing the truth of life and still loving it. And carry their will. Guard their dreams. Live on for them." They were classmates, and somewhere along the way Kakashi had started treating Hikaru as a target he needed to catch up to. Now Hikaru had gone even farther, becoming one of the most authoritative division commanders in ANBU, second only to the director. But Kakashi didn't feel envy. No bitterness, only sincere congratulations, and a quiet joy he couldn't properly put into words. Hikaru accepted everyone's toasts with visible happiness, but he knew the truth. He was happy, because this pushed him closer to his real goal. And right after happiness came the weight of work. He had to reorganize his division. The third division had 9 squads, each squad's limit was 4 members. That meant he could command at least 36 shinobi. But Namuki's operation had been a disaster. Sasori had effectively wiped out 3 squads. Hikaru hadn't even checked the survivors' conditions yet. Beyond that, he needed to learn his subordinates, build control, and turn them into his people. None of that was simple, and Hikaru hadn't forgotten his plans either. Even back when he was only a squad captain, he'd been eyeing the dragon vein sealed by Minato. Back then he lacked autonomy. Even leaving the village was troublesome. Becoming a division commander didn't make leaving Konoha easy, but it gave him something he'd never had before: choice. Aside from missions directly assigned from above, he could now select many tasks. Some could be delegated. Some, depending on importance, could be handled personally. That meant space, freedom, room to move. He could finally arrange a mission that justified leaving the village, and do what he needed outside, even if he had to bring subordinates. He could choose who to bring. I need to get Kakashi transferred over, Hikaru thought as he walked alone away from the tavern after the celebration. That old commander probably doesn't want to keep Kakashi as a burning hot potato either. Hikaru couldn't refuse the celebration. Publicly, he got along well with his colleagues. Rejecting congratulations would damage his image. Maybe, one day they'll become my people too. A night breeze moved through the streets. Moonlight stretched his shadow long and thin. It was late, and his neighborhood was quiet, only cat calls and distant dog barks. Hikaru walked calmly, almost blending into the darkness, thinking about the ANBU who had toasted him. They weren't his people yet. ANBU's core was still under the third Hokage's control. And with those people controlling the upper structure, shaping doctrine from top to bottom, plus decades of indoctrination, ANBU was still Hiruzen's one-man hall. Hikaru understood something else too. Even if Minato had forced the issue with Hokage authority and placed Hikaru in the role directly, it wouldn't have scared Hiruzen. When your subordinates don't truly belong to you, that isn't power, it's poison. And Hikaru couldn't purge everyone at once. Doing so wouldn't just shake ANBU. It would shake Konoha's high-level balance. It would be a public sign that the third and fourth Hokage had fully split. Hikaru wouldn't dare, and Minato would never allow it. So this is the worst part, Hikaru sighed. But you take steps one at a time. Handle things one at a time. And if I'm lucky, maybe some people will disappear in a reasonable way. Hikaru knew the future. He knew opportunities would come, but right now he only had rough ideas. He still needed planning. As he neared home, he slowed, then changed direction. Toward Senju Shoma's residence, he decided he should report. Besides restructuring ANBU, my own strength needs thought too. He had decent power now, yet awkwardly it was power built on overall balance. Still, he had plans. The dragon vein was one. There were others, like the sealing seed he'd acquired and the method he'd derived from it. He wanted to test it soon. And then there was that thing he'd hidden away, Hashirama's flesh. He'd kept it buried, sealed and concealed. He didn't dare bring it out, worried it might be detected by a dog nose, a Byakugan, or a swarm of insects. If he found a mission that conveniently sent him out of the village, preferably toward the land of wind, he intended to start researching it properly. He wouldn't do something insane like Madara, cut himself open and stitch it into his body, but burying it somewhere and watering it, seeing if it sprouted? Or, if his idea proved correct, embedding it inside a tree. Maybe he could even extract a wood-release seed. Lost in these thoughts, Hikaru arrived at Shoma's door. After giving a discreet signal to the guard, he entered alone. Shoma was still awake. Or perhaps he simply couldn't sleep. He sat at the table, sipping tea. The moment he saw Hikaru, he asked urgently, "Well? How did it go, Elder?" Hikaru bowed lightly, his usual warm smile in place. "I'm division commander now." Chapter 110, Intermediate Sage Arts Fruit. Good morning, Captain. Morning. Inside the 3rd Division's command office, Senju Hikaru returned the greeting with a faint smile, giving the ANBU in front of him a brief nod. Today was his first official day as a division commander, so he had arrived earlier than usual. Last night's discussion with Senju Shoma still lingered clearly in his mind. Hikaru could vividly remember the old man's reaction when he heard the news, how he had burst into laughter. Laughing until tears slid down the corners of his eyes. It was the release of decades of suppressed emotion. For Shoma, the shock ran deep. He had never imagined that the boy who once refused to step onto the battlefield would rise this far within ANBU. But Shoma had also remained rational. He knew very well that Hikaru's achievements had not come without cost. After all, it was Shoma himself who had pushed Hikaru into ANBU back then. If Hikaru harbored resentment, it would have been understandable. Because of that, when the discussion turned to sending Senju clan members into ANBU, Shoma showed rare restraint. He even stated up front that fewer people would be fine. That alone earned Hikaru's approval that he had no intention of stuffing large numbers of clan members into ANBU. That would be courting disaster. More importantly, Hikaru had clearly sensed something else: concession. Shoma was yielding. That was why Hikaru firmly insisted on one condition: he had to personally evaluate the candidates first. Anyone who couldn't pass ANBU standards wouldn't be entering, period. The old man hadn't liked it, but he accepted it. Given Hikaru's current position, caution was unavoidable. The clan's situation is starting to change along with my standing in ANBU. Hikaru flipped through the 3rd Division's reports, silently assessing the implications. He didn't yet have a full grasp of the Senju clan's internal state, but that wouldn't remain the case forever. The clan needed him now, and if his momentum continued, taking real control of the Senju clan wasn't impossible. Even if their numbers were dwindling and their most prestigious figures had long left Konoha, the hidden assets of the Senju were still there, assets Hikaru had never stopped thinking about. But that's for later. Right now the priority is handling the people I'm bringing in. He shifted his attention to the 3rd Division itself, and frankly, the situation was worse than he'd expected. 9 squads in total. 3 had been virtually wiped out during the Sasori incident. The remaining squads weren't much better. This was legacy damage. Casualties from high-risk missions were unavoidable. At present, only Squad 1 and Squad 6 still had full personnel. The others were either severely understaffed or functionally non-existent. With the division so fragmented, Hikaru hadn't even bothered calling everyone together yet. It's a mess. He rubbed his temples. A full division should have 36 operatives, he didn't even have 15. Well, starting from scratch isn't entirely bad. At least I can cultivate my own people. That was the only way to frame it. Training operatives was expensive: time, energy, and resources. Some wouldn't survive the process at all. Ideally, Hikaru would have preferred ready-made tools, reliable operatives he could deploy immediately for high-difficulty missions to rapidly accumulate merit. Reality had other plans. Rookies it is, then. Everyone starts somewhere. And if rookies die on missions, my liability is lower. Setting the reports aside, Hikaru looked up at the ANBU still standing nearby. This was Trout, a squad captain within the 3rd Division, a shinobi highly proficient in water release. As a division commander, Hikaru now had access to the full dossiers of everyone under his authority, unless someone's background had been deliberately obscured. After all, Hikaru himself was something of a black file. Within ANBU. Trout, Hikaru said casually, go to headquarters at noon. Yes, Captain. We're critically short on manpower. Visit logistics and select the best candidates you can find. Understood. And one more thing, Hikaru added lightly. Submit a request to transfer Hatake Kakashi from the 1st Division. Kakashi. Trout frowned slightly. Interdivision transfers were usually handled directly by division commanders, and Kakashi's reputation wasn't exactly stellar. Talented, yes, but isolated, difficult, and pushed into ANBU early due to Minato's influence. Still, Trout nodded. I'll try. You'll succeed, Hikaru said with a smile. The minister would rather deal with you than me. Trout hesitated. I don't quite follow. Ask around about what happened at headquarters recently, Hikaru shrugged. You might understand. Or you might not. Either way, go. Once Trout left, Hikaru leaned back and stretched. Promotion from squad captain to division commander marked a shift from frontline execution to command and coordination. Mission allocation, patrol rotations, pursuit operations, and liaising with headquarters would now take precedence over direct combat. That said, Hikaru knew better than to underestimate the risks. Division commanders still led critical missions personally. Namuki's death was proof enough. Power remained the foundation. Strength is still everything. Without it, you're disposable. Hikaru was clear-eyed about that. Even now, his advantage lay in overall capability, not raw endurance. Without sage arts, Kakashi wouldn't be his equal, but prolonged combat would still strain Hikaru's chakra reserves. Speaking of which, he summoned his system interface, and froze. Name, Senju Hikaru rank, Elite Jonin, Chunin classification, Bloodline development, Basic, Senju Secret Arts Seeds, Jonin Level Chakra Quantity Seed, 99% Mature, Advanced Earth Release Seed, 95%, Advanced Water Release Seed, 95%, Fruits, Intermediate Sage Arts Fruit Unique Task. Become the true big boss of the shinobi world. Progress, 10%, task progress increases seed maturation speed. What? Hikaru stared. Task progress boosts seed maturation? Since when? His chakra seed had jumped to 99%. Advanced earth and water were close behind. Joy surged, followed by unease. Becoming a division commander had advanced his unique task from 1% to 10. The rewards were massive, but it also highlighted a glaring truth. He didn't fully understand his own system. 14 years, and he'd only scratched the surface. Looks like becoming Hokage isn't optional anymore. Hikaru exhaled slowly. Hokage meant influence. Influence meant momentum. Momentum meant accelerating the unique task, and Hokage would open doors, alliances, resources, even reshaping hidden organizations. The intermediate sage arts fruit hovered before him. The boost from the basic version had already been terrifying. This one, it wouldn't disappoint. The only concern was chakra consumption. Even now, sage mode duration was limited. Intermediate sage arts would burn through chakra even faster. So be it. I'll fight in bursts. Hikaru clenched his fist, a grin forming. Hit hard, disengage instantly. If I can't kill them, I leave. With Flying Thunder God, escape was never the problem. And who knows, he mused, maybe my chakra fruit will mature tomorrow.